Did we win the toss?
Hello, hello. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, hello. Sorry for a second, I'm just going to test this mic out. Hello, testing this mic. Alrighty. Hello, everyone who is joining this telecast, all 5 of you. Welcome to the grand final. South Yarra versus Parkville, or I should say Parkville versus South Yarra at Brent's Oval. It's a cloudy, chilly start to the day. Just trying to find out who's won the toss today. I should probably know this, so not a great start. But you can follow this game live throughout the day on YouTube. You can follow the scores on My Cricket if that's what you would prefer to do. The toss was won by Parkville, and they've inserted South Yarra into bat. The last couple of years from memory, I think South Yarra batted first as well, and on those occasions Parkville has come out victorious. But today's a new day. It's been a great series of consecutive grand finals over the last few years, and it's going to be an exciting game today. The two sides today, for South Yarra, they've got Kenan Alaev, who will be wicket-keeping today, Julian Black, aka Foss, Sam Chapman, Josh Deniet, Hamza Faizi, Ryan Hanna, Aidan Kenworthy, Tim Pope, Lockie Scott, Ashwin Sridhar, and Braden Younger. Parkville, of course, the reigning premiers, won a couple on the bounce. The key players, obviously, the two Green brothers, Nathan and Andrew Green. But they've got some new blood this season, with a few exciting bowling options in their side as well. Opening the bowling is going to be Tanay Arora from the far end. We call it the city end because it's the end with the buildings. And behind me we'll call this, it's not really the zoo end, but let's call it the zoo end anyway. We've got Lachlan Scott, who's going to face up against Tanay Aurora first. It's kind of hard to tell the slip coordinate. It's kind of a slip and then like a third slip and then a fifth slip, so it's not really a gully or a second slip in there. We've got point, we've got cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg. With me, I've got Ben Dowse. Ben, excited for the game?
Good afternoon, yeah, extremely. Despite the rather lackadaisical feel to a grand final venue, I'm sure the cricket will not disappoint. So we're about to get underway, here we go.
Here's the first ball. It's left well alone by Lockie Scott. Rahil Arora from, I think, is Tanay Arora, I should say, sorry, is a new addition to this team. I don't remember him from the sides of the last few years. Ben's referring, of course, to the rubble that we're seeing around the cricket ground as the pavilion's under renovation at the moment. I'm sure it'll be amazing facilities once they're done.
Half of the outfield is essentially a construction site, so you wouldn't want to be hitting behind square on the offside if you were Lockie, which he's not done. He's hit into the covers there.
Yeah, pushed to wide of mid-off. Half thought of a single, but did not pursue it at all. South Yarra with a bit of a change in their strategy today. With that looks like Hamza opening the batting with Lachlan Scott. Yep, in the semi-final they had Tim Pope opening the batting. He fell unfortunately very early in the game, so maybe that played a role in that decision. That's a good ball, length ball outside off.
Holding him back for later on, and as he showed with the ball, specialist at the death.
We know at Brents there's usually a lot of swing and some help in the pitch early on. It's a very open ground, not a lot of buildings around, so it gets fairly windy over here, so it's important to start well, keep those wickets in hand for later. And South Yarra, as they showed in the semi-final, bat really deep. That's a little bit straighter, little bit upish from Lockie Scott, but it bounces harmlessly to mid-off, which looks like Nathan Green over there.
Potentially sticking in the wicket a little bit. Lockie a bit early on it, pushing his hands, wanting to be aggressive, wanting to feel bat on ball, which is always good for Lockie. Needs to be careful though, doesn't want to give one away too early here and let them in with a sniff.
It's always interesting batting on this end at Brents with those cars zooming behind. You wouldn't.
I hadn't even noticed that. I understand that the stark difference that hit me when I came over from England for the first was there's no sight screens anywhere, and that's normally not a problem if you're playing in a park like at Como, but with a road directly behind the bowler, I wonder. It kind of makes me think all the batsmen in England that complain about the sight screens not being in the right place need to just man up. These guys are playing with white cars behind.
Well, I suspect the guys that in Team England would be facing would be slightly bit quicker than the bowlers we have over here.
I'm not referring to international.
Oh, that's over the top from Lockie Scott. So he's opened up the scoring. That's running away down to the boundary. Fielders chasing after it, but the outfield, as always, at Brents Oval is a little bit slow. So it'll be 2 runs for Lockie. But it's good to see a little bit of intent from him. He can be a little bit defensive to start. So when the ball's there to be hit, you want to see it go.
Absolutely. First over, it's nice to see Lockie playing those types of shots. And he's not been reckless or aggressive. 6 balls in, he's had 3 leaves so far, a couple of pushes, and then one was pitched up a bit too far and he's thrown his hands at it, and quite rightly so. Another ground, Como for example, I won't say any names, would give more value to that shot than we just saw there, plugged after 2 or 3 bounces and no hope of making the boundary. I think you're going to be seeing quite a lot of aerial early on here potentially. You're not going to get 4s if you're going to hit along the ground. You're going to have to hit in the air.
So this is interesting. One of the things about watching this Parkville side once a year is you don't really keep track of who's actually bowling and batting at the side. But that's the perks of playing in C grade all through the year. So neither of the greens opening the bowling is this was my long-winded way of saying that.
Neither of the greens, are they prominent figures normally then? I don't know these greens. I don't know.
Yeah, Nathan and Andrew have a long storied history of many championships with Parkville, have been part of the furniture, you could say, of this club for a long time, and have been stalwarts and ruthless nemesis. I think.
Nemesis.
Andrew Green's coming off 5-4 in the semi-final.
Wow. And did he open the bowling in the semi?
That's a good question. Something I should probably
you have
know.
To ask, if you're at home in the semi and getting a 5 for opening the bowling, why wouldn't you stick the same way? They win the toss, they bowl. What's the thought process there, changing it up?
Yeah, interesting. No, he was first changed there as well. So this should be C. Edwards. This is first for me watching him bowl. I believe he's the left arm seamer who I know the Yarra batsmen were trying to get some practice against left armers, although I would say Lockie Scott is not really a good approximation of what an opening left armer is.
But he was the one giving the left arm practice in the nets on Thursday.
I'm not sure how helpful that would have been. But coming back to the cars, it would be interesting if, as the bowler's running in, a red car parked right in front of the bowler's arm from that end.
Or that large cement truck just there actually would be
That might be fine
Would
because
act
the
as quite a
white
nice
background.
slate screen, in
Yeah.
fact, if it did park there.
Here's the left armour Edwards, and that's a good little ball. I think that shaped in a little
That
bit to
looked like it
Hamza.
shaped in. I mean, from our angle here, just off centre, behind the we're sort of behind a mid off here. I feel it looked like the keeper's taken that, almost coming down on the second bounce, but in line with middle and off, and I'm certainly hasn't started it on that line. Otherwise, it would have been a very bold lead from Hamza. So I think it's probably swung back into him a little bit.
Here's Edwards to Hamza. That's down the leg side, and the umpires decided that's a wide.
On the board for the day.
We've got Sam Chapman here walking past.
He's declined
Potentially.
to come on the interview.
I thought he was going to change the scoreboard, but he's just come to have a look at the bowling from the straight view, which is fair enough. Try and get a sense of what the bowler's doing. That's a good ball, good length. He's not made Hamza play just yet, so Hamza will feel pretty good about watching those balls just whiz past a while way outside off stump. We've got Strawny and Zippy walking around, interrupting the coverage on the video with his camera. Strawny's camera has a storied history. It was banned from the club several years ago because he kept pulling it out when guys were on 48 and 49 and they kept getting out.
So he had a habit of jinxing milestones, did he? Yes. And did we attribute that to Strawny's camera or indeed to Strawny himself?
That's a hard one to say. I think we generally like to blame everything on Strawny.
It's far easier to ban the camera though than it is to ban Strawn from the clubhouse.
Yeah, we have tried to banning Strawny, at least from the mic, a couple of times at presentation night, but it doesn't seem to have worked just yet. But I think we're going to have a different host.
After a few
This-
CCs, I think
yeah.
probably pass on a few words.
Yes, it's the CCs. Let's go with that.
Back to the cricket. This is fairly gentle up and down here, really, isn't it? And, probably can't really tell the pace very much on the camera, but it's looking like the pitch just dips down a little bit towards the popping crease, the end where Hamza's batting now, and it's just sort of popping off that crest and floating through quite nicely. I wouldn't think this is troubling Hamza at all. He's just having a look at a few wide ones.
Yeah, Edwards is getting some shape, but he's starting from so wide outside off stump that Hamza's just able to watch it. He hasn't. I don't think he's played at a single ball this over. It's all been wide outside off stump, which is
He played at the wide, which incidentally was wide.
yeah. He'd want to get his radar right in a grand final. You want the batsman playing as many balls with the new ball as possible. There's probably been one too many leaves.
Absolutely, there's a couple of new ball bowlers ourselves. We all too well know that it could be okay to bowl six dots in you, but you've got to think to yourself, if he's not playing, every ball that he can leave, he's just seeing it better and better. And the longer he's out there like this, confidence grows. Who knows? Could be in for a big score. You want him playing early when he can't see it. When he's getting in, it's still a little bit dim. Wind's a little bit up. He's got a new ball in his hand. Now's the best chance to get the batsman out.
Yeah, even our last one, Hamza just on the back foot, punching it towards cover. Not really in an area that's going to threaten the edge, because Hamza has so much time to just rock back and react to the ball and watch it all the way in. But that's a tidy start from Edwards, although not really threatening the edge, as it's now Tanai Arora now running in to bowl to Lockie Scott. That's a little bit fuller than the length Edwards was hitting and wide outside off stump. Probably trying to tempt Lockie into the big drive again, given what happened last over. But Lockie just watches that through to the keeper. Interesting slip, Gordon. I find with a kind of wideish first slip and a third slip and a fifth slip.
It looks like a sort of 1.5, 2.5 and a gully, really. No, I wouldn't put any of those three positions down to being conventional slip fielding positions.
Bit of
there just packs a little wide one. I think that sort of looked like an under edge, essentially an inside edge.
Yeah, a bit of a French cut. At least that's what we call it in India, where you get the bottom edge and it goes through to fine leg for one. So I think that's the first time the strikes turned over. So Hamza's going to be facing Arora for the first time. Bit more conventional now, the slips with a first and that looks like a first and a second slip and a gully. So I think the wide slips is more of a reflection of the angle that the bowler's hitting.
Looking
And
across Lockie, potentially it might be that it just thinks that with the way Lockie plays, gets a bit of bottom hand in his drive and his offside play. It's going to skew off maybe just a bit wider. If that's hit the pad with no bat involved, it looks pretty in front of middle.
I do think he got a bat on it. There was a woody sound. I think Hamza just managed to jam his bat down, but testing a batsman for the first time, facing you for the first time rather, with a Yorker seems like a good idea, and
Well, that's
that was
absolutely what we were just saying, wasn't it? You want to get them playing. Sooner you can get. I mean, we've got. I'm not certain on the stats here, but from Nostroni's midweek pump-up email, sort of Invictus speech-esque, was very, very rousing for the men, slash whatever it was, I don't know, didn't read it. But the number 3 and 4, we've got Julian Black and Keno, top 2 or 2 of the top batsmen in the MCA this year.
Yeah, we haven't spoken about the numbers this season. That one was down the leg side, not given wide, not far enough down the leg side by MCA standard. Yeah, we've got Kenan at 3 usually, Julian Black at 4, who are number 1 and number 2 on the run scoring ladders. We've got Ryan Hanna playing for South Yarra as well, who's top of the wicket taking charts. I haven't looked at Parkville's numbers, but usually they're up there as well. You'd always expect to see the greens up there. Andrew with the ball, Nathan with ball and bat.
Quite handy, that, isn't
And Edwards, the left armer, who's been bowling from what I've been calling the zoo end, has been is I believe second on the ladder when it comes to wickets.
Which end's the zoo end? Our end. Our end is the zoo end. So we're sitting at
The zoo and the city end, because
the zoo. Yes, okay. The city is fairly self-explanatory. I did not know there was a zoo nearby. But I'm actually now that you say that, I'm not at all surprised, since our outfield does look like it has been grazed on in the past week, potentially even droppings somewhere.
yeah, spoken like a guy who's never come to Brent's Oval before. This is how it always looks. As Hamza leaves that one alone. I think Parkville have done reasonably well so far, keeping it tight as you would on Brent's usually. But other than that LBW appeal of Hamza, which I thought he got a clear bat on, they've not really threatened the batsmen too much. It's been fairly vanilla so far, a lot of leaves outside off stump.
It's a shame that we're sort of positioned here away from the scorers. It'd be nice to sort of relay to and fro from them what the score is, so we can keep it up to date for the players on the field.
That's why we've got My Cricket for Ben.
Fantastic. Shall I put a few numbers up on that board? None for 4. How many overs have we had?
None for 4 in 3 overs. We've got Lockie Scott on 3, Hamza on naught. Lachlan facing up to Edwards for the first time. Left armour to left armour, so I want left armour to left armour. Edwards has been getting a little bit of shape into the right-hander, so he's probably going to enjoy bowling to the left-hander a little bit more as he runs in. Ooh, one of those where the batsman's trying to play a shot and then decides to leave it at the last moment, but the ball still gets the bat. But
With the bounce in the pitch there as well is probably what's done for Lockie there. I mean, obviously it's fallen safe, so he's okay. But on a Como Park track, you wouldn't expect to see that coming up near the bat. If he's left it, his bat is up by his shoulder when he's pulling away, I believe, and the ball still popped up a little bit. So a bit of extra bounce probably takes LBW out of the equation unless it's really full, which makes you think you're probably pretty safe putting that front dog down if you need to.
Lockie does well to get his bottom hand off the bat there as the ball dribbles away to backward square leg for no run. Brent's Oval does tend to be a little bit spongy, a little bit extra bounce and pace and some seam as well, so it is generally friendlier to the pace bowlers and some other grounds.
JD might be quite potent later on if the pitch doesn't change too much.
Yeah, I spoke to Ashwin pre-game about how he expected it, and he said the last time he played here he couldn't get his line right because the ball was swinging so much. So it can be one of those pitches where...
Yeah, classic fast bowler's problem that. I'm just swinging it too much, Skip, I'm afraid. My seam position is just too good for me to be able to control it.
Yeah, but it is one of those grounds where there's always a strong cross breeze and there's good movement if you get the seam position right. So far an uneventful start, which I think is a good thing for South Yarra because usually this is a ground for early wickets. Oh, he's caught and bowled!
Just as we say.
He's caught and bowled. A little bit of that extra spongy bounce. Lockie tried to control it by taking his bottom hand off, but he was too early. He just spooned a catch, and that's a good one-handed catch by Edwards. Just as I was saying, it was an uneventful start. The kiss of death from the commentator.
Yeah, I think we better call it there, I feel.
Yeah, it looked like a solid start, but bit of a soft dismissal, you'd have to say,
Who's that bringing to the creases out?
on that one.
Is that Keenan Allen coming to Kenner?
Bit of a tough way to get out on this ground. You want to get dismissed to a good ball, but probably could have played that a little bit better. But it is what it is as Lachlan walks off, and he's replaced by Kenan Alev, who's the number 2 batsman in the MCA this year. He's also the wicket keeper. You might remember him from his amazing stumping last grand final, where he took the bails of Archie McPherson, of all people, down the leg side. Hello, Archie, if you're listening. Doubt it.
McPherson, seam bowler?
No, wicket keeper, part-time off spinner.
No way.
Yeah. Yes. We'd rather not talk about that wicket.
So he was bowling spin, even though he's a wicket keeper.
And and the ball was 2 feet down the leg side, and Kenan took it and took the bails off him.
Off the leg side wide.
Yeah, so it was really Kenan's wicket. It wasn't really
Superb.
Archie's.
Yeah, superb. That's the kind of wicket you want to see in a finals day. Something out of the ordinary. Something really. That's for the fans. That is.
Yeah. Edwards has gotten his man early here, locally.
Quite keen to get on the beers. Sun comes out immediately, and you just got to think it's a grand final day. What else would you rather be doing than sitting here and drinking a few?
Oh, that's a good ball by Edwards. I don't think Ken played it the best way possible. He kind of angled his bat, and then as the ball swung back in, he realized it was too close to him.
Fiddled a bit there. I think if he wants to put a bit of bat on ball, it looks like.
Yeah, it's
Can't blame him. I mean, when he starts feeling bat on ball and starts scoring some runs, so it's maybe it's about patience out there. I'm not too sure. We're obviously not batsmen ourselves, are we? We wouldn't be out there
hey,
at
speak
this
for
point in
yourself.
time.
I've scored 129 in the last 2 innings. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. How many of those fielders were mobile?
I would rather not talk about that. Well, to be fair, when you're clearing the boundary, that 129 runs includes 6 sixes, so there's not a lot of fielding happening when the ball's traveling.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good point.
Hey,
No need for 9 fielders if you can just clear the boundary.
let's not start talking about my batting because I'll go on and on about it for the next 1 hour, which nobody wants. It's the end of the over. 1 down, clearly no runs of that over, so it's still 4 runs of 4 overs. Tanay Arora 2 overs, none for 3, and Edwards 2 overs, 1 for 1. As Arora comes running in again. It's a length ball. Hamza gets a bit of an edge, but his hands are soft enough that it just goes straight down and rolls harmlessly away to gully.
You'd feel pretty good, wouldn't you, if you were in a grand final in your home ground and you run in and you open the bowling on a blustery, overcast day and you're 2 overs, 1 for 1. I think you'd feel you'd done a pretty good job for yourself. Both sides though still feel. I mean, yes, we're 1 down inside 4, but I don't think there'll be any shaken heads in that camp.
That's slightly fuller from Aurora on the pads. Hamza just gets his bat down and bunts it away to square leg. It is interesting in a city of such variable weather every year. This feels like it's been the exact same weather for every grand final for the last few years. On this ground, the weather at Brenn's never seems to change at this time of the year. It's always cloudy, it's always windy, it's always overcast. Fair few jackets around. I suspect we might start seeing some of the Kathmandus and North Faces. That's a little bit fuller.
We're extremely impartial here on the mic today for today's grand final, but I just want to put it out there and let it be known for the record that when I came past Como Oval this morning, it was sunny and gorgeous.
Yes.
Oh, and the bar was open with beer.
Yeah, I think the implication here being that Como somehow attracts better weather, which somehow I doubt that hypothesis. But
I think it attracts better cricket.
Yes, Aurora to Hamza, that's full again. Aurora has been a touch fuller than Edwards, which I think is good with the new ball, getting that ball to swing. He's making the batsman play a little bit more, which is all ironic because Edwards is the one with the wicket. But the 1 wicket that Edwards did get as well, he was off a slightly fuller ball compared to the balls he'd bowled before. So something to be said for that length. Here's Aurora. That is full again, and Hamza is solidly behind that.
He's
Takes it.
honing in here, and he's finding his mark, isn't he? Every ball that passes is getting a little bit fuller, a little bit straighter potentially. It looks like now Hamza's really being tested. You haven't even watched this clearly. You're having to get this up the middle of the bat, and any slight error now, and you think, as a bowler, you're in this game.
Yeah. Good so far from Hamza, but the moment we said this the last time, Lockie just spooned a catch straight back to the bowler. So watching Tanay Arora run in, that's a little bit fuller, and Hamza's fully forward again and solid. It's always, it must be tough for a batsman. I've never been in the position obviously, but to be batting lower down the order for large chunks of the season, and then in the grand final, hey, guess what, you're opening the batting. It's got to be a big change. For Hamza, he's opened a lot before, so it's not like he's new to the role, but it's a bit of a mindset change, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. But I mean, also that must just be the way that the team plays, and then everyone will know under Ryan's leadership that sort of bowling or batting, the orders can come and go and chop and change. You know, we saw, like say last week, Hamza came in at 7 or 8 in the semi-final, I think, wasn't it? And now he's up to open the batting in the final. And you just think that's no, I wouldn't say that's playing mind games with his own team. That's just the confidence that he shows in that anybody, when called upon, can step up and do the job. And you've got a team that's flexible enough for the right conditions to be able to just say, right, well, we're going to adapt to what we see on the day, and there's no need to worry about being caught off by anything.
Cannon pushed that length ball way down to square leg for no run. This one's a little bit fuller. That's a good ball from Edwards. I think he found the spot there. That shape in kind of made Cannon play, but it didn't come in as much as he expected, and it beats the outside edge.
That looked like a damn good seed, didn't it? Blimey. Yeah, well played to get out of the way of that one, Kenno.
Yeah, those are the ones, if you're supporting the batting team, you just say well left and move on. And if you're supporting the bowling team, you're like, yeah, that's the spot, just keep going. Oh, he's found the spot again. That's a beauty from Edwards. Completely squared Cannon up. Oh,
Kenno's been left there completely and utterly face on to the bowler after he's played that. I mean, that's no blight on Kenno. That must have been, I reckon the last one's probably come in a little bit off sort of an off stump length from that angle, which would have taken it away, sort of brought it in a little bit. And I can't tell from here, but that one looked like, given how Kenno finished, he must have squared him up and gone the other way.
I think Edwards is getting some shape in, and then the ball's kind of holding its line, so it's making it hard. That one's a little too straight, but it's still testing the batsman. Cannon pushes it to square leg for no run, but Edwards has definitely found his radar. I think the first over he's a little too wide to Hamza. Hamza was just watching the ball sail past the bat, well outside off stump, but Edwards is now starting to threaten the stump, and that's making Cannon play a little bit more, and we're seeing a few more plays and misses. So good cricket from Edwards. That's fuller from Edwards, searching for that swings, trying to make Cannon play, and he does make Cannon play towards mid-on, but Cannon's equal to the task, and there's no run. We've got a few in the peanut gallery so far, myself and Ben. Obviously we've got Riley, we've got Stroney. We're expecting a few more as the day progresses.
There'll be more coming down, yeah. As the day
Oh,
goes
that's
on.
a lovely delivery from Edwards. That was a bit more back of a length, and again Karen putting his bat there, but it sails past the outside edge harmlessly, but that was a very good over by Edwards.
These are the sorts of overs as you watch international cricket and you listen to their commentary and you think they're all standing there saying those are the moments where, as you're a batsman, you just go, well, I've been beaten there, I think, for those deliveries, but I'm still here. I'm not out. So I've seen them, I'm done, forget about it, walk to square leg, do your ritual, come back, face the next ball.
Yep. Here's Aurora.
Feeling for it a little bit outside off stump there, Hamza. I think he's been induced into that error by having to play the defensive strokes in the previous over, which were full on the stumps, and he played them very well. And then I think potentially there might be an airing of premeditation there into his head. Is it going to be there again? He's gone for the forward defensive. It's a bit wider, and he's pushed it with his hands.
Yeah. I think as a bowler, one of the things that you're trying to do is just bowl as many good balls as you can. I think after 9 years of park cricket, it's uppish from Hamza. Ooh, it's that little bit of a tennis ball bounce. You've got to be careful on the drive on this ground. There is always that little bit of extra bounce than you would expect. Now a change in the field here. Nathan in conversation with the bowler. So they're going with a 7-2 field now. So they brought in fine leg's moving into square leg. And what they've done is brought in cover so that they can have a straightish extra cover fielder inside, almost like it is a short cover actually. So they've got a short cover, a cover point as well. So just for that ball that bobs up a little bit. That's full again. Hamza gets down, but he hits it straight into the ground this time. No risk at all.
I don't know if that's our angle, but look like that almost tailed in towards him there a little bit potentially. So if that is the case, then you've got, as a right-hander, you've got it coming into you from one end, from the right-arm bowler, but coming into you from the left-arm bowler is a very different angle of hooping swing in.
Yeah, Parkville have been good so far. That's a length ball on the stumps, and Hamza is equal to the task as he pushes it away. The umpire signals 2 balls to go into over. We've got 2 slips, a gully point, cover point, like a squarish cover, and then they've got like a short cover in a catching position, and then they've got a mid-off, mid-on, and square leg. So just as 2 fielders on the leg side. Top of off is where Tanai will be aiming as he runs into bowl. That's really full. It's that Yorker length delivery that nearly. No, it's that Yorker length ball he tested Hamza with. The first ball Hamza faced him, and Hamza just managed to dig that one out. But this one he seemed a little more comfortable than that first one.
Yeah, 2 times of asking, and on both occasions Hamza's been up to the task. So I mean, I'm all for this as a bowler. I know we're again, sorry, impartial with the backside. But if you're that kind of bowler, there's no harm in throwing in the Yorker every now and again. That's going to get you wickets.
Oh, that's popped up. That's the kind of ball you expect on Brent's. Just back of a length, it bounces a little bit higher than you expect. Hamza gets a nick. He didn't have control of that one, but lucky for him, it was wide of gully, and there's no harm done. Brent's in general is a bit of a low-scoring ground, at least when it comes to finals.
I have a question to ask. Do you think that this gentleman right here looks like he's about to go to a farmer's market for a couple of dozen cattle?
We are talking about Josh Farrell, who's the 12th man today, with his... I can't decide if it is magnificent or if it's truly tragic, that moustache on his face.
I actually quite embarrassingly like it. But I'm ashamed to say that. So that sort of tells you what you want to know.
Fashion icon.
That's Kenan blocking the ball towards point. From Edwards, that was quite a bit fuller than the balls that had Kenan in trouble last over. But what you want, what I've noticed as you go up the grades with the bowlers, the main difference in the bowling is the number of bad balls that you get from the bowlers, and we haven't seen too many today. As that's down the leg side, there was a little bit of sound as it went by, but not too much excitement, so might have just clipped a pad or something like that on the way.
Yeah, it looks like it might have been front thigh pad close to hip or something. Yeah, you're right. You're always going to get extras. You know, your bowler's going to bowl the occasional no ball, potentially even. I mean, you're more likely to get the leg side wides, aren't you? Which is what's going to happen a lot. But in terms of that 4 ball, that ball that at the lower grades you're going to think once per over. If I'm determined enough and disciplined enough to get asked, here he comes in.
That's full on the pads. Kenan chips it over the infield. Hamza at least thought of a second, but Kenan was pretty determined to just get off strike. So he's off the mark, Kenan, which is always a good feeling, particularly in a grand final.
Yeah, he's off that globe. Nice. When you get one under your belt, you feel a bit better. And also, it's nice to see that even though Keno's been challenged with those sort of length balls that are popping a little bit, bouncing a little bit, maybe even swinging, beating him on the outside edge, quite tough to play. He's endured that, and then he's been given a nice full ball on his pads, and he's just gone for a little clip. Shows that confidence is there.
That's a good length from Edwards, but Hamza's able to leave that quite easily. There was a signal from the Parkville mid-off fielder to the 12th man, and the 12th man had no idea what he was talking about. So he's now walking around trying to figure out what exactly he's meant to be.
I think he wants him on the field.
It's a bit early to have a substitute fielder on for someone. Is someone hurt?
I don't know.
Interesting.
Well, he just put his jumper on. He's just and they've been gesturing for him to come on the field, so maybe they're making a change.
That's a full toss from Hamza, and he puts it in the gap between short cover and cover. It's running away, and it's that's a great effort. That's a great effort from Nathan Green to try and pull that one back, but he just rolled over the ground. That is a fantastic shot by Hamza. We were just talking about the lack of boundary balls, and there it was full toss, but you still have to put it away, and that was a beautiful shot.
Correct. The commentators cursed twice. You mentioned about Lockie, and then unfortunately Lockie was dismissed, and then we were saying that you don't get many that you can punish sitting on waiting for these bowlers to bowl you one like that, but then a full toss comes out and superbly hit through the covers from Hamza there. You've seen that so very often on a full toss, especially get hit straight to a fielder, and you're like, shot for none. But that was lovely, and disproved me from early on as well. Ran on the ground all the way for 4.
That's shorter of a length. He's adjusted his length well, but Hamza right back. Hamza's footwork against Edwards has been quite decisive so far. He's moved front or back pretty well, which has been good to see. One for 9 after 6 overs, I believe.
6? Oh, well, plans to put this down as 7 last over.
Oh, so I'm sorry, it's 8 overs. Yeah. Losing track of time. So slow Saturday start, but it's always the way it brings. It's not a ground like Como Park where you'd get 200 plus scores regularly. It's more, you're looking at scores in the 120s, 130s usually. So if South Yarra can get up to 150, I think that's a score they'd be happy with.
Is that true? Is that typical for this ground? Or you're saying 130?
Yeah, it is generally a low scoring ground. Now this is the first grand final with these Duke balls that we've been bit of a misfield there at mid wicket as Kennan steals a single. We have been playing with a new Duke ball in the association this year, which has, let's politely say, had mixed reviews this season. But
It's crap. to put it politely, I mean,
yeah.
And as someone who copped a lot of stick for coming over here from England, where obviously famously the Duke's ball is what we play with over there. Yeah, I got a lot of this thing's crap while we with Kookaburra. But just so everyone knows, this is not what we play with in England. We also play with a proper ball. These are terrible.
Yes, another Yorker there from Danayara. Well, it looks like his go-to ball to kind of just change things up and get the batsman thinking a little bit. Yeah, so we've been playing with the Duke's ball this season, and the reason I bring that up is when we talk about 120, 130, 140 scores at Brent's, that's usually with the Kookaburra. Now with this ball, I have no idea how that's changed things this year. Generally, it seems to have led to some. Oh, that's a great catch! He found the length. Hamza prodded at it. Little bit of away movement and a great diving catch by the keeper to his right, and South Yarra have lost their second. Very good catch there. As Hamza has to walk off. That's just a great ball. I don't think you can say much. Perhaps Hamza could have been on the back foot to that one, but that would be a harsh thing to say.
From our vantage point here, it looked like he'd gone forward to play a defensive shot. I can't really tell whether or not we're not out there. We don't know whether that should have been back foot or front foot. We're not. It's not for us to say. But whatever it is, you can't say he's done much wrong there. And it's jumped on him, took the top of the bat, or maybe even the glove. Was it maybe? And a superb diving catch, I have to say, from the keeper. It might have been going slightly left of first slip, but the decisive actions, you don't want to stand there and leave that, look at your buddy and then go, shit mate, it's gone between the both of us. So the fact that the keeper's got the confidence to go, yep, that's mine, I'm taking it, nice little roll, yeah, that's a good looking wicket.
Yep, unfortunate for Hamza, who, as we spoke about earlier, promoted up the order to open the batting today. He would have wanted to get a few more runs. He did. You could say that he has kind of blunted the new ball a little bit, but you would have wanted him to cash in and score a few more runs now. As we saw from that lovely drive he played off the full toss for 4. But in at number 4 walks South Yarra's most important batsman, you'd have to say. Julian, although his form has tailed off as the season's gone on, he's still scored over 800 runs this season so far. Leading run scorer in the MCA, with the second leading run scorer in the MCA at the other end. So clearly a key partnership as Aurora runs in. It's full and Julian's equal to the task and pushes that to short cover. Important partnership here, Ben.
Yeah, cricket cliches flowing out of our mouths here, like runs are not flowing off of our bats. This is the big wicket, isn't it? One of these two big fish here. I mean, both of them really obviously are key in terms of the long game, but right now all that Parkville has to be thinking about is the longer these two are at the crease, the worse it's going to be for them at the end. So they need to get one of these two, preferably early, and this is where you want your two bowlers with the new ball to be really sticking it in and thinking.
Play and miss from Julian outside off stump. Excitement from the fielders, who no doubt are aware of Julian's reputation this season and are keen to see the back of him as early as possible. It also helps they've held back Andrew Green and Nathan Green as well, two of their bowlers who've delivered on so many occasions for Parkville. And
I wonder if they're going to bring them on. I don't know what the tactics are, but you're right. If they're so relied upon and prolific as you say, obviously I don't know who they are. Then it'd be interesting to see if they bring them on now, save them for the key partnership.
That's pushed away to cover for no run by Julian, and that's the end of the 9th over. 2 for 9. So South Yarra's run rate not exactly zooming at 1 run and over, but
not exactly zooming, rather pedestrian.
yes, but having watched a few grand finals now at Brent's Oval, this is not uncommon. Parkville are a champion side. They're a good bowling lineup, and these conditions are usually good for bowling, and that's why they decided to bowl first today. If you missed that, Parkville won the toss and inserted South Yarra in, and with South Yarra 2 for 9 after 9 overs, you'd say they made the right decision. Here's Edwards. That's a full ball. I'm a little confused as to how that ball ended up in mid-wicket, because he was shaping up for the big booming drive on that one.
Didn't go where he was expecting it, obviously, but smart work from the bowler and his follow through to get the foot in the way and stop that from running away for what would have been a couple. Oh, here we go. The paparazzi have turned up.
Yeah, Stroney has turned up with his camera, which was very famously banned for a long time, particularly in C grade. It somehow made an appearance, and South Yarra are 2 for 9 after 9 overs, which I'm not saying are related, but it's not a good sign for Stroney's camera's return.
It's fantastic. I love to see him wandering around It need to keep walking, I think, Strawny. Laps for runs.
The bullshit around the camera is bullshit. Just letting you know.
Yeah, I've been there for some of those dismissals at 48, Stroney. I don't think it's
bullshit, Strawny, that much to my own surprise, as anyone else's, they want to be back for a second week after the semi-finals drivel.
The reason why we lost last week is so I could film this week.
You heard it here first, folks. The captain of the B grade there, sabotaging his own side so he can get fame and glory with his camera. What I say. Should have brought more beers.
oh, this has gone off the rails.
Yeah, correct.
Here's Edwards. 28. That's a full ball. Kennan drives, but not with any real conviction on that one. It just rolls harmlessly to mid-off all along the ground, which is what you want to see. Kennan's starting to get bat on ball a little bit more now. There was a period passage where he was playing and missing a lot versus Edwards, but Edwards has been a touch fuller since then, and that's made Kennan make contact with the bat. So good contest at the moment. Another full ball as Kennan gets well forward and is he kind of it was straightish and the ball still popped out towards short cover, so probably getting the outside of the bat a little bit there. It is tricky conditions here to bat always, but if South Yarra can weather this, they should be able to cash in later. That's a little bit shorter from Edwards. Kennan's right back, eyes over the ball, blocks it, and the ball runs away to short cover for no runs, and that's the end of the over. 10 overs, another maiden. And South Yarra's run rate sinks below 1 run and over, which is not what they'd want.
Fantasy, but it feels like it's a better game than 2 for 9 off 10, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's always this way at Brent's where you start slow. We're probably a little bit too slow, some would argue, who would probably like to be at the 2 runs and over mark, but it is our traditional cricket here at the best of times.
Well, there's always whispers in the week, isn't there, of a 30 for none, 40 for none start after 10 overs, and I think that every time that is spoken of, it is merely fake belief.
Here's Aurora to Julian. That's a good ball. It did look like Julian pulled his bat out of the way on that one. Bit of a flourish on that leave as it goes harmlessly to the keeper. That was left on length more than line, I think, as it was fairly short of a length. 2 slips, gully, that's been consistent throughout. To the left-hander, Lockie, Aurora slips were slightly wider, but they're now more in a regulation position. That's full, and Julian drives, and it's 2 short cover who misfields, but bit offs there to back him up. Yeah, we've got still a 7-2 field in this, but they've pushed the square leg back to the boundary, interestingly. Not sure if they're aiming to use a short ball. We haven't seen Tanai really bowl the short ball till now, so I wonder if it's just more of a run-saving position there to block off the boundary if he strays onto the pads. That's full, and Julian solid on that one. That was probably his most convincing shot so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was I think it looked almost like the same ball that dismissed Hamza. Difference being that I think the bounce must have done for Hamza, and Hamza looks like he's playing those forward defensive shots, whether it be for a lower centre of gravity, just being a shorter bloke, a little bit further down in his stance, a little bit further, maybe didn't get as big a stride going forwards. Julian obviously stands up nice and straight in his stance and doesn't bend his knees too much, lovely and authoritative, and it means that he's on top of the bounce when he plays that shot and is more convincing.
Yeah, that one was a little bit shorter, and Julian washed it safely onto his bat and pushed it away to cover. The short cover has actually taken a couple of steps back as well, so for Hamza and Kenan, he was in the last couple of overs, he was a touch closer than he is now. So it's interesting. It might be a bit of respect being shown to the batsman here from fielder. He goes for the shot, and it's dropped at gully. That is a big drop catch. That is dropped. Julian, it was full. Julian went for the full-blooded drive, got an edge. They always say if you're going for it, go hard. He did go hard. It was high on the fielder, but he got 2 hands to it, and it just kind of popped, and he just couldn't grab it on the second attempt. Oh.
It did look like, I mean, he's not a short bloke in there at the gully. It was quite high, yeah, but he didn't have to jump too high for it. It was just off the ground, and his arms weren't quite at full stretch when he made good contact into the palms, 2 hands of that, and it dropped out in front of him. And he even had a chance on the second go and couldn't quite get it.
That is full, and it's on the pads, and it runs away to that deep square leg fielder for 1, and the bowler is down, and he looks in trouble. Oh, he's in trouble. He's clutching what looks like his hamstring area. He is limping.
Balls, Julian nicking one and getting dropped, followed by the bowler potentially being forced off. This is a big period in the game here. If he can't continue bowling, a new bowler comes on, batsmen get a chance to have a look at something different. Potentially this might put a spanner in the works for the plans of Parkville.
Yeah, you never want to see a player get hurt. He's walking away a little bit. He is limping, definitely.
The sub is on the field and standing in the middle. So they currently have 12 players on the pitch.
Was that the end of the over as well, by the way?
It looks like it. Is he walking off here? Is he hobbling to...
Apologies as I checked the scoreboard a little bit. It's 2 for 11, and that was the end of the over. So it was the end of the over, and the bowler is coming off. So Aurora's finished his spell, and he's it is 2 for 11 off 11. Aurora's finished his spell, and I hope he's not done for the day. It's always unfortunate to see an injury. You don't want this to be the end of his grand final. I'm hopeful that some rest, some fluids will help him Oh, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign the way he's limping off the field. So it's unfortunate. Probably was nearing the end of his first spell anyway. So it
That's
might
a long
not.
way to limp for a man with a bag leg.
Yeah. It is his knee area that he is massaging. So I wonder if he just kind of twisted it.
He's massaging, giving commentary on the man administering treatment for his injury.
Yeah, we're not a professional league. There's no physios and masseurs.
He's not got the sub on while he's gone for the physio bench.
It's not a good sign that he's sitting with his leg raised on another chair. I will say. I hope for the sake of the final, you never want to see a player go down injured. So hopefully he's.
Do you though? Like,
No,
are
never.
you being impartial for the camera here or for the microphone? I should.
No, you don't want to,
Or are you secretly thinking that is a step in South Yarra's favour?
No,
I'm just asking the big questions here. Just asking the big questions.
look whether it is. That's another drop catch. Oh, that was an easy one. That carried, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
That was an easy one. Oh,
It was low, but I mean,
you could argue the first one was going faster and higher. That one just kind of looped to the mid-wicket fielder, and
That's not a tough catch for a fielder that potentially is carrying a little less around the mid-drift.
you can't. I don't think you want to be dropping the best batsman twice in a game.
We did mention that he was slightly out of nick, unfortunately, in the last few games, but potentially this is exactly what you need to get yourself back into nick, isn't it? You give a couple of chances, and then you get a couple of lives, and who knows? This could be what Julian needs just to force himself into a few more runs.
That's a link ball outside off stump, and Julian gets the outside part of the bat, but it goes straight down and goes on the bounce to the fielder in the gully. But yeah, we've seen he's a little bit uppish as the injured bowler is running in front of us, which I take to be a good sign. But he doesn't look like he's moving 100%, but he's moving, which I think is important at this stage.
He's moving. He's alive. He's not lying on the ground motionless.
Yeah. Yeah, Julian, I noticed on the nets as well in Thursday, he was playing a few of these shots up more uppish than he would. He's usually a batsman. You can watch him, meet the ball meets the bat right below his eye line, but it felt like he was a bit early several times in the nets, and we've seen that again today a couple of
He
times.
looked class on Thursday, but as discussed by the team, a slightly damp, slick Astro make it very nice for the confidence to bat on.
Yep. But I think there was a touch where there were a few shots where he was a bit uppish because he was meeting the ball a little bit early, and we've seen it twice today. One catch dropped at gully, one at mid-wicket. Here's Edwards. That is Fuller. Julian straight over it, driving it. That was well played. It was helpful that it was a half volley, but it was still well played. We've got a few more additions to the peanut gallery now. We've seen Richard Tewson here. We've got Winod. We've got Shiv. We've got Pramod. So the crowd building up. As always, South Yarra starting to outnumber Parkville on their own home ground, as that's well wide of off stump, and Julian just watches it sail past quite comfortably. Not to say that we don't have anyone from Parkville. There are a few here, definitely about 3-4 that I can count, but good signs early on for South Yarra in terms of the crowd attendance, at least, if not on the field. That is the end of the over, and as we've talked about, we have the bowler from the opposite end, Tanay Arora, off with an injury. So there's going to be I don't know if it is forced or if they would have made the change anyway, but here's Andrew Green, who's going to come in first change.
Is this the green that got 5 in the semi? Is this the one?
That is correct. It is 2 for 11 after 12 overs. South Yarra crawling at the moment. It's always slow going at Brents, but at less than 1 run and over, you'd feel that Parkville are right on top here. can see Nathan Green warming up as well, so we might get the Green brothers from either end shortly. Here's Andrew, and that's definitely a lot quicker than Aurora was with the new ball, but that was wide of off stump and safely left alone by Cannon.
No, it's a little, I hate to use Nasser Hussein's word, but frenetic there, I think. The bowling action running in, a little wild. Yeah, it came down a little bit quicker. This could be a little bit of a handful if he starts to pitch it in the right area.
For the longest time, he was the quickest bowler in the NCA. He's slowed down a bit with age, but he's still pretty nippy. Here's Andrew. That's full. Cannon drives, but it goes straight to short cover for no run.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a sling on him.
Yes, he's definitely
Not
quick.
as much as our own JD, but
And just as I look to my left, we see probably the most famous Yarra rock up. We haven't seen him a lot around this season, Gideon Haig.
is that Gideon Haig?
He hasn't played a lot of cricket this year.
I've heard the name come around so much.
It's good to have Gideon here. He's missed most of the cricket season, which is unlike him.
And up for the final. What does he do again? He's a journalist, is he? High-profile journalist.
Do I really need to introduce Gideon Haig to you on a broadcast of South Yarra Cricket Club?
Oh, well, I mean, I've heard his name thrown around. I've never met him. Well, not yet, anyway.
That's down the leg side, and Cannon flicks it through mid-wicket. It's not going to run away for 4, but it'll definitely be 2 runs there. And an easy couple of runs for Cannon, and it's good to see the scoreboard moving. It'll push the scoring rate just slightly above 1 run an over, which
I might get a nosebleed.
it's been a close contest between the number of overs and the number of runs, and the runs marginally ahead at this point.
Doesn't make for a good final.
It's a good ball from Andrew, a length ball just on off stump, nipping away, but that was well left by Cannon as well. Good bowling. Two for 30 in the score. Andrew
Been
Green.
on the phone here. One can only assume to match fixers who are looking for no balls.
That's a good ball by Andrew. That's a good ball. Getting him playing, squaring him up. We've seen Cannon play a few of those to Edwards early on, and now to Green. So there's clearly still some movement, still some nip around. This Duke ball does stay hard for a long time. So while it doesn't do anything off the seam, it does tend to swing around a little bit.
Yeah, it's again surprising going back to what we were saying earlier about the Duke ball we use just even at domestic level in England does nip and does swing. It does more than this. I think obviously they've got different grades, and in terms of the price range, they wanted to price Kookaburra out of the market, didn't they? So they just went for the bog standard. Here, take our lowest, poorest standard ball, and we'll charge you fucking nothing for it.
Got a change in the bowling. I am looking at the bowler that doesn't look to be Nathan. So I'm just trying to work out who the bowler is, which we should be able to tell shortly from the scorecard. But a change in the bowling nonetheless. Are we down to 1 slip? Yes, we are.
Yeah,
so
what are the
1 slip, 1 gully, point cover, short cover, mid off, mid on square leg, and a long leg. No, that definitely is Nathan Green. I don't know why I thought otherwise. Can always tell from the action.
Can you? Is it distinctive?
Yeah, it is. Nathan running in, first ball on the mark. Bowled only 3 overs in the semi-final for 18 runs, but they bowled out Royal Park Reds for 120, 130, so it probably wasn't required. That's a good ball.
This is nice to watch. This is going to be a good contest, isn't it? These two batsmen at the crease versus these two bowlers. Maybe they were holding them back. Maybe we were right early on. They do look pretty good. On the money straight away, pretty much. Had a couple of loose ones, but nothing horrendous. They look pretty good mustard. If they hit their areas here, there's going to be a real test for these two batsmen.
Yeah, 2 stalwarts of Parkville district cricket from either end. Here's Nathan to Julian. That's back of a length, and Julian's on top of it. We've seen Julian give a couple of chances early. If you're just joining us, he was dropped at gully and dropped at mid wicket. Not what Parkville would have wanted when you get two chances of the best batsman in the South Yarra side.
He has to go on now and make them pay. Simple as that.
Here's Nathan running in. That's a little bit fuller. That's probably the length he's going to be looking to hit more regularly. And Julian pushes that away to short cover.
If he does hit that length and that line more regularly, that was one of the shots. I wasn't too convinced by that from Julian. I don't know about you. I mean, it looked like he had loads of time, obviously, as such good players normally do, but he looked like he slightly feathered at that, pushed it a little bit. Potentially not a lot of conviction in that shot, and if that does a little bit, it's a bit of surprise bounce, a bit of surprise movement, maybe that catches an edge, maybe that pops up onto a glove. You'd be interested as a bowler if you see him playing that kind of shot.
Leg ball left alone there by Julian. If you're just joining us, bit of a recap. South Yarra 2 for 13. This is the 14th over. Lockie Scott, Cotton bowled Edwards. Bit of a soft dismissal, you're allowed to say, but a bit of the pitch playing a role. And Hamza. Oh, that's edged by Julian through the slip cordon. It's running away. I don't think that's going to make it all the way down to the boundary on the slow outfield, but Julian will get 2 lucky runs. Not the most convincing way to score runs, but it's still 2 runs on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it looks like it must be. Sorry? No, well, that's what we were just been saying. When he scored this many runs this season, despite his form, you've got to be thinking if he's dropped twice, maybe that's what he needs to get back in again. Who knows? Maybe this is what he needs, and he'll get a 50. But remember that if he does get a 50, I'm pretty sure on Thursday night JD did make the promise that if he scores a 50, he'll be buying a slab. Oh no, I feel like that was thrown in there somewhere. I think so.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Lockie Scott, Cotton bowled Edwards, bit of a soft dismissal, and then Hamza was caught in gully of a really good ball. Here's Andrew to Karen, gets the outside of the bat, but he was just opening the face, trying to guide it between gully and point, but it goes straight to point instead to the 12th man, who's on for the opening bowler, Tanay Arora, who's still massaging his calf on the sidelines. Outside of his left knee.
Oh, that's our man Jeff Shreves on the touchline. Thank you, Jeff.
We love a good medical update on this.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, it's always painful. When did he just twist his knee on the delivery stride?
While bowling,
Yikes.
there's still a little bit of moisture in the pitch.
Oh, okay.
And he's had a bit of a tumble, and I think he was a little bit concerned about it before the game.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna go back on.
Not straight away.
Right. Are there any rulings surrounding his time spent off the pitch, and then how, if he were to get back on, how that affects his bowling?
Yes, in this grade, it's time off equals time on, basically. So
Right.
he's got to wait for the same amount of time again.
Yeah.
Until he's able to bowl.
I see. Okay, cool.
So in his place, we've got Nishant Shekhar, who's at point.
Mm-hmm.
Nish normally plays in our 2s and 3s, so he's the substitute.
This is superb insight. I feel like maybe we should have planned ahead here, and we should have gone for one commentator from each side.
I was about to volunteer my service.
Well, there we go. I mean, I
Pull up a chair.
want to get myself a drink, so by all means, getting cold.
Here's Andrew. Kennan pushes forward, pushes the ball away to point for no runs.
Oh yeah, my goodness me, this is enthralling. We haven't had a moment of silence.
I don't actually get feedback on what I could be heard on the screen, so just summarizing that he's hurt his outside of his knee on his delivery stride. It looks like there was a bit of moisture and he slipped, but it might have been a bit of a pre-existing issue as well, as he was worried about it before the game. So he's hurt, he's icing his knee, but is hopeful of getting back on, which we all would want. Never want to see a player get hurt, as I've said before. So hopefully he'll be back on the field, back to normal.
You're a very empathetic fast bowler, Jazzy. I kind of feel like maybe you're potentially too nice to be a seam bowler.
Yes, let's pretend that's why I'm playing in C grade.
Just
Someone was moving as Andrew was running in,
insightful commentary. So someone was moving.
and it looked like Andrew gave that person a spray. I can't be sure. So we're gonna have to go back to his mark. I wonder if he's a bit angrier on this delivery. Bit more heat. Oh, found a good spot. Bit more
A
heat.
collective whooshes round the commentary team today as we all see a play and a miss there, which keeps you involved as ever. The crowd not excited by that. They're all sitting there on their phones, except for Strawny. He's got a beer in his hand. Good lad.
There's some pace bowlers you just don't want to annoy, no matter how small. And Andrew's probably in that camp. But
He's a maths teacher in his day job, so he's a high school maths teacher. So I dare say he carries a fair amount of latent rage around most of the time.
I myself am a high school maths teacher, so I mean that is actually something I can relate to. I'm sure that he this is what he does on his weekends. He takes out the pent-up aggression he's stored up from being verbally abused by 14-year-old boys.
Tanay Arora on his feet now, as that's off the thigh pad of Julian Black, and that's run away down to short fine leg for 1. Tanay is moving around, which I take it is a good sign. He's got his whites on, he's on the boundary, looking ready to join the action. He shouldn't be standing right behind the bowler's arm, which someone's helpfully pointed out to him.
You're a cricketer, you should know this. It's a very obvious rule that cricketers stupidly forget, is don't go behind the bowler when they're bowling.
Oh, that's a very full delivery from Nathan, and Kennan's equal to the task. Blocks it. What are we up to? 17? 16 in the 15th over? 16th over. So,
Well, no prize for guessing what the projected run rate is here.
yeah, keen contest between the runs and the overs.
I'd like to know what the line is on unders overs 45, paying $1.50 for over.
That's a full ball. He's driven straight by Kennan, and he runs through for a quick single. That's better from South Yarra. That's the kind of
Yeah, we've not seen that all morning. I don't think we've seen any runs off a quick single from a shot played to a man in the ring so far all afternoon. So that if we can get string a few more, even just 3 of those and over, we start pushing, and you're thinking that by 20 you're on 30, 35, and then if these two are still in, maybe they're going to start thinking we can change up the gears.
Here's Nathan running in. That's full outside off stump and left alone by Julian.
Oh, Strawny's having another beer. This is fantastic. I'm feeling left behind here. I think I need to go grab myself some alcohol.
Yep, needless to say, as the beers go down, Strawny will not be allowed near this mic. We are all aware painfully of Strawny's history with the mic.
Are we? I feel like since I do not know what we're referring to, he should be allowed to talk.
Consider yourself lucky. That's down the leg side. Ooh, might have been close to that wide line that the MC has been using, but the umpire decides that it's just a dot ball. Strawny bringing out the beer, not for himself. It was for
Zip?
No, it was for Shiv, looks like. And here's Matt Ainsworth. Julian pushes at the full delivery. He was probably looking more towards cover, but got the inside half of the bat, and it goes harmlessly to the bowler.
Doesn't look like he fully can what am I trying to say here? Full conviction with the shot. That's what I'm looking for. He sort of prodded forwards at it, a little bit of a flail of the wrist towards the end, but there was no conviction in that.
Yeah, we just mentioned Matt Ainsworth rocking up. He's the guy who's going to save us from Strawny at presentation night next Friday, which can't tell you enough is very, very, very important that someone does that. We're joined by, sorry, what's your name?
I'm Tom. I'm known as T-Mac around Parkville. Just watching Tane, who's just tried to retake the field there, but he's hobbled a little bit, and I think his teammates have decided that him rejoining the action right now is maybe not the best idea.
Yeah, it's always hard. Oh, that's a beautiful on drive by Kennan, and another quick single as the fielder couldn't get around quickly enough. It is always hard scoring runs on this ground, isn't it?
It is, especially as we're getting a bit later into. It's definitely an autumn day here in Melbourne. There are lots of jumpers and pants on. The grass tends to be fairly long here, so it tends to be a place where you don't get great value for shots. Where boundaries are scored, generally they need to be. Oh, that was a lovely ball from Andrew, just fishing outside the off stump there. They do tend to be lofted boundaries tend to be the way to score quickly here, and obviously with the pitch being a bit uneven in bounce thus far, it's been difficult to get balls away.
Yeah, it has. Julian not particularly convincing on that shot. It was slightly wide of off stump and he just kind of went at it with an angle bat. Not ideal. Here's Andrew again. Length this time. It's left alone by Julian. Similar ball to the last one, but much better in the way his shot was executed. It's always disappointing to see a player go off injured, and it's even worse when you see him try to go back on and struggle. So hopefully we'll see him back in action at some point today, but it so far doesn't look promising.
No, and Tanai's value to the Wombat team is primarily as a bowler. He would be the designated number 11, so it's probably unlikely he would be required to bat. But very understandably, he's tried to get back out there and field and be a part of the team as best he can. But it looks like that knee of his is not letting him do that at the moment.
Yeah, he does have 3 overs to go, but Parkville usually are deep with their bowling options, so they might be able to work around that. Here's Andrew, catches the outside half of the bat of that defensive shot and rolls away harmlessly through to gully. Peanut gallery glowing in size now. Got at least 20, I would say, 15, 20 from the South Yarra side. Not a lot of Parkville supporters.
I was just about to say we've put the call out on Wombat social media that we need to get a few more Wombats out of the borough, and of course the quickest way for us to do that is to mention that the bar is open, or just squirted down past gully there. That'll be Nishant Shakar who fields. So he's the sub-fielder who's on for Tanai Aurora at the moment. So Nish just going and collecting that one for a single. That's the end of the over. So I believe that's 2 for 18 after 17 overs. I'll just update the scoreboard now.
We'll have to check my cricket on that one. 2 for 19 is the score in 17 overs. So still slow going with the runs. This has been the case the last couple of years as well. We seem to have outnumbered the Parkville boys on this ground for the grand final. It hasn't helped us on the field, but it's been a fun atmosphere outside.
And it's a fantastic rivalry between these two clubs. I've been playing at Parkville for a decade now, and I do remember in my first year the final in B grade was held down at Como Park West. Parkville had 2 sides who had played in grand finals and won, and everyone came down and watched the finale of the B grade final there. So there must have been about 100 folks there watching the end of that particular game, and really ever since then, since these 2 sides have been in the MCA together, there have been some really fantastic battles over the years, and just about every player who's going to take to the field today has been a part of, if not 1 or 2, but multiple years worth of very close and very sporting cricketing contests.
That was a very good ball by Nathan. It was outside off stump, but he was stealing back in a little bit. Bit of a tight leaf, and this time Julian plays at it because of that previous ball. So just getting into his rhythm here, Nathan. I've lost track of the number of grand finals now we've had in a row. South Yarra versus Parkville. Is it this the 6th?
I think it's something like 6 out of the last 8. I know that the last grand final to feature neither of these 2 teams was 2014-2015, that's a few years ago now. Ooh, another good length ball from Nathan there. I think he's seaming it slightly into the right-handed batsman off the deck, so I think they're perhaps a bit reticent to play the ball too straight in case it nips back in and catches a pad. So interesting to see the lines and lengths that are being targeted by the Parkville bowlers as Nathan comes back in. He's taken on the captaincy this year. Comes in and bowls. Outside, cut away, but fielded well there by Chris Visser at gully. Viss will be very keen to put in a very good fielding effort from this point on in the game, given that he did drop a catch early on.
Yeah, 2 drop chances. I think that the catch he dropped was probably a little bit harder than the one at mid-wicket, if I'm being honest. the one
I would agree.
But that was good from Julian. I think that's the first full-blooded shot that he's attempted where it's gone where he intended it to go. So even though it went to gully for no runs, it's a grand final. You want the best players to show up. On the South Yarra side, these two are the top run scorers for South Yarra this year, and they're top of the MCA as well, with Julian number 1 and Kenan number 2. And we've got Ryan top of the bowling charts. Any big performers this season in the Parkville ones?
I know that Nathan Green has had at least 400 runs with the bat. He's the leading scorer at the club thus far this year. I think I can see Mohit Sharma at short cover there potentially warming up. So if he's going to get a bowl, that could be quite interesting. Mo doesn't normally bowl a lot in the ones, but he bowls a series of... Oh, Andrew comes in. Defended outside off, out to point there, fielded by Nishant Shakar. Yeah, Mo tends to bowl... he's a little bit of an everything bowler, really. He can bowl seam-up mediums in a death bowling specialist kind of a way, sort of like an AJ Tye. Lots of cutters, lots of slower balls. He can also tweak it a little bit left-arm orthodox as well. So interesting to see that he's warming up and possibly about to get a bowl. Andrew comes in again. Oh, that ball is a bit of a brute. Not a particularly short ball, but that's jumped up quite sharply and hit the batsman on the glove. Now, that's Julian Black there who's just defended that one. Is that right?
Yeah, no, that's Kenan on strike. You always see a few balls like this on this pitch. Every grand final, there's always a couple that takes off like that. So, if Mohit doesn't usually bowl, is that a sign that they're worried about the 3 overs that they have to make up of Tanais?
I would say it's potentially more of a tactical consideration, considering the uneven bounce and the poppiness we've seen from the pitch. I think if Mo is going to get a bowl, especially if he bowls seam up, it could be an acknowledgement that uneven bounce could be a really good avenue of potentially getting wickets here. So balls that are on or just short of a length that might then be popped up to, your mid-off or a cover. Andrew comes in again. And there, quite a bit of venom in that ball, fielded or taken there by the keeper, Cassius Hynam. So Cass is keeping today. He's normally the keeper in the 2s, has played in 1's grand finals before, but has been keeping in the 2s this year and has had a pretty sparkling year, both with the gloves and the bat. He's in today for Wombat Club President Lachlan Laidlaw, who has a wedding, which is quite poorly timed, I must say.
How do you schedule a wedding for a grand final day? Oh, that's just poor.
Well, and Lachlan's not the only one out. Connor Kilpatrick, who is also out, is going to the same wedding. So they both went to college together at Queen's College at Melbourne University. It's how Parkville tends to get quite a few of their young players. But yes, they've got the wedding for the same person in a different place. So they're both out today. Oh, Andrew comes in. That one's just on the hip. I think that caught some thigh pad. Fielded by Rishi Bojwani there at fine leg. And that's the end of the over.
Always disappointing when people put their weddings before cricket. Congratulations, of course. Is it Lachlan's wedding? No.
It's,
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, neither of them are actually the people who are getting married. They are just attending the wedding.
Okay.
But it would obviously be a fairly close friend if they're going to miss a grand final for it.
Yeah. Well, hello to Lachlan and Kilpatrick, if you guys are watching. Secretly on your phone in the middle of the wedding. Parkville doing well. So, who would normally be the 5th bowler if not Mohit?
Oh, a nice on drive there. Down, I think they'll probably just take a single. Fielded there by Chris Edwards. I would say we're probably not too far away from the introduction of spin. It has seemed to be a pitch that has suited pace bowling thus far, so potentially that's why Mo might be warming up, possibly continuing some seam-up bowling. If they were getting someone else to have a bowl with their medium pace, it would probably be Chris Visser, who's at gully at the moment. Tends to bowl... Ooh, that one's off the pad up in the air, fielded by the keeper Cassius Hynam. They scamper a single, I think. Yes, and the umpire signals leg by, so that was all thigh pad on that one. So it could be an indication that more seam is coming. I can see Rishi Bhojwani there at mid-wicket now going through his motions. He's the main spinner for the Wombat side, so I suspect he might be getting a trundle fairly shortly. Nathan comes in again. Oh, nice ball. Just tucked off the pads of Julian Black there to Rishi, just behind square. They take a single. And I think that might be the first time in a little while that Yarras have had 2 runs off the bat in the same over.
Yeah, it has been tough going. I did see mid-wicket warming up a little bit. Does he bowl usually? Is he spinner?
That's Rishi Bhojwani, our off spinner.
Yeah. Okay. Here comes Nathan Green. Bit of that extra bounce as well. Kennan sent back. It's a direct hit, and the umpire says no. Oh, big moment there. We've seen Julian drop twice. We've seen an attempted run out on Kennan with a direct hit being turned down. So Parkville definitely on top, but we've got a few chances that have probably gone away.
Well, and I know from the chat at Wombat training this week, they will be loath to have given Julian Black any chances given the form that he's been in this year. So the fielder there was Chris Thompson, a direct hit. Must have only just made his ground because it was a very confident shout from the Wombat boys. I think that could have been quite a close one. Nathan coming into bowl again. That one is outside, off, and left alone. Crowd continues to trickle in. A few more Wombats have now come down and watched, but I have to say the majority are definitely still in blue and white rather than green and gold.
Yeah, always attract a big crowd for a grand final at South Yarra. Is Nathan? That's full. Kennan goes for the big drive, but doesn't really get the ball well timed on that one. Drinks in 2 is the signal from the umpire. And there's been a call for a helmet, so I'm assuming we're going to see spin shortly. So that's 20 overs, so just 4 over spell for Andrew. Does he like keeping a lot of overs for the later stages usually, or how does he use it?
He is quite a good death bowler, particularly because he's got a very good Yorker. He took a hat-trick in the semi-final last week with 3 Yorkers that all hit the timber. So I think that will be part of the calculation as well. I think also, Rishi Bhojwani is the bowler who'll be coming on, so he'll be rolling right arm over the wicket off spin. I think also the calculation here will be that both batsmen are starting to look a little bit more comfortable, and Rishi can be a bowler who extracts some variable bounce, and if the pitch is offering a bit of variable bounce, then it could be advantageous to bring him on and give him a trundle. So
yeah, bit of a defensive field to start with a deep square leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. So that's 3 fielders on the boundary, I think, as he comes in. It's shot outside the off stump. Julian just opens the face, gets it through backward point. He was thinking of the second, but it'll be just a single. That was a good effort by the fielder to cut it off to 1. There probably should have been a second run somewhere in there. But getting back to the field, the deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Then there's a backward square leg inside the circle, a mid-wicket, and on the offside, a mid-off cover, a point, and a backward point. So 6 inside the circle, 3 on the boundary. Slightly quick to start with this pace. Is he normal? Does he toss the ball up? Does he? Oh, that's tossed up a little bit more, and that's driven by Kennan on the full, but straight to cover for no run.
Yeah, Rishi Bhojwani is normally a bowler who does like to flight it up above the batsman's eye line. He plied his trade in Wombat 3rd grade for many years and actually captained a premiership a few years ago before gradually focusing more on his bowling and eventually getting a spot in the ones. He's definitely bowling flatter today than he normally would. I think perhaps a nod to the fact that these being 2 of the best batsmen in the comp, they will have good enough footwork that if he were to just toss up a nude ball with nothing on it, they would have more than good enough footwork to get down and work him wherever they please. Rishi just ready to bowl again. Cannon on strike, tosses that one up. Oh, that's through everything. So it's beaten the batsman, beaten the stumps, beaten the keeper. Has he gotten anything on that? No, the umpire has signalled byes. So Wombat keeper Cassius Heinen will be quite frustrated at that, because I know he does like to keep a clean sheet, as most keepers do. So end of the over. That's 21 gone now. And the score is 2 for 24 off 21. So it's been, yes, and it is going to be Mohit Sharma coming on from the other end. So the small bearded figure of Mo Sharma from the other end. And based on the fact his run-up that he's measured is not that long, I think this might be left-arm orthodox spin.
Interesting. So 2 for 24 after 21 overs. Definitely not the position in terms of runs that South Yarra would have wanted to be in, but they're still only 2 down. So if history tells us anything, I think if South Yarra can get to around the 150 mark, they'd be really happy, but that looks a bit of really far away at the moment. It's been hard going, but spin from both ends. Left arm spin. That's tossed up. Cannon drives and it's straight to short cover for no run. So both spinners kind of ball starting with a flatter trajectory, but we might see them change it up every now and then. That one's tossed up a little bit more. It's full, squeezed away to gully for no run. That's full on the stumps, Cannon block. So we've got a sweeper on the offside for South Yarra. We've got a long on and a deep mid wicket. So singles on offer, but and appeal for stumping, but Cannon had his foot back. It looks like it did look like he was thinking of coming forward, but it was a flat, quick delivery, and the keeper was quick, but Cannon was back in. Does look like singles are on offer, but not a lot of them being taken at the moment. This one's tossed up. It's a full toss. Cannon hits it through the offside. Point gets a hand on it, enough to stop the ball from going away any further, and it's just a single, bringing Julian Black on strike. The sun's out finally. I don't know how long that's going to last, but it's nice every now and then to get some sunshine as the numbers continue to grow around the ground. Here's Mohit Sharma, and that's good ball on length. Gets the inside half of the bat, so maybe going straight on with the arm, and Julian just pushes it to square leg for no run, and that'll be Drinks. Drinks with the score on, I believe, 2 for 25, if I'm not mistaken. So really slow going with the run scoring. Parkville would say they're on top just based on the number of runs that have been scored, but South Yarra will point to the 8 wickets in hand. So hopefully a good second after this innings.
Especially considering that both Yarra's batsmen have been the recipients of some lives out there, a couple of drop chances and a near run out. So although I think most neutral fans would agree they would rather be in the position of the bowling side than the batting side, definitely plenty of potential for some more runs to flow a little bit later on. Really nice crowd starting to build now, probably about 20 to 25 here from the Yarra's contingent, and I'm seeing a few wombats wandering around with drinks in their hand as well. So if you are in the area, come on down to Bren's Oval in Parkville. There will be parking available on the avenue, which is just to the other side. Parkville's home ground is very close to Melbourne Zoo, but our advice would be not to park there, because if there's one place that's busier than anywhere else in Melbourne on a sunny Saturday, it's going to be the zoo. So the parking for the zoo does tend to be a bit of a bun fight. If you are in the area, come on down, watch some good quality cricket. The bar is open, plenty of quality cricket still yet to be played, and a game that seems nicely poised thus far. I think although the game is a quarter done at the moment, being halfway through the opening batting innings, there's certainly not been any decisive strikes just quite yet. I would say par on Bren's Oval with a good wicket is normally between 140 and 160. Obviously, the pitch today is a little bit more uneven and difficult to score off. The grass in the outfield also looks reasonably long. It's very green at the moment. We've had a little bit of rain here over the last couple of days. So you would have to think that Yarras are behind par, because there are very few teams that would look at themselves scoring 1.1 and over, being happy with that progress. But it's also the sort of ground where it's a lot easier to score boundaries if you're hitting them through the air. And one way to make yourself feel comfortable with hitting balls through the air is to keep wickets in hand until late on, which Yarras have done a pretty good job of doing thus far.
Yeah, they kept the wickets in hand, but you'd have to say they've been a bit lucky as well. A couple of drop chances of Julian, in case you missed it earlier. Kennan nearly run out as well of a direct hit, but the umpire said he'd made his ground. So it's been tricky for South Yarra. Gideon Haig is here signing books.
Carry those around, or has someone else brought their own book for him to sign?
No, I think someone's brought their own book for sure. Yeah, Gideon's not played a lot of cricket this season, which for him is extremely unusual. He's usually putting cricket above everything else, playing cricket above everything else, but he decided to go on tour this year to India. He was also covering the home test, so between all of that, he's probably played the least amount of cricket I've ever seen Gideon play, which is extremely unusual for him.
Just out of interest, which grade is Gideon playing in these days? I know I played against him in my first season in B grade, actually in a grand final. Which grade is he playing in at the moment?
I think we've got 2 C grade teams and 2 D grade teams, so he's usually in one of the 3 teams usually. It just availability this season has been so wild that it's just fluctuated up and down so much, but usually he'd find himself in one of the C grade teams either on a Saturday or a Sunday.
I'm just looking on the ground, and Tanai Aurora is back on the field. Looks like he'll be taking up a position at short backward square leg or short fine leg. So subfielder Nish Shakar has come off. He's going to keep the whites on, I think, which is probably advisable, given that Tanai did look a little ginger early on. So we'll monitor his progress. I'd be fairly doubtful that he'd be feeling good enough to come back and bowl later on. He would have to be bowling pretty close to the death in order to be allowed to bowl again. But obviously we always want to see players fit and healthy out there, so definitely something to keep an eye on.
He is out there, so the only reason he would push himself to get out there is if he wanted to bowl, so I'm expecting that he will have a crack at some point. Whether he will be successful at it, don't know. He has been off the field for about 11 overs, so it is of course based on time, not on overs, but you would expect that he'd be able to have a crack sometime the last 12 to 13 overs potentially. So where is he fielding at? He's at 45 on the offside, so probably the right spot for him to hide away if he's not particularly mobile at this point. Hopefully he's able to get through his last 3 overs at some point today. This is Bojwani again with his off spin. There's a bit of discussion here between the captain and the 2 umpires. I'm not really sure what's going on.
Not sure whether that's about Tanai Aurora's availability when he's able to come back on and bowl, or something else.
The umpire's running off to the scorers, so something's... The umpires want to have a chat with Ryan. Okay, this is interesting. South Yarra captain being called up. Clearly something that the umpires want to communicate to both. We'll try and find out what this hold-up is about and what the umpires are talking to.
It is interesting. I've noticed a lot of MCA umpires this season have had more of a focus on running on the pitch. So as Jazz just goes over and tries to get the inside scoop on what the what that development was, umpires in the MCA this year have been a lot more not more noticeable in their willingness to penalise batsmen for running on the pitch. So we've seen quite a few penalty runs assessed this year if batsmen have not heeded warnings to not run on the pitch as they're making their way back and forth for their runs. So I think there's a wave from the umpire here. The scorers are ready. I think we're just about ready to get back into the second session of the South Yarra innings here at Bren's Oval in the MCA A grade final against the PDCC Wombats. Rishi Bojwani comes in to Cannon and forward defence out into short cover where Mohit Sharma, who's bowling from the other end at the moment, fields. Right, Jazz is back. What's the inside story, Jazz?
Yeah, that was about when Tanai can bowl again. That's all it was. So just, I'm assuming the umpires just gave them a time on the clock to say that he can bowl from X time. That was good fielding. At point, it was a good drive, diving to his right. He stopped that, but he couldn't stop the single from Kennan. They've taken out one of the deep fielders now, interestingly. Julian drives, he drives to the left of mid-off. It's definitely a single, but the fielder gets around and cuts it off. As we know, it's not a particularly quick outfield today. But yeah, talking about the field again, Bojwani had a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, but he's gotten rid of one of those fielders and brought him inside the circle. So it's now 7 in the circle. So a little more confidence, or rather trying to tempt the batsman probably into the big shot, try and produce a mistake.
A slightly more aggressive field from the Wombats. Oh, an attempted stumping there from keeper Cassius Hynam. And just got someone's kicking a football on the field, so we'll just get them to grab that in between balls.
Yeah, Riley just slid there with the footy. Get it off the ground, Riley! That's the second time Kennan's been threatened with the stumping, kind of shuffling down the track and then realizing he wasn't in the right position and getting his bat back both times. As a keeper himself, he's probably well aware of how dangerous the stumping can be. That's a full toss on the pads that Kennan puts to the right of Andrew Green at mid-wicket, gets a single. Andrew did try to dive to his right and stop it, but just got a hand to it. That took the pace off, but it's still 1 run. So singles starting to come a little bit more after drinks from both batsmen. It is still fairly early, so we'll see how that goes over the next few overs. That's another full delivery from Bojwani that Julian just pushes to cover.
Yeah, so the field a little more spread, I think you would say, after drinks thus far. So interesting to see. It looks like both South Yarra batsmen are quite keen to use their feet to try and work the singles a little bit more. Obviously, I think they might feel that they're a little bit behind where they would like to be in terms of run rate. So if they can push some risk-free singles by knocking balls into gaps, I'm sure they wouldn't say no. Mo Sharma coming on for his second over as the fielder in the deep. I think that might be Chris No, that's Andrew Green out there at deep cover. Is just moved a little straighter. He's just having a chat to, I think, Nagendra Balaraj there, one of the Wombat bowlers in the twos. Oh, no, it is. No, it's not Andrew Green. It is. Hang on. It might be Chris Edwards instead. They do have fairly similar body shapes.
Kennan pushes that to square leg for 1 run. The score is now 28, I think, with that single. 29 now, correction. That's a full delivery, catches the outside edge of the bat. Wasn't a particularly convincing shot by Julian. He's been out there a while, so you'd want to see a few more hitting the middle of the bat than they currently are at the moment, but it's tough going at the moment. That's tossed up. Julian goes for the big drive, squeezes it to Fine on the offside and gets 1 run for that. Oh, it's a bye. So
I think that might have been the bat thumping into the ground and the ball just skidding past the right shin of keeper Cassius Hynam there. Mo comes in again. Oh, this one's a little bit flatter, but Cannon definitely able to the task and a quick backward defensive. Typically, the Bren's pitch does tend to skid on and have the odd ground grubber later in the day, but I would say that's too early. Oh, a lofted drive from Cannon there. Nathan Green coming back, pegs that back just inside the boundary, and they'll run a fairly comfortable 2. That one drew a little bit of a reaction from the crowd. Have to say things have been fairly quiet here for the last half an hour, but that one definitely got a few folks interested.
big sign of intent there from Kennan. That was tossed up a little bit and he went for the big drive over the top. Sign of how slow the outfield is. It was only 2 runs. On most other grounds that's probably a 4 over the infield, but you've got to run every single run on this ground given how slow the outfield tends to be. But the first real shot in anger, you could say, from Kennan there that we've seen. We've got to see a few more from South Yarra's perspective. They want to get that scoreboard moving if they want to get into the, somewhere near 150. I think would be what they'd be aiming for at least.
I certainly think so, and I think when these two batsmen came together, the intent was certainly more to defend and keep things stable for a while. Bojwani comes in again, slightly flatter ball outside the off stump, guided into the offside. So the fielded there at point by Arvind Raghunathan. So Arvind has previously played in a couple of ones flags. He's been the skipper of the Parkville Twos this year, but with a couple of late exclusions for the Wombats, a couple of players out due to a wedding. Arvind has answered the call and is made a good stop at point there. Another fairly full and straight ball defended to Mo Sharma at short cover there. So Rishi Bojwani bowling with the wind, which is quite unusual for him. He's normally an into the wind man. A little more round arm with that delivery. Again, defended fairly straight. Nathan Green picks that up at mid-off.
Both spinners have been tight so far, but maybe not threatening the bat as much, although we have seen a couple of attempted stumpings as Julian pushes that too long on for a single. It's also maybe a function of the field being spread out a little bit, the ball's getting a little bit softer, the sun's coming out a little bit, so slightly better batting conditions than it was earlier in the game. But yeah, South Yarra need to go through the gears a little bit soon. This is tossed up a little bit. Kennan hits it to drives it to mid-off, and it's no run. I believe that's Nathan Green at mid-off doing the fielding. That's a little bit of a lower trajectory, a bit round arm from the bowler, but Kennan negotiates that safely. We have been playing with the Duke ball this season. It does not have a lot of fans at our club. Wondering how you guys have gone with the ball.
As a leg spinner, I can say that the spinners at Parkville certainly have not been a fan of the lower seam on the Duke ball. Makes it harder to grip and generate spin. We're partly seeing that today. Neither Mo Sharma, who's bowling now, or Rishi Bojwani, who's coming from the other end, are prodigious turners of the ball. Mo tosses that one up, nicely flighted, but driven down the ground by Julian Black to Chris Thompson at deep mid-on for a single. I think it has a few fans among the batsmen because the Duke ball tends to stay hard for longer, but I don't think the bowlers are particularly enamoured.
No, they aren't. As a bowler who relies on the seam to do a bit of the pitch, I can definitely attest to the fact that it's not my favourite ball. That's swept by Kennan, but he couldn't find. He wanted to get that slightly finer, but that went straight to Bojwani at backward square leg. Probably a little lucky in that it came straight at him. Here's Mohit again. That's a slog sweep from Kennan. It's high in the air in the deep mid-wicket region, but it falls safely a few meters away from that fielder. Big shot from Kennan. He nearly found the right spot as well. He just maybe got a little too under it.
Yeah, I think also, so it's Chris Visser who's the fielder at a deep square leg out there, and he is one of the more able fielders in the ones. He's very good at covering the ground, but maybe had a little bit too much distance to cover there, especially because the wind would have been blowing the ball away from him.
Yeah, he hit that towards cow corner, and the fielder is a little bit squarer than that.
Probably a true deep square he's standing at the moment.
Yeah, it's driven this time from Kennan, but it's straight to cover for no run. So we are starting to see Kennan take a few more chances out of these part. Wonder if the thought is basically for Julian to bat all the way and Kennan to start taking some risks in order to push the scoring rate up, which South Yarra desperately need to do. Looking at who's padded up, we've got Sam Chapman, who's in at number 5 probably today. Can't see who else is padded up. Someone is over there with the pads on, but I can't see who it is just yet. But it's likely Tempo, I would guess. Here's Bojwani again. Sorry, what is Bojwani's first name? Rishi. Here's Rishi. Bowling to Julian. That's tossed up. Julian drives and it's straight to mid-off for no run.
I think it's quite noticeable that both the Wombat spinners have been fairly full and fairly flat with their bowling thus far. So we've really only seen one lofted shot in the last over from either of these two batsmen thus far, even though they're certainly good enough. If they want to hit lofted shots, they could do that. So I think the thought from Parkville might be to try and tie them down with shots along the ground if they can. And Cannon goes back, hits it straight to Arvind Raghunathan at point and fields. No run.
Yeah, we've seen Kennan take Mohit Sharma on a couple of times. We haven't seen him take on Rishi just yet. But he did hit Mohit once over mid-off's head and then went for the big slog sweep in the cow corner region, both of which resulted in 2 runs each. So not quite finding the boundaries he would have liked to. This is outside off stump. Kennan just trying to open the face a little bit and try and find a little gap to steal a single, but wasn't able to do so. We've just had the one boundary today. Hamza driving a full toss through the offside. It has been tough going. That is a full toss that Kennan can't find the gap with. It goes straight to Andrew Green for no run. He'd be starting to get a little bit frustrated, I think, Kennan, because he is playing a few more aggressive shots and then not getting the result that he would want. That's tossed up. Kennan hits it. He hits it hard. I've lost the ball. It is going towards cow corner and it'll be another 2 and they will not push for a 3rd. So good effort in the field there. They probably should have tried and pushed to steal a 3rd, but they elected to just leave it at 2, and that's the end of the 27th over.
Yes, Boise, who's one of the friends of the Wombats, part of the University High School Old Boys Footy Club, has come down and he's helping us with the scoreboard. So 2 for 39 off 27. So it might not sound like a particularly ambitious run rate at the moment, but it is higher than it has been really at any point throughout the day. Both batsmen are starting to look to take their chances a little more, given that we are now 3/5 of the way. Oh no, we're not 3/5 of the way. We would normally be 3/5 of the way through the South Yarra innings. Mo Sharma again floats one up. This one's driven to deep cover there. That's Terry Wong who's fielding out there. So they take a single. So South Yarra definitely taking more 1s and 2s at the moment. I think the partnership now is coming up on 30, which... Oh yes, a return catch. Low to the ankles of Mo Sharma and he grabs it with both hands. A wicket, you would have to say, against the run of play there for the Parkville District Wombats. So there we are. So that will be 3 for 40 now, and the game takes another interesting turn.
Yeah, that was a low full toss. Kennan was down the track and he hit it hard. That was a good low return catch by the bowler. Just as it started to look like Kennan was putting his foot down on the accelerator. Unfortunate timing for South Yarra to lose that wicket. He was starting to look like the aggressor in the partnership, and unfortunately he's come undone with that shot. And walking in at number 5 now is Sam Chapman, president of South Yarra Cricket Club. Top scorer last year for the ones. Been outshone this year by Julian and Kennan, but has nonetheless scored a handful of runs, batting down the order compared to earlier in his career where he was opening the batting. But really bad timing from South Yarra's perspective for that wicket to fall just as Kennan looked like he was starting to cut loose a little bit. Good return catch.
The second return catch of the 3 wickets that have fallen so far today, which is fairly unusual.
Yeah. I think from this position, looking at, they'd need 110 runs of the next 17 overs to get to 150. That's looking further and further away at the moment. But they want to get as close as they can to that mark. Ooh, that's a little short of a length. And Sam just rocks back a little bit upish through the point region, but no harm and no runs either. That's tossed up a little bit, driven by Sam Chapman to the left of short cover. That's a good diving stop by Arvind Raghunathan. Good cricket all round, good ball, good shot, good fielding. Sam Chapman down the track a little bit, trying to push it through the mid-on region to the long on fielder so he can steal a single, but Andrew was quick across the ground to cut that off and keeps Chapman on strike. Forward this time, good delivery and push towards short cover. There's no run there, and that's the end of the 29th over. The score's 3 for 40.
So for Wombat fans or neutrals who might be tuning in, Jazz, what would you say we can expect from Sam Chapman as a batsman?
His batting style has evolved over the years. He started off as a solid opening batsman looking to take the shine off the new ball, and was very famous for getting out in the 30s and 40s every game, just as he'd get going a little bit. But last year, putting himself down the order, in the middle order, he kind of found his groove in scoring quite a few big scores down the order at 4 and 5, and he's generally going to be the person who's looking for the 1s and 2s and rotating the strike. So you'd have to say that in this partnership, as Sam kind of gets his eye in a little bit, we're going to have to start seeing Julian take on the role of the aggressor a little bit. So it'll be interesting the next 5 overs to just see how these two bat together.
Rishi Bhojwani coming in again to Julian Black. Another round arm delivery. Again, not quite able to get either under it or over it there. So defended back down the pitch, fielded by Andrew Green. So Tanai Aurora, who was off early on after injuring his knee while bowling, is now back on the field. He's standing at, I suppose you'd call that a backward point, short backward point. Bhojwani comes in again. Slightly fuller. Oh, that's a full toss. Hit through the onside past Andrew Green at mid-wicket. I think that'll be Chris Visser who fields that one. They run 2. That's probably the first truly loose delivery we've seen Rishi Bhojwani bowl thus far in his spell. He's been very tight so far, but I think that was the first one where he's missed his mark and the batsmen have been able to take advantage.
Big swing from Julian, but I don't think he got as much bat on it as he wanted. That's tossed up outside off stump, driven well, but fielded well as well by Mohit Sharma at cover. Score is 42 in the 30th over. That's full toss. It's a big slog sweep from Julian, but there's a fielder there to protect against that. Oh, South Yarra would have wanted to try and steal a second, but the fielder was quick to get around to that one.
It was Terry Wong out there at Cow Corner who was able to scamper around and grab that one. I think there are plenty of grades of cricket where it's an easy extra run on the arm when you're out in the deep, but Terry is one of the more powerful throwers at Parkville. So, yeah, not surprised they didn't try to take him on. A little flatter there from Rishi Bhojwani, again guided into the leg side. So that's a single, and I think that means that Sam Chapman is now off the mark.
Yes, he is. That's the end of the over. I wouldn't count that as Rishi's best overs. One of Rishi's best overs. He's missed his length a few times. Yeah. Maybe time for a bowling change, you reckon?
I think based on the fact that Rishi is double teapotting on his way back to fine leg there means that he is similarly disappointed with how some of the balls, some of his deliveries came out of his hand there. Be interesting to see whether a bowling change is opted. If they were to look for a third spinner, Arvind Raghunathan, who is standing at cover, has been bowling a bit of leg spin in the twos. He has played for the ones previously, but is exclusively as a batsman and occasionally a keeper. It's only really this year he started bowling. Mo Sharma again. Flat. Defended off the back foot to Arvind, that man at short cover. So, yeah, Arvind's been bowling fairly quickish leg spinners. Generates a little bit of turn, but primarily more bounce. Certainly the Anil Kumble kind of a mould. Or lofted in the air just between the two fielders there at point and short cover. So I think that one would have gone through the vacant extra cover region at a very catchable height. But Sam Chapman able to get away with that, and they take a single.
That was pretty good placement by Chappie there because he found the gap. There's a fielder out there, a sweeper, made sure it was pretty safe. Julian tries to play the left cut. Oh, that's Tanay Aurora, isn't it? He's gone down. Yeah, that's not good. If you guys are just joining in, Tanay Aurora hurt his knee while bowling on a little bit of a slippery surface earlier at the end of his 6-over spell with the new ball, and just as he was moving sideways, it's always the way with the knee, it always is at its most vulnerable when you're moving sideways, and it's not a good sign watching him being helped off the field. Disappointing to see a fielder go down. You never want to see that on any sports field, and it's disappointing to see an injury in a grand final. It was a late cut by Julian to the left of Tanay. It is his left knee from memory that is hurt. So moving sideways in that direction, obviously causing him a bit of an issue, and he is unfortunately limping off. And I feel comfortable in saying that I don't think we'll be seeing him with the ball.
I would be very doubtful if he came back on. I think he was walking around earlier and had got himself back to the point where he was comfortable running in a straight line, but that's another full ball hit by Sam Chapman out to Cow Corner, clipped out there. They come back for two, but yeah, the thing about cricket, unfortunately, is it doesn't always happen in straight lines, especially in the field. So the lateral movement to Tanai's left, I think, is what's done the damage there. So he's off now, and I'd be quite surprised if we were to see him take further part in the game.
Yeah, you always feel bad for a player in that position. Chapman puts a ball away for another single. So the single's starting to come, but one of the things that I noticed on that shot from Sam Chapman is as soon as the ball hit the surface, it just kind of plugged and bounced slowly. So it's a really slow outfield. Run scoring has always been harder on this ground, and you almost have to go aerial to get good shots. That's Julian driving to the sweeper on the offside, and that's a single. And I believe that brings up the South Yarra 50, if I'm not mistaken, in the 31st over. At least a few overs later than they would have liked, but they've gotten there, and they'd be wanting to step on the gas a little bit with 14 overs to go. I'm sorry, 15 overs to go.
Is it 50 overs a side today? We're just double checking whether it's 45 or 50 overs that get played today. Normally, in Mercantile Cricket Association competitions, it's a longer 45. Okay. Rishi Bojwani to continue from the city end. Another round arm delivery. Julian Black lofts this one into the leg side. Terry Wong just picks that up there. That ball also plugged a bit into the outfield, so it's obviously quite soft out there. Crowd continues to swell here. Again, you would have to say that the blue and white Yarra supporters are outnumbering the green and gold Wombats. So if there are any Wombats in the vicinity, please come down, if only to drain the bar like you normally do.
Yeah, it was a big shot by Julian. It was off the middle, and again, on most grounds that's probably going to the boundary, but because the outfield is slow, it didn't quite get there, and the fielder was able to get around. There's now a second fielder on the boundary there, a deep square, a deep mid-wicket. Chapman pushing hard for the first one, so that's a good sign for South Yarra, and I think that's something they'll need to do a little bit more. It's clear that the ball's not going to get to the boundaries as easily as on any other ground, so you're going to have to run the first one hard, looking for that second and maybe even the third on some occasions. This deep square legs come in for Chapman, so clearly they've decided Julian's the one who's going to take on that shot. Chapman opens the face. Arvind at backward point dives to his left and stops it, and there's no run. So yes, deep mid wicket, long on for Chapman, trying to keep him on strike, maybe try and bowl a few dots at him. Chapman goes for the big slog sweep. It's going to the fielder there in the deep, and it is taken. So it is caught. That is the fourth wicket down for 53. Chapman trying to push the scoring, saw the opportunity, but unfortunately he hit it straight to the fielder. And Park will pick up their fourth wicket for 53 in the 31st over. And Chapman, a victim chasing, it's a victim of the slow run rate. You're trying to pick up the run rate, you take a risk, and unfortunately sometimes it doesn't pay off. And in at number 6 is Josh Deniot.
You would almost say that he was a victim of trying to hit that one too well. I think a lot of the other lofted shots that we've seen from Julian Black and the other members of the Yarra batsmen have been landing about 2/3 of the way out to the boundary, and that's generally been enough for them to come back for 2. No one's really tried to hit the ball all the way for 4 or 6 just yet, and I think it was the fact there was a little bit more oomph in that shot that meant it did carry all the way out to Terry Wong there at Cow Corner, who took a fairly routine outfield catch.
Yeah, that came right out the middle of that brand new Lever and Wood bat that Chappie's been carrying around, so brings Josh Deniot out on strike, who is normally quick when it comes to the run scoring. He pushes that to cover, and there's no runs. Fairly long legs, fairly long levers. Josh, I have always hated running between the wickets with him because he covers the pitch in about 3 steps. Oh, it's chipped up in the air. It's chipped up in the air, but it lands short of the cover fielder. It is definitely challenging batting conditions. 53 of 31 overs, 14 overs to go. I think South Yarra will want to get at least to 120. They'd feel anything below that would be too low a score. But run scoring has been like pulling teeth on this ground today. Combination of the outfield, the pitch, it's all going against the batsmen at the moment. But not to take anything away from Parkville, who have been pretty disciplined with their bowling, but we've seen a few full tosses, we've seen a few long cups, just not getting the punishment that they sometimes deserve just because of how slow the outfield is.
Mo Sharma coming back on for, I think this will be his 5th or 6th over now. I think you're right, Jazz. As a spinner, I must say there have been relatively few initially early, but there were a few more later, of what you'd call the MCA wicket ball, the full toss that tends to draw the false shot from the batsman or gets one hit straight down a fielder's throat. They've been reasonably tight so far. But with 13 overs left and Yarra's at 4 for 53, I wouldn't be surprised if they start looking to get a little bit more aggressive here as they take a single. That's about as an aggressive a single as we've seen them take throughout the day. That was more or less straight to Arvin Raghunathan at cover there, but they still were comfortable scampering through. Cass Hynam, the Wombat keeper, taking the throw there, but the umpires deeming both batsmen made their ground safely.
Yeah, from Parkville's point of view, I would not be throwing at Josh's end at all, because he's tall, he covers ground really quickly, and he's generally fast between the wickets. So probably a little choice at the wrong end just there, but it was a safe single anyway. It's a full ball. Josh full-blooded drive through cover. The cover fielder Arvind this time couldn't stop it, and Josh gets a single away down to cover, and he's holding his hand there. Seems to be some sort of issue. I'm not sure what's happened here. Yeah, I think it is something to do with maybe a jarring of the bat. You don't see that very often these days with the quality of bats that you generally get, but clearly felt that one. Julian drives. Mohit tries to stop the ball off his own bowling, and that's overthrows. It's running away down towards the boundary, but there is a fielder to mop up, and South Yarra will steal an extra run. So a couple of issues there, because Mohit stopping the ball actually made the single a lot easier, because he kind of put it into the gap between cover and mid-off, and then tried to recover by having a shy at the stumps. I think it was Arvind who had a shy at the stumps. And unfortunately, no one was ready to back up. So a fortuitous extra run there for South Yarra.
Well, and you would have to say, with runs coming as hard as they are today, that will be particularly painful for Parkville, letting one get away for free when they've generally been very hard to come by.
It is interesting playing the grand final on this ground, because Parkville and South Yarra have such polar opposite home grounds, you'd have to say. Como Park has been a particularly high scoring ground this year. A lot of 200 plus scores, 250 plus scores actually on occasion, whereas Brens is generally in a ground more for attritional cricket. So it's always interesting playing grand finals with Parkville, because there's such a stark contrast in home grounds, and you can clearly see a home advantage on either side when these two teams face each other, which sometimes you don't see with too many other teams when they're facing off each other.
I have to agree that my mind is drawn back to, I think, the first in the long series of A-grade grand finals between these two clubs at Como Park, which would have been the better part of 10 years ago. It was the 2-day era then, but I think South Yarra won with a score of something like 380 to 350, obviously batting for twice as long as these sides are, but a noticeable difference. Batsman defends that one back to Rishi. Now, in the over break, he did call for painkillers to come out at the end of the next over. So I think whatever he did with his hand there is obviously bothering him enough that he wants some medical relief. That one's driven through the onside past a diving Andrew Green. Chris Visser comes back in. Jazz perhaps a little frustrated that they weren't able to push for a second there.
Julian was on his heels a little bit. As the non-striker running towards the danger end of the second run, you'd want to set off a little bit quicker than that. Josh was keen, as he always is. That is a big hit from Julian. He's got that right off the middle, and that's cleared the ropes. Big six from Julian Black. It was in the slot a little bit for that slog sweep, and Julian found the middle finally. And that's the second boundary of the innings for South Yarra. 4 from Hamza early on in the innings, and now Julian's cleared the ropes. It's interesting, last over they did have 2 fielders in the deep, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, but they've decided to leave it to just the one fielder now. Oh, he plays the paddle sweep this time, Julian. It's tossed up a little bit. Julian pushes for the second and will get there quite comfortably. So bit of a shift in momentum just in the last couple of balls. The big 6 over mid-wicket, and then Julian just walking across his stumps a little bit and paddling the ball finer to steal 2 runs there. We've reached 2 runs and over. Big milestone. This one is outside off stump. Oh, Julian's played that late cut a few times this innings. This time it just kind of bounces awkwardly and he gets a bit of an edge, but there's no run. It might have been a drop catch as well.
I think that might have just caught the outside of the flap of keeper Cassius Hynem's glove. Obviously an edged cut off a spinner. About as tough as it gets. That's a loose ball from Rishi Bhojwani. Hip high on leg stump, and you don't bowl there to just about anyone in this league, let alone Julian Black, the leading run scorer. So he's happily taking the toll there. So Yarra's tripling their boundary count for the innings in 1 over there. That's by far and away their best over thus far this innings. So the first double-digit run over that's been scored all day, as the painkillers are now being taken out onto the ground. Be interested to see if Rishi Bhojwani is brought back for another over. He would have bowled 6 or 7 by this point. One of the great things about club cricket grand finals is seeing some of the older players who might not pull the whites on quite as much anymore come down and have a bit of a look. I can see former Wombat Ryan Miller, who was a stalwart of the club for several years, about a decade ago. Lovely off drive there down to deep long on. I think that's what you would consider a fairly classic single off an off spinner. So both batsmen looking to increase the scoring rate now. So the score is 4 for 71 in the 33rd over.
Yeah, with this over from Mohit and Rishi would have bowled 14 overs between them. So that's the 5th bowler's quota done. You'd say 9 plus another 3, 4 to cover up for Tanai's injury, leaving 2 extra. So they've got some flexibility now in the thanks to these overs of spin. Although Rishi is starting to go for some runs on the other end, Mohit's been hit a couple of times. So I feel like we might start seeing the likes of Andrew Green maybe come back, maybe Edwards, maybe Nathan as well shortly.
I'd be quite surprised if we didn't see. I think Chris Edwards might be the first choice to be reintegrated. Catch, low catch to Arvind Raghunathan at cover, takes it just above the grass. So the 5th wicket is down for South Yarra. Slightly fuller ball outside off stump, the classic off drive ball. It was a fairly good shot. And it wasn't that high above the turf, but Arvind was able to get the fingers underneath it. So the 5th wicket is now down, and Julian Black stands alone in the centre. Who will be coming in for the South Yarra side next?
Yep. In next is Braden Younger, nickname of Poss, walking in at number 7. Josh looking for the big booming drive, trying to meter either side of the fielder, and that would have probably been runs. Unfortunately, hit it straight to the fielder. And South Yarra, every time they started to gain a little bit of momentum in the last half an hour, they've just lost a wicket. But now 5, they do bat all the way down, which is helpful. 5 for 72 in the 34th over. South Yarra bat deep, definitely, with Braden Younger with the nickname Poss in at number 7. We've got Tim Pope in next at number 8. Aiden is getting some gear on as well to go in at 9. And then there's, of course, Ashwin and the fearless leader, Ryan Hanna. So a lot of batting still to come. 72 off in the 34th over, another 11 to go after this. 6 runs and over will probably get them close to the 140 mark, which is probably where they'd want to be at the very least. But run scoring has been tough. Is Braden Younger on strike for the first time? Oh, he's bowled! He's bowled him! He's played around a straight ball. And a first ball duck for Braden Younger. And an unfortunate couple of wickets for South Yarra at the wrong time. And 6 down for 72.
Well, Mohit Sharma, who was not bowling in the ones at all for Parkville but a few weeks ago, now finds himself on a hat-trick in an A-grade grand final. There was a hat-trick in the Wombat semi-final last week by Andrew Green, who got 3 wickets bowled in a row against the Royal Park Reds, and all of a sudden there's a chance for a hat-trick in a grand final. So be interesting to see if the field changes much here. Based on where some of the Wombats have gone to resume their positions, it looks as though it will be fairly unchanged for the hat-trick ball for Mohit Sharma. Mo's got quite a lot of shoulder strength, so I wouldn't be surprised if this one is fairly straight and at the pegs and possibly trying to coax out a bowled or an LBW.
Tim Pope is the new batsman for South Yarra at number 8. He was opening the batting last week, so basically traded places with Hamza today with the conditions in mind and trying to see off the new ball, and Tim Pope being allowed to play the role of an aggressor down the order a little bit, but he's walking in facing a hat-trick ball obviously, so pressure on him. Not much of a change to the field really, so not really chasing the hat-trick or trying to put extra pressure on the batsman. Here's Mohit. That's a flat delivery outside the off-stump, a play and a miss, but it will not be a hat-trick. And that's the end of the 34th over. It's 6 for 72. South Yarra, you'd say if they're targeting 150, that means they need to score 78 of the next 11 overs, which would be about 7 runs an over, which seems like a hard ask on this ground.
It does seem like a fairly tall task at this stage of the game, but obviously the old cricketing adage applies that you can't really know about a pitch until both sides have batted on it. So it definitely has seemed like hard going. The Parkville bowlers have generally been putting it in pretty good areas today, and it looks as though, yes, there will be a change of bowling. Chris Edwards is coming back on, so he'll be bowling left arm around. Left arm around is quite an interesting choice to Julian Black. So we saw Rishi Bojwani get taken to task for a few lusty blows in the last over, so perhaps unsurprising that he's having a bit of a spell now. So Chris Edwards, new to the Parkville district side this year, but has fit into the Wombats very well, and he'll be the first to tell you just how well he's been going in terms of the number of wickets he's taken this year. I think he leads the one side in wickets taken thus far this year, and he's put in a few very respectable performances with the bat as well.
Yeah, I believe he's second in the MCA, if I'm not mistaken, behind Ryan Hanna, captain of the South Yarra side. The man on strike is the king, I think, in terms of how this game is going to go. South Yarra will need Julian Black to bat all the way here today. He has been the leading run scorer for South Yarra. It's been tough conditions. It's a full delivery that Julian just bunts away to cover for no run. Edwards has a sweeper on the offside, a deep mid wicket and a long on, so not particularly looking to stop the single. There's a long off as well on the boundary, so it's a short of a length and it's bunted away to gully by Julian Black. So even with the 4 fielders on the boundary, Julian still not finding the gap for a single there.
I think it might be quite a deliberate strategy from the Parkville side to try and offer the single to the set batsman Julian Black and try and get the newcomer on strike where possible. Obviously, Julian is smart enough to know that that would be the tactic. A shorter ball, a back foot drive, a shot you don't often see at Bren's Oval, is pushed out to point where it's fielded there. I think that's Chris Thompson, the opening bat, who gathers that one.
No slip here for Chris Edwards. Is it Chris Edwards? Yeah, no slip for Edwards. He is going from left arm around, so it would be hard to get an edge, especially at this stage of the innings. But 4 fielders in the deep and still no single in 4 balls, so it has been hard going. What I will say is that the field's kind of set for the full length delivery, but Edwards has either been completely up, in which case the ball has gone more towards cover, or he's been back of a length where it's gone towards gully. So he's been bowling well to his field here. From left arm around, he's got 2 overs to go after this. It's full. Julian goes for the drive. He's found the gap to the left of Mohit Sharma, who is a left-hander, of course, so it goes to his natural side. And he's quick to get across, get the ball back to the bowler, but it's still an easy single. And it brings Tim Pope on for this last ball.
So Chris Edwards is continuing now to the new bowler. Last ball of the over, I believe. Very full Yorker and well defended. I think the batsman will be quite happy with himself that he was able to keep that one out. So almost a little bit of shape into the right-hander, which would be quite surprising this late into the innings.
10 overs to go now. Last 10, 6 for 73. It's interesting that Parkville is continuing on with Mohit Sharma. I didn't notice that Nathan didn't bowl his full complement, a full quota even last week, where he bowled just 3 overs. So perhaps going to lean on the spinner and Andrew and Edwards a little bit more.
I think so, and also it's it could just be that they're sticking with the plan that's working. I think given that Mo Sharma has been practicing his spin solely in the nets only for about the past 6 weeks, you would have to say it's worked out better than they could probably have hoped. Julian Black plays a back foot drive out to Terry Wong at deep cover there and takes a single. That was probably a deliberate tactic from the Parkville team to try and get the new man on strike. So they've now got 5 balls at the new batsman.
Yeah, here's Tim Pope on strike. Mohit Sharma bowling. It's short and wide, but left alone by Tim. South Yarra were in trouble in the semi-final as well with a bat. They were 8 down for about 130 odd, which on Como Park is a different proposition to if that was at Brent's. But they did have number 9 and number 10 in Aiden Kenworthy, and Ashwin Sridhar bailed them out in the semi-final with some important runs. Also making sure that they banked the 5 penalty runs for the slow over rate that Emerald Hill had by getting to that last ball. So there's still a lot of batting in the South Yarra team, but the run rate so far hasn't helped them. That's a bit short, but it didn't really get up as much as Tim Pope thought it would. It went off his pad and rolled away down to a short fine leg for a single, where Rishi is on hand to cut that off. So definitely signs that this pitch is a little bit slow, because that's the sort of ball that would normally sit up to be hit, but it just came in at knee height.
I was going to say, if that ball was bowled at Como Park, you'd be fetching it off the road. Mo Sharma continues to Julian Black. A nicely flighted length ball. Just good cricket there. Not a lot that Julian Black could really do with that. So that's the end of the over. 6 for 75 is the Yarra's score with 36 overs gone. So I think Chris Edwards from the far end will bowl out now. He would only have 1 or 2 of his overs left.
I don't know if this is intentional, but with 9 overs to go, and Chris Edwards bowling this over, it means that Andrew Green is not going to bowl his full quota of 9 overs, which I'm a little surprised, I have to say, especially coming off the back of a 5-wicket haul in the previous game. You'd always want your best bowlers to bowl as many overs as possible, so I'm a little surprised that Parkville are persisting with spin and not bringing Andrew back on. But it's hit straight by Tim Pope. It is straight, which helps him, and Nathan Green tries to run around from mid-off to get to it, but it's out of his reach, and it will be a single after all of that fuss.
Yeah, a little bit stressful there. I think the strategy from Parkville's perspective might be to try and take the pace off the ball, because it is so hard to score runs off this pitch. Going with slower bowling might make it harder to make it hit the fence. A nice Yorker there from Edwards, defended by Julian Black. to Mo Sharma at cover, and there's no run. So yeah, I think there might be a deliberate choice to go away from the two Green brothers, who are probably the two fastest bowling Wombats left out there, to make it a bit harder for Yarras to use the pace off the ball.
That is fair as a strategy, but I still think that Andrew probably could have bowled from this end and Edwards could have bowled from the end he started the day on, and you'd still be able to make sure you got everything out of Andrew. It is a little odd to see your best bowler being left with overs in the bag, but I mean, I'm a bowler, so I'm always thinking about it from a bowling standpoint. But not to take anything away from Mohit, he's definitely bowled really well. Bit of a surprising decision, that's all. That's full outside off stump. Julian has put it away towards the boundary. There is a fielder there who cuts it off and fires it in, so it'll just be 1 run. So just the 2 singles so far in this over, as South Yarra move on to 77. They would have wanted to get to at least 150, but that's looking further and further away. So the question remains if they can get somewhere in that 130 to 140 range to make a good game out of this. Edwards, Timpo times it well, but he's hit it straight up, and it's taken by Nathan Green in the deep. So chasing quick runs, he did middle it, maybe just got a touch too far under it, and a safe catch by Nathan as he got around to his left to take that in the deep. So Tim Pope is gone. It'll be Aidan Kenworthy walking it at number 9, and South Yarra 7 for 77.
I think also interesting with that shot was that it was slightly into the wind. A lofted drive is a shot that can bring batsmen undone, especially on bigger grounds if you're hitting into the wind. I would say as that having been my method of dismissal 4 or 5 times this year. So I think that may also have been part of it. Tim Pope definitely did get most of that. It certainly made a lovely sound off the bat, but when you're batting on a ground as big as this one, if you're lofting it in the air, you do really need to try and hit it in the gaps if you can, and there was not a lot of movement side to side from Nathan Green in order to take that catch.
Yeah, the score is 7 for 77. I think there's at least 1 ball left in this over, perhaps. The batsman did cross, but of course with the rule change recently, it doesn't mean anything, as Aidan will have to be the person taking strike. Ashwin loosening his arms up off the ground, finally gotten off number 11 after scoring a few runs last week. He's probably made a good enough case to his captain that he should be batting ahead of him. So we'll see if he's able to score any runs today. Aidan taking strike as Edwards runs in. It's getting a little bit windy and chilly at the moment. It's driven. It was too full probably for that drive, and Aidan got a bit of an inside edge. I think it got an inside edge onto his boot, but no harm done. 7 for 77 at the end of 37 overs. 8 overs to go. With 8 overs to go, if they got 6 runs an over, that would get them to about 125. Oh, we're playing a 50 over game. Okay, that's news to me.
That's what I thought earlier, yeah.
That's news to me. All right.
So Mo Sharma is going to continue. Now, for those who weren't watching the Yarras last week, Jazz, it was quite a close semi-final between South Yarra and Emerald Hill to get them to this game. Oh, a nice full one from Mo Sharma. Flighted nicely. Julian Black unable to take advantage. So can you just run us through the scenario at the end of the Yarras semi-final last week? Because I know several of the Wombat players were watching.
Let's just say we're lucky to be here. I think it was one of those games that a team that has been there before and has won from that position, in big games like that before, just kind of held their nerve a little bit. I think there were multiple times during the game where Emerald Hill had their foot. I mentioned earlier that we were 130 something for 8. at one point with the bat, and then number 9 and number 10 put on a partnership and got us to a 190, a good score at South Yarra. Also, the over rate was abysmal. Probably the Emerald Hill were a bit lucky that the penalty was only 5 runs. But then with the ball, South Yarra got off to a great start, had them in all sorts of trouble, but then a good partnership between I think their number 6 and 7 kind of got Emerald Hill back into the game, and to a point where Emerald Hill should have felt like they should have won from that point onwards. But just a wicket here, a mistake, a big slog of Ryan going to deep mid wicket, just a couple of big moments here and there. And then as the light was getting dimmer in the evening, the lower order batsmen can sometimes find it hard to get bat on ball, particularly at Como Park, where there's the hill that can be a little bit brownish in color, and the ball, you can't see the ball as well as you can on some other grounds coming out of there, especially in daylight. And the last over, basically the batsman couldn't put bat on ball, unfortunately. It's just one of those things that happens to lower order batsmen, speaking as one myself. It can happen, and Emerald Hill will definitely consider themselves unlucky, but they'd also look at different points at the game where they could have done something differently to get them across the line, which is always the case with close games. Really, you can always look back and see at all the 20 different things that you could have done differently, and you can argue endlessly about what you could have done differently, but at the end of the day, it was a good game. South Yarra escaped with a win, is the way I describe it. So yeah, definitely we're lucky to still be alive.
Yes, the opposition needing, 5 runs off the last over, and then having 4 dots and then 2 run-out wickets to have a double wicket maiden. I think I dare say that's about as well as you could reasonably expect from club cricket. So some very good bowling and some let's say interesting decisions with the bat, which were I can say were discussed extensively in some of the Parkville group chats. Has led South Yarra to be here. Another fairly good length ball from Chris Edwards is just defended into the offside, and there's no run.
The Emerald Hill team was a little disappointed at the end of it, and they should be, because they had a great chance to take that game. But that's how finals go sometimes. In the big moments of high pressure, sometimes you don't think as clearly as you should. He had the moment back, he'd be looking at how can I block this into a gap and steal a single, rather than there were quite a few big swipes at the ball at those 4 dot balls that you mentioned.
Trying to win the game with one swing as opposed to 2 or 3 little ones.
Yeah, or at the end of the previous over, should he have taken the single, maybe gotten the better batsman on strike. But that's what I mean. There are always ifs and buts with games like that, and you always think about the things you could have done. I mean, if they'd gotten their overs done on time, they wouldn't have given us the 5 penalty runs, and they would have won. So it is, close games are close games for a reason. And that's outside off stump. Julian flashes at it. He gets it between gully and point. It's running away, and he should get a couple of runs. And the score moves into the 80s, or it already was in the 80s. It's 82.
Further into the 80s, we're now 82 as we're coming into the last 5 or 6 overs here. The last 10 overs. So crowd is really starting to gather nicely now. I'd say we've probably got 40 or 50 people down watching now, excluding all the players, obviously. And thankfully, from a Parkville point of view, there's a bit more even distribution of fans now, a few more Wombat fans to counter some of those in Yarra's colours. You won't be able to see this on the stream, but the Parkville District Pavilion has been undergoing renovations all through this season, so Parkville's home ground has been some shipping containers out the back that you can store your gear in. So there will be a new home for the Wombats next season, thankfully, and it promises to be bigger and better, but for the time being, everyone is watching on the hillside here at Bren's Oval, and with the sun out and the temperature starting to warm up, it's turning into a fairly nice Melbourne day.
And just confirming for everyone here and the audience, it is a 45 over game. It's not a 50 over game. So 5 overs to go, or 6 overs to go, rather.
The helmet's just gone off.
45. Yep, I don't know where the rumor started that it was a 50 over game, but it is definitely a 45 over game, as always.
Please send confirmation in writing to the commentary box. We clearly have no idea. All right, so pace is coming on. Mo Sharma has ended his spell of left-arm orthodox spin, and it will be Nathan Green, Wombat captain, to take things on from the zoo end. He's bowling slightly into the wind. The breeze has been picking up here for the past 10 or 15 minutes. It's 6 overs to go. Very well.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this rumor started off a 50 over game. I was pretty confident through that it was 45, so just went to the scorers just to confirm. So yeah, normal MCA game. It's always been 45 overs when it's a one-day game. Wasn't the early start, slightly early start. Today is more to do with the light than it is to do with anything to do with the overs. So 7 for 82, 6 overs to go. Aiden Kenworthy on strike. Ashwin and Ryan Hanna still in the hut. But you've got to say Julian's probably the key man here. Nathan, it's full. It's driven by Aiden. It's pushed by the cover fielder to his right. And can't do enough to stop the single. So it's 1 run to Aiden. The score moves on to 83 in this the 40th over. 35 balls to go. Run a ball will get them into the 110s, which will be a little lower than they would have wanted at the start, but it has been hard going. It's full to Julian, pushes it into the offside for a single, and the score moves on to 84.
Yeah, I think we'll see. We've got a fairly spread field here at the moment. I think the strategy from Parkville will be to try and prevent the boundary where possible. If they can restrict Yarras to taking a single off every ball and only getting 6 and over, I think they would be reasonably happy with that. Nathan Green coming into Ryan Kenworthy now over the wicket. Or a slightly fuller delivery. The others have been a bit more back of a length, but Kenworthy's still good enough to push that one out to Mo Sharma at cover, and they take a single.
Only 2 batsmen in double digits today, reflecting how hard it has been to score runs. Kenan Alev with 16 and Julian Black with 42 now of 87 deliveries, fitting that the top 2 run scorers in the MCA have been the only batsmen to get into double digits today, just reflecting how hard run scoring has been as Julian puts that away on the offside for a single. Just going through the bowling figures, Edwards has bowled out 9 overs 2 for 12. He was really good with a new ball and did really well on that second spell as well. Mohit Sharma's bowled out as well, 9 overs 3 for 23, so 3 crucial wickets for the left arm spinner today. A wicket apiece for Tanay Arora, who is of course out injured unfortunately. 1 for 5 of 6 overs. He was bowling beautifully until he went down.
And the ball that Tanay got that got him his wicket, squared up the batsman, took the outside edge and a really lovely catch behind the wicket. So he'll be quite disappointed to not be out there. His injury is obviously serious enough that he's not out there at the moment. So Nish Shakar is at deep backward point. So he's the subfielder who's on in Tanay's place. Another quick single from Julian Black there to the left arm of Mo Sharma. And they scamper through, and I think crucially for Julian, he retains the strike.
Yep, they got a lot of singles in that over with the field spread out a little bit, so a little bit of momentum, but with 5 overs to go, South Yarra will need a few to find a little more than that, you'd feel. It is getting a little bit chilly here. I don't know if I'm sitting in the shade or if that's why, but I might have to move into a sunnier spot in a little bit. But the good news is the sun is out, as you might be able to see on your screen, so hopefully it gets a little bit warmer here. But Julian's on strike. Andrew Green is now on, so he'll bowl 3 overs. It should be the Green brothers finishing off the innings, to be honest. 5 overs to go. They've got plenty of overs in the bank, so I don't see anyone else coming on to bowl, particularly with Tanay off the field with an injury. Julian having a look around. Only 5 fielders inside the circle. Mid-offs in as well. That's full and wide. Julian drives on the offside, but there is a sweeper out there, and it'll just be a single, bringing Aiden Kenworthy on strike. So sweeper on the offside. We've got a fine, a squarish fine leg and a long on, so 3 fielders in the deep. Nathan Green's dropped back as well with Aiden on strike, so perhaps anticipating that Aiden's going to be the one to throw his bat at a few deliveries here. He makes room for himself. It's full on his pads. He drives it through the leg side. It should be a comfortable 2, and the mid-wicket fielder went down to the ground, but I think it was mainly to get out of the way of the throw. I think no harm done. For a second I was worried Parkville had another player down, but he was just getting out of the way of the throw.
I think if he'd gone down and another subfielder required, I might have been required to throw the whites on. So I think best for everyone that didn't happen. Andrew Green coming into Kenworthy. Oh, a flash outside off stump, attempts the cut, but no contact is made. We've also got a deep backward point. It's almost like a fly third man on the fence as well. So I think the Parkville players might be anticipating that he's going to have a flash at a cut shot outside off. Full again, driven down to deep mid off, so they'll just take a comfortable single. One thing about Andrew Green that you mentioned earlier about why he was potentially not replacing Mo Sharma, he would have had to have been bowling into the wind, which Andrew Green famously does not do, given his size and level of fitness. I think Greeny would be quite happy with me saying that he's an into the wind exclusionist. He's like a big wet sail. He's with the wind only.
The 3 balls that Aiden faced were very interesting for me with the bowler. It was a bit of a chess match because the first ball Aiden gave himself some room. Andrew followed him onto the pads, gave away 2 runs doing it. But the next ball was wide outside off stump on a length that Aiden flashed at, and it was probably because of the previous ball where Aiden had walked down the leg side that he was hoping to catch him by surprise if he did do that. So interesting stuff. No runs of that last ball. South Yarra up to 93 in 41 overs, 4 overs to go. 6 runs an over will get them to 117, but 6 runs an over seems highly unlikely the way the game's been going. I think a more realistic target would be to get to that 110 mark at the very least, but try and push up to 120. Going to need a couple of big overs for that to happen though, and it's going to be hard with 2 Green brothers who've done so well for Parkville over a number of years, steaming in from either end. Nathan's into the attack now. There's 4 fielders inside the circle, so they've got a third man, they've got a sweeper on the offside, they've got a long on, long off, and a deep mid wicket. So a lot of protection, but also from a batting standpoint, you'd think there's room for 1s and 2s here everywhere as Nathan runs in. Julian puts away the full toss towards long on, but can't do more than get a single, which is probably what Parkville would want, to be honest, to get Aiden on strike more often than Julian. Julian on 47 of 92 balls, 48 now actually of 93, and Aiden is 8 of 14. Nathan runs in. It's full. Aiden hits it hard and straight. Long off does pretty well to get around. The ground definitely took some of the sting out of the ball, but that was a great effort by Arvind Raghunathan to cut that ball off. I'm sure you caught some of that on the camera, probably all of it actually, given where the camera was positioned. So good effort there. But the important thing is Julian Black's on strike. Here's Nathan. It's a length ball. Julian makes room for himself, pushes it. It goes straight to point, but they still are able to steal a single, and he moves on to 49 now of 94 deliveries. Dropped twice, of course. Julian, once at gully, once at mid-wicket. The mid-wicket was probably the softer of the 2 chances, but he's made it count as much as you can make it count on this ground.
And both of those drops, as Nathan goes, that's a lofted shot down the ground. That may beat Arvind Raghunathan. No, he's able to get there, and just a single. So for a lofted drive down the ground, only 1 run from it. So very good fielding there from the Parkville man. And yes, you were saying about Julian Black being dropped twice. Both of those chances would have been when he was on less than 10. So I think if Yarras are to end up getting the chocolates today, I think that those 2 drops may end up being seen as turning points in this game.
That was a very good shot by Aiden. He got right in the middle, but as always, this ground is not the easiest ground to find boundaries. Bit of an inside edge from Julian. He gets the single. I believe that's his 50. No reaction from the scorers just yet. It is his 50. So well batted to Julian Black. He's delivered in a grand final, scored 50 runs, given Yarra something to defend on a ground which has been hard to score on today. So yet to be seen how Parkville go with the bat, but Julian's done a terrific job today, taking advantage of the drops. Aiden goes for the big hit. It looked like the long on fielder lost the ball. It's rolled away. Unfortunate misfield. The fielder lost the ball, I think, in the background of the trees. It was a big shot attempted by Aiden, and it was coming out of the brown trees in the background, so I can understand where he lost the ball, but it's still on a ground where every run is important. You never know if that misfield will come back to haunt Parkville at some stage later.
Yes, that was Chris Thompson there at deep mid on. He's part of a group in the Parkville ones called the Elite Fielders Club, so named because a few years ago they were the ones who were dropping all the catches and conceding all the runs. Everyone in the Elite Fielders Club, including Tomo himself, has actually been having a very good year, but he was quick to signal to the bowler that he did not pick that up at all. He was late getting to it, but I think even he did still have time to potentially get down and stop it. So I think he'll be disappointed that he let that one go to the fence.
Here's Andrew Green running into Julian. It's a length ball outside off stump. Julian cuts. Again, point a little slow to react there, but this outfield is so slow that the ball's pulled up way in advance of the boundary, and it's still only 2 runs. Man, that was slow on the outfield.
No, it shows what it's like to bat here at Bren's Oval. As an opening bat, I can say that you don't often get a whole lot of value for your shots. Julian Black did hit that one fairly well and well and truly into a gap, but still only 2 runs he was able to extract. Andrew Green coming back into Julian Black now. Full ball, but straight to Mo Sharma as a shy, and he's run out. A direct hit from Mo Sharma. Side on. He would have only had 1 stump to throw at, and that's the end of Julian Black. So the Yarra's half-centurion and really the linchpin of the Yarra's innings has been run out with just a few overs to go. An excellent bit of fielding there from Mo Sharma at cover. He's had an excellent day so far, taking 3 wickets with the ball and now running out the Yarra's best bat. So that's... I think Julian Black gave up on trying to make his ground fairly early on there. He was happy to concede that if Mo was good enough to hit the wickets, he was probably not going to make it.
Yeah, at this stage of the innings, I think it's basically run for everything and hope you can get away with a few. But unfortunately, Julian couldn't get. But that was he took advantage. He was dropped twice, but he took advantage of it and played a brilliant innings. And it's yet. Given how this pitch is played, we still have to see Parkville bat on this ground. So, it's been hard to score of the spinners as well. Ryan would have made a note of that. Top wicket taker in the league, as he is. So, it's in the balance. We've had plenty of low-scoring games on this ground before, so this is not a first. But South Yarra will look to get as many as they can over the next couple of overs. Ashwin, now the new batsman. It's cut by Aiden. It goes to Chris Thompson, who this time gets well behind it, sees the ball all the way, which is always helpful. And it's just a single for Aiden Kenworthy as the score moves on to 105. And in the 43rd over. So 2 overs to go after this. Ashwin facing his first ball. Ashwin and these two put on quite a good cameo partnership in the semi-final to actually give South Yarra a defendable total. It's a Yorker. It's hit him on the boot, clearly. He's in a lot of pain. But definitely going way down the leg side because Ashwin was making a lot of room for himself. So not really much of an appeal at all.
Very reminiscent of the Inzamam ul Haq run out in the 99 World Cup where a ball hit Inzi on the toes and he staggered and eventually laid down, running his partner out. So thankfully for Ashwin, it looks as though that hasn't had quite that bad an impact. He's ready to face the next ball from Andrew Green. And that's a short ball sort of wiped to Mo Sharma at cover. Can't say that one was straight out of the textbook, but he made fairly solid contact. Mo good enough to bend down and field that one, so no run.
That was that ball encapsulated Ashwin's batting technique. A lot of bottom hand, almost horizontal bat, even on the full deliveries. That's how he bats. It'll be interesting to see if he can get some runs today. It's full from Andrew Green. Ashwin pushes it too long off, takes off for a single, and he's off the mark. The score is 106, and I believe that's the end of the over. So 2 overs to go, 12 balls to go, 106 on the board. South Yarra will want to get at least another 14 runs, get to that 120 mark, just give them something psychologically to go into the break on a bit of a high. Aiden has been hitting the ball well. So it remains to be seen if it is hard to find boundaries even if you hit the ball well here. You really almost have to clear the ropes, don't you? Because of how slow the outfield is. Ashwin is the one on strike, of course, not Aiden. But Ashwin can also hit the ball pretty hard. Remains to be seen if he can find the gaps, because at this point I think he'd be looking more for the singles as Nathan Green runs in. It is full. Ashwin drives. It's to the left of long off. They've set off hard on the first one, but I've realized fairly quickly, but there is no second to Arvind Raghunath's arm. Then that's a really good throw as well. At the bowler's end, flat, fast. So here's Nathan Green running in. It's a length ball. He didn't get a full hand on it. Bowler was nowhere near the ball to get a hand on it before it hit the stumps, so it just kind of chipped it into the stumps. No runs, no harm either. A lot happening in that ball for nothing at all. With 10 balls to go in this innings, Aiden Kenworthy on strike. South Yarra 8 for 107. 10 balls to go. They'll be looking to get at least 120. He walks across his stumps, trying to get deep into the crease. He gets a bottom edge onto it, but the ball goes straight to backward square leg, and there are no runs there. So just 1 run of the 3 balls so far. Nathan finding the block hole really well on that one. I think the previous ball might have been a little bit slower as well, so he's doing well so far in this over, Nathan, to keep Aiden Kenworthy quiet. It's a length ball. Aiden, it's gone straight up. Safely taken at mid-on. And the 9th wicket goes for 107. Andrew taking the catch of Nathan. And with 8 balls to go, last wicket partnership, Ryan Hanna walking in to join Ashwin Sridhar.
The brothers Green combining for a wicket there. Wouldn't be surprised if seismometers in the area were set off after Andrew hit the deck there to take a bit of a chest mark off his brother Nathan. I would think that Nath will be varying his pace quite a lot. He's got a good mix of cutters and slower balls, as someone who has lost his stumps in the nets repeatedly to Nathan's bowling. So I think that will be part of the strategy here to the last pair of Yarra's batsmen. Only a handful of balls to go in this innings, so it looks like it will be a low total. But I think Julian Black showed that what you need on this wicket is patience and application, which can sometimes go astray when the emotion of a grand final kicks in. It can be a lot easier said than done to rein yourself in.
Yes, it can be. It can be. We saw last week in the semi-final that you mentioned in the last over. It can go to your head, can affect the way you bat. So 100%. But South Yarra will want to squeeze every single run they can of these last 8 balls. They wouldn't want to lose a wicket now in this over and not bat till the end, because you never know how every single run that they can get might help. But here's Nathan Green to Ryan Hanna, who walks down the track, just bunts it to mid-wicket, clearly with the intent of just getting off strike. It was well done there. Ryan Hanna, his journey to number 11 is quite interesting because he's holding his shoulder here, Ryan. He is carrying a shoulder injury. His left, it is not his bowling shoulder, but he is carrying a left shoulder that he felt on that one as he flicked. So a bit of a worry for South Yarra, because they wouldn't want that. Ashwin hits this down to long on. It'll be a single. And I believe that's the end of the 44th over with the score on 109. But just getting back to Ryan Hanna, when he joined the club around the same time I did actually, about 9 years ago, he's always been a genuine all-rounder. He's in fact got I know of at least 100 that he scored in the MCA A grade. So he is quite an able batsman. It's just a sense that sometimes bowlers lose confidence in their batting a little bit from time to time, but he has definitely got the capability. But 1 over to go, 109 on the board. South Yarra will be looking to get as many runs as they can. Yeah, I'm finding it hard to see how they'll get to the 120 mark, but every single run that they can squeeze out in this over will be valuable.
Andrew Green coming in to bowl the first ball of the last over to Ashwin Sridhar. It's full. It's a full toss, actually. It's in the gap. In the gap through mid-wicket. It looks like they'll be able to come back for 2. I think Andrew Green would have been going for the Yorker there and slightly missed his mark. It's been noticeable, actually, even in these death overs, that Parkville have not really been tempted to have a shot to go for the run-out, with the exception of the dismissal of Julian Black accepted. They've generally been happy to hold on to the ball once they've got it in their hands in the field to try and prevent overthrows. Andrew Green coming over, 5 balls to go. This one is full. Excellent, excellent death delivery there. Yorker outside off stump. Very little that the batsman can do, and there's no run.
Andrew Green doesn't have a deep mid-wicket. He's got a long on and a fine leg in the deep. So mid-wicket and square leg are in. So when Ashwin made room for himself, Andrew followed him and Ashwin was able to find the gap. But again, one of the things that was really noticeable is how little the ball actually travelled, because Ashwin hit that pretty well. He's hit this one pretty well, but it's gone straight up. Nathan gets under it, and that's the end of the innings. South Yarra all out for 111. You obviously can't tell until both sides have batted, but you'd feel that they would have wanted to have at least another 15-20 runs more, but it's been hard going today. South Yarra struggled to score the runs that they would have wanted to. Parkville have bowled well, but that outfield, coming back to the outfield, Ashwin hit that pretty well through mid-wicket, and it stopped not even 3/4 of the way down to the boundary. So really, really slow outfield today. I've seen some slow outfields for grand finals here in Wren's Oval, but this seems really, really slow. So it'll be interesting to see how we go in the chase.
Yeah, I think especially there was quite a heavy band of rain that came through early on Thursday morning, which is, I think, a perfect amount of time for the grass to be able to grow for a couple of days, but not so long that the council would cut the grass on the oval. So I think that has been part of the reason that we've seen so few boundaries out here today, as the Yarra's batsmen and the Parkville Wombats make their way off. Tano Aurora in the green hoodie there, just having a chat to Rishi Bhojwani and Mo Sharma, hopefully telling them that his injury is not too bad. So we'll have a break of around about half an hour, and then we'll be opening up the Parkville innings based on the form of recent weeks. It will be Chris Thompson and Terry Wong to open the batting for the Wombats. In the meantime, if you're in the Parkville area, feel free to come on down to Wren's Oval, just over from Melbourne Zoo. We've got the bar open. We've got a pretty good crowd in now, and it should be an excellent afternoon's cricket.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. Parkville will be chasing 112 to add another to their collection of flags from the last few years. So big chase coming up. South Yarra defending a smaller total, which has happened repeatedly on this ground, but as we've seen for most of the innings, it's hard scoring runs on this pitch, on this ground. So this might get in. We might see this go all the way down to the wire. So stick around. We'll see you back in another 20 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back. The umpires are walking out to the field. The Yarra's in a huddle. Chris Thompson and Terry Wong walking out to bat for Parkville. The target is 112. The target is 112. It's a low target, but on this ground, having just walked on the outfield, let's just say that you could get a few cows down here and you'd probably then get the outfield down to a healthy level. It's pretty lush green. It's probably a little too green. The outfield, the pitch has a little bit of a dull brown color. Definitely had some moisture earlier, and you can see a lot of spike marks from bowlers run-ups, and you can see where the batsman has taken guard there. There was plenty of moisture at the start of the game. I'm sure it would have dried out a little bit as the game has progressed, so it might be slightly better now than it was at the start of the game, but it still is. It does look like it is going to continue to be two-paced in the wicket, particularly as there have been some divots left in the ground over the course of the innings. South Yarra always start off with Ashwin Sridhar with the ball. And today will be no different. He is having a bit of an issue with his foot. If you've been watching the game earlier, you'd have seen him get hit by Andrew Green on the foot by a fast Yorker. That did seem to leave him in some pain, and he did have some issues in the break. So let's hope that he can get through unscathed from his first spell. Umpires waving to the scorers, checking if they're good to go. The fielding captain is ready to go, except Hamza is tying his shoelaces, which is going to hold us back for a few seconds. But Ashwin Sridhar is ready to bowl. Chris Thompson on strike. 112 is the target. Don't remember if it was last year or the year before, but Parkville did defend a low score of about 120, 130 against South Yarra in similar conditions. So it's not out of the ordinary to get a result with this score, but South Yarra will need to start well and get a few early wickets. They're starting with just one slip, probably because Ashwin usually gets the ball to come into the left-hander rather than away. So just the one slip, Ryan Hanna at slip, one gully as Ashwin runs in for the first ball. It's a good ball. It comes back in a little bit, and Chris punts it away to mid-wicket. So 5-4 field, which is a bit unusual for a new ball bowler, but again reflects the fact that Ashwin's more likely to get the ball to swing back into Chris Thompson than away. Slip, gully, point, cover, mid-off, and on the leg side a mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and fine leg as Ashwin's immediately found his spot. So the foot has bothered him. So Vinod Richards has helped us find the scorecard of the game I was talking about, where coincidentally Parkville scored 111 batting first and then won the game. So as South Yarra all out to 87. So talk about precedent. It was a lot closer than I actually thought it was to this game. But yeah, 5-4 field. Ashwin starting as he normally does on the spot. Ashwin did get hit by Andrew Green on his foot while he was batting, and he did have to take a painkiller in the break as he was hobbling a little bit from that blow. So it's good to see him out there and opening the bowling, and so far he seems untroubled. He's not a bowler who's got a massive run up anyway. At the best of times, he's generally a busy short run up, just come scurry in and bowl, so it kind of helps in this situation. But it's good to see that he's seems to be unbothered so far. It's full. It's hit him on the pads. Big appeal for LBW, and he's given him just what South Yarra needed, an early wicket. An early wicket for Ashwin Sridhar, and he gets Chris Thompson, LBW, and South Yarra on the board before Parkville, which is exactly how they would have wanted it. It's always hard to get an LBW from around the wicket. But Ashwin always tails the ball back into the left-hander, so he had to. There's a very narrow window which he would have had to land that ball to get that LBW going his way. But it looked like a good shout from here, and clearly the umpire agreed.
Yes, Chris Thompson slightly shuffling across his stumps there, probably pitched in line with off stump, maybe hitting in line with middle and off, and maybe hitting middle and leg, if I had to guess. He's obviously fairly despondent as he wanders off the ground. So a batsman who once scored 238 in a grand final, though that game was over 3 days rather than one. So the new batsman striding to the crease will be Chris Visser. So he's in the taller figure in the blue helmet. Terry Wong at the far end, the shorter figure in the green helmet. So Viss has been a stalwart of the Parkville club for a number of years now. He once made 99 in a grand final about 7 or 8 years ago. Everyone had their phones out ready to capture the triumphant moment, and then he poked one to second slip. So I'm sure that probably won't happen today, because if he makes it to 99, then someone at the other end will have to be sitting around with their hands in their pockets, I think.
And I've watched Terry Wong bat before, and he's not the kind of batsman who's going to sit there with his hand in his pocket. So, yeah. So now that the right hand has come out, Ashwin's got a second slip in, which is more what you would expect to see with him. Oh, good ball, length ball outside off stump, play and miss from Visser, but Ashwin clearly getting a lot of swing on that. Great over to start for South Yarra. The score is 1 wicket down for none after 1 over. Interesting that Ashwin didn't have a fine leg, so he's clearly confident that the ball is going to always swing and take it away outside off stump. It's going to be interesting to see how Josh Dennett changes things. And now it's interesting with Terry Wong on strike, South Yarra straight gone away to a long on and a deep mid wicket. I think one, that's a recognition of the kind of batsman Terry Wong is, but also probably a recognition that they can't afford to give away easy boundaries chasing a wicket at this stage. They do need to get wickets, but they also need to make sure they don't give away too many runs in the process. So interesting to see the long on and long on and deep mid wicket, out. Actually, the mid off's fairly deep as well. He's more 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Yeah, that's more of a third man though. It's a squarish third man. Fine leg, so it's a bit odd defending a small sewer with 4 fielders on the boundary, but I think that's more a recognition of the kind of batsman they are facing. Josh Dennett runs in. It swings down the leg side. Josh, again, another of the bowlers who gets the ball to swing into the left-handers and away from the right-handers. But he's choosing a different angle to Ashwin, where Ashwin went around the wicket to Chris Thompson. Josh is choosing to stay over the wicket.
It's interesting, having batted with Terry Wong, he is almost exactly the sort of batsman you would want for chasing a small total such as this, because he can score so quickly. Josh Dennett comes in. Oh, that cramps Terry up a little bit, but he's able to force that out into the leg side. There's no run. So, yes, I skippered Terry in his first season with the club. It would have been 6 or 7 years ago now, and was batting with him at one point, and I was struggling, scratching around. I finally managed to tickle one down to fine leg, and there was a cheer from the side of the ground, which I thought was very odd. It was because it was the 50 partnership. Terry had scored all the 49 other runs, and I just contributed the last one. So definitely a batsman who hits a ball very, very hard when he hits it. So be interesting to see how it unfolds here. Josh Dennett comes in again. Ooh, Fuller. Yorker length ball outside off. Terry tries to get some bat to it, but misses. I think that one was swinging in fairly late, which might have contributed to him failing to make contact there.
Yeah, Josh, he's got a slingy action and can be a little bit hard to spot because of that. But because of the way his hand comes out, he also tends to get big hooping outswingers to the right-hander. And in this case, it'll come into Terry. So here's Josh Dennett. He runs in, length ball. It's placed to the right of Lockie Scott at point. And it'll be a single as now all the fielders rush in. So clearly having the fielders in the deep was mainly for Terry Wong, as with Chris Visser on strike. Now we've got a more regulation field. We've got a fine leg, we've got a third man, we've got a slip gully. Yes, a slip and a gully. Point cover, mid off, mid on, and mid wicket. It's interesting. Ashwin had 2 slips to the right hander, but Josh going in with just the one as he runs into ball. It reaches the batsman on the full. They're quick to steal a single as Tim Pope runs around to his left to cover it off. He is successful in doing so, but they can't stop the single as Terry Wong back on strike and the field spreads out straight away.
Chris Visser is a right-hander who's very, very powerful through the offside. He plays a lot of tennis in his off-season. If you watch his shots, particularly his cover drive, you really can see that. Very talented batsman at playing the ball on the up. Josh Jennett comes in. Oh, big in-swinger to Terry Wong, who's able to squeeze it away down to mid-on and take a single. So both Parkville batsmen off the mark now. So I think that is 1 for 3 after 2 overs here at Bren's.
Yep. I think the left-hand right-hand batting combination just getting the better of Josh a little bit in that over. Wasn't on the mark as much as he would have liked. I'm sure he'd want to bowl a little bit better than that. Just drifted onto the pads to the left-hander a little bit, full toss to the right-hander. So just something to work on for him in the next over. Ashwin, on the other hand, on the mark, on the money. All 6 balls really in that over that he bowled. Now this is going to be interesting because Ashwin has just got Chris Thompson out, another left-hander LBW. But he was bowling around the wicket. But for Terry Wong, yeah, he still is bowling around the wicket. Chris Visser was at the right spot. Yeah. So Ashwin, he has got the long on and the deep mid wicket back, as well as a long leg. Mid off has dropped back a little bit, not quite to the boundary. So very similar to the field that Josh Dennett had as well. Ashwin's running in. It's short and wide, so that's probably easily the worst ball he's bowled of the 7 balls so far from Ashwin, but he's gotten away with it, and Terry will be kicking himself on that one.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little bit of a commentator's curse from you there, Chaz. You said he bowled 6 balls beautifully on the spot in the first over, and that was definitely what you'd call a loosener, but Terry unable to take toll. As Ashwin comes in again. A bit shorter. Terry able to guide that one down between gully and point. They'll come back for 2. Terry's a batsman who tends to like to hit the ball hard early on, so the fact that he chose to guide that shot rather than give it the full beans maybe between cover or cover and point, an indication perhaps that he's not looking to start quite as hard as he normally does. I say that, and he's lofted one straight down the ground, and it just fell a few feet short of the fielder down there. So I'm not sure. The fielder at mid-off there was a bit slow to move. I wonder if he picked it up straight away.
I think it might be a little bit of that, but it also might be his calf. That's Aiden Kenworthy at mid-off, who just recovered from a calf injury just in time for the semi-final, to be honest, after missing 6 weeks of cricket. And with a calf injury, it's always harder to set off quickly, and it might have been playing on his mind there, so I think it might be a little bit of that as Ashwin runs into ball, and it's a dot ball to Chris Visser. I don't think Aiden would have gotten to it anyway, but it would have been good to see him make an effort to get there, which unfortunately didn't happen.
Yeah, and I think particularly because it was a lofted shot into the wind, it probably would have required him to run a bit further than if he was hitting with the wind, as Ashwin comes in again to Chris Visser. Oof! That one kicks up off the deck, takes the outside of the bat, but manages to land safely. So I know that both you and I, Jazz, went out and had a look at the pitch at the change of innings. It is still a bit soft in spots out there. So even though it's 3:30 in the afternoon here in Melbourne, it's definitely not too late in the day for the ball to do something off the deck.
And it's not just soft. There are a few divots, there are spike marks, there are all sorts of things that could cause the ball to deviate. That ball that Ashwin bowled to Chris Visser is actually very similar to the ball that Tanay Arora got Hamza on. I think the main difference was in that case the batsman was about a foot shorter, I think, than Chris Visser, and Ashwin also a little bit shorter than Tanay Arora as well. So lucky to get away with it. In Hamza's case, he edged it to gully. In this case, the edge went nowhere. Slightly more squarer of the wicket, so he got away with it. Josh Dennett runs in.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Tanai Aurora wicket, Tanai being a slightly taller bowler, getting a little bit more bounce out of the deck, and possibly the batsman playing with slightly harder hands, meant that one was edged and flew to hand. Josh Dennett's coming into Terry Wong. Oh, another ball that's cramps Terry up for room, but he nudges it next to the umpire at square leg and takes a comfortable single. That brings Chris Visser back on strike.
I understand why South Yarra have the field spread out, because I've seen Terry bat previously and the way he bats, but what is happening is because of that he's getting a lot of easy singles early on, which kind of gets a batsman comfortable, gets him confident that everything's moving right and so on. So I think at some point South Yarra are going to have to encourage Terry to try and play a risky shot, because at the moment he's just able to bunt the ball into gaps and get easy singles everywhere. So something to think about for South Yarra as they go through this game. Chris Visser on strike, facing Josh Dennett. Shot of a length wide of the stumps. Chris Visser gets a good bat on that one, cuts it away, but again we're seeing the slow outfield pull up the ball. It almost gets to the boundary, but it just pulls up, and Timpo pulls it in as the batsmen take 3 runs.
Yeah, that's an absolutely classic Chris Visser slap through cover there, showing his tennis background. That's the sort of ball I think that really demonstrates how slow this outfield is, because on just about any other ground anywhere that's 4 runs, but the batsmen end up taking 3, so that brings Terry Wong back on strike.
The outfield is really thick and clumpy. I was having a look at that. You almost want to get on a lawnmower and just drive it around. To be honest, it's uppish. It was one of those balls that held in the pitch, but the fielders are so deep that there was no chance that ball was going to hand. I think South Yarra really need to rethink their field here. They're clearly going for the bold or LBW with Terry Wong, because they spread the field out, so they don't think they can get any close-in catches, but I think that's the wrong way to go about this. I really think they need to bring a couple of those deep fielders in and tempt Terry to actually go over the top on some of this. But here's Josh to Chris Visser. It's a length ball outside off stump, left alone in the right spot. It has been an inconsistent start from Josh Dennett here, must be said. He'd want to be hitting that spot more often. Here comes Josh Dennett. It's fuller, it's driven, but Lockie Scott is quick across the ground to cut that off, and it is no run. So that's the end of the over. That will be 6 to the score, I believe. Should be a little more than that. 11. The score is 1 for 11 after 4 overs. Ashwin's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 3. And Josh Dennett's bowled a couple of overs for 8 runs. I think Josh needs to find his radar here, otherwise he might find himself replaced fairly quickly. This is the kind of pitch that Aiden would actually enjoy bowling on, so we might see him come on at some point. But for the moment, it's Ashwin Sridhar bowling around the wicket to Terry Wong. No gully. Gully is dropped back almost into a backward point. And the ball goes in that direction, and it's again an easy single. Again, South Yarra are just not able to cut off the singles the way Parkville did in the first innings. I think they've got to be a little bit tighter in the circle, a little bit quicker on the ground, but at the moment Parkville just able to rotate the strike much better than South Yarra were ever able to do in the first half.
It was certainly noticeable in the South Yarra innings, especially in the first half, that there seemed to be a bit of a tussle between the over rate and the run rate as to which was higher at any given point. The scoring at about 1 and over. So the bowling was very tight, but it was consistently going in the same areas. And I think with a tightly packed offside field and most balls being off stump or just outside, it was kind of hard for South Yarra's batsmen to pierce the gaps, especially with the pitch doing a bit as Ashwin Sridhar comes into Chris Visser. That one kicks up a little bit over off stump, but Visser's got a good eye and is a tall man, so happy to let that one go through to the keeper.
Ashwin, the first ball he bowled to Chris Visser had just two fielders on the leg side, the mid-on and the mid-wicket, but now he's got a fine leg as well. I suspect the thinking is it allows him to bowl a little bit straighter at the stumps, try and challenge both edges of the bat. So it might be a reasonably good field change. For me, point is a little too deep there, Lockie Scott. I think he needs to be about 5 meters in, because I think either side of him batsmen are able to take quick singles as Ashwin finds the right spot again, and Chris Visser confidently plonks his foot forward and pushes that away to cover. Two slips and a gully. Ryan Hanna, Braden at first and second slip. There's Chappie at gully, not usually where he fields. Normally he's out of harm's way, shall we say, in the fine leg kind of area, but he's dotting a catching position there, which is interesting, and that's the end of the over. Ashwin races through another over as he is wont to do. Now there was one run of the over. One Terry single. 5 overs gone. 1 for 12. It's still Josh Deniet. Still a spread out field. I'm not sure if this is the best plan. I would really like or at the very least, I don't think that mid-wicket fielder needs to be that deep. It's quite a big boundary here at Brent's Oval. And while I know Terry can hit the ball the fair way, I don't think he's going to get too many catches fielding that deep. Josh Deniet runs in, ball swings in, Terry gets his bat down, pushes it towards. He's playing with the swing a little bit, Terry, I've noticed. Is he generally a leg side player?
Terry has a very good cut shot and a very good off drive, but he is a player who does like to play with the swing, as a lot of park cricketers are, myself definitely included. So I would almost suggest that one of the players on the offside there might potentially be... Oh, that ball, a bit of a shout from behind, but missing leg stump and possibly going over. Given Terry's propensity to play with the swing, and I think the wind is also blowing a little bit towards Terry's leg side at the moment. It's starting to change direction. So I would almost pull pull point or cover across into a short square leg and really beef up the protection on that offside.
That's a little bit shorter. Terry cuts to point. Yeah, I think that cover fielder is probably wasted. I think you're right. He can probably come over to the leg side a little bit, try and cut off the single, because Josh is always going to curve the ball into Terry. He doesn't swing the ball both ways that often. So with that in mind, with the ball coming into Terry, I think maybe a short mid-wicket, especially with the wicket a little up and down, might be something worth investing in, as he drives this to mid-off and he gets an easy single. Definitely mid-off and mid-on, I felt like South Yarra have those fielders a little too deep. I think they need to be in about 6-7 meters.
I would tend to agree. I think that would possibly be a position where they would be comfortable fielding at Como Park, South Yarra's home ground, where the grass is generally a little bit shorter and the ball races over the outfield a bit more. But on the longer grass here at Bren's, it gives them a bit too easy of a way to take a single.
He is further in for Chris Visser, so I suspect it is in anticipation of Terry playing a big shot. But what's actually ended up happening is, because they've done that, they're just giving him too many easy singles. So they've got to find the right balance here of putting pressure on Terry and just giving him freebies, which at the moment they're erring towards the side of just giving him free singles everywhere, which I don't think is the right tactic. But here's Josh. Chris Visser drives, but it's straight to mid-off and there will be no run.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think South Yarra are definitely wary that Terry Wong is capable of playing big shots at any time, but I think you're right. They're almost defending against the big shot by letting him have lots of little ones and getting his eye in. And while I think if they were chasing a big total and Parkville were a long way behind the run rate, that tactic would make sense. When they're defending a small total like this, allowing a batsman like Terry Wong to get his eye in potentially a double-edged sword.
Ashwin bowling to Terry now. They've still got the two fielders in the deep, the long on and the deep mid-wicket, as well as a fine leg. Mid-wicket, so 4 fielders on the leg side, and then on the offside, 1 slip, a kind of fine backward point, a cover, and a pretty deep mid-off. And here's Ashwin to Terry. He lands it, he hits the pads, but it's definitely going down the leg side, and Parkville will sneak a leg by, I believe, waiting for the umpire signal. There it is. Leg by will get him off strike and put Chris Visser on strike, which at the moment Terry is getting off strike a little too easy. Don't want to be the person harping on that point, but I think they need a slight tweak in their plan here with him.
Ashwin Sridhar continuing now to Chris Visser. 2 slips in place. There we go. Oh, a flashy drive through the offside, goes just to the right hand of the short cover fielder there. I think possibly just out of his reach there. He's a tall man in there at short cover, and cover drives hit by Chris Visser do tend to go fairly quickly. So that's made it into the gap, and they take a single.
The ball was travelling off the bat. I think he got a hand to it, but again the outfield is so slow that just pulls up. It was Tim Pope at short cover. Here's Ashwin to Terry. It's pitched up, swinging into Terry, sent back. Oh, a direct hit. It could have made things interesting there. Terry was sent back by Chris. There was definitely no single there. But Terry just set off, just in the habit of basically pinching singles everywhere, but that went straight to, I think it's Julian Black there at mid-wicket. And Julian, not the quickest in the field, but he got around to that fairly quickly. Here's Ashwin. Oh, he gets an edge, but there's no gully because that gully fielder's dropped back again. Spreading the field in anticipation of the big shots, and then when the chance comes, there's no fielder where there should be one.
Interesting to see that one there. I wonder if that would have carried to a standard gully field. It might have just been out of reach, and it would have come a little slower than the normally anticipated gully catch. So, but Chris Visser back on strike now as Ashwin Sridhar comes in. Another ball a little wider outside off. Chris Visser happy to let that one go. Keeper just indicating to fine leg that he should be a little bit further away from the bat. Fantastic to see so many families have come down to watch the action this afternoon. Plenty of young kids running around and picnic blankets out. So even though we are starting to head into the colder months here in Melbourne, people taking advantage of a chance to watch a bit of park cricket. Chris Visser again flashes that authoritative drive. Doesn't quite get that one, so it trickles to mid-off, and that'll be the end of the over. So that'll be 6 overs gone now. I believe the score is 15. We don't have the 14. So we don't have the stream in front of us as we stream. So please forgive us if we don't get the exact scores right all the time. We're doing our best, but as most people who have played cricket know, we will sometimes struggle to count to 6 correctly, let alone 7. And it looks like we've got a change of bowling. Ryan Hanna's coming on.
Seems to be an issue with the scoring tablet, which is why my cricket isn't up to date. We've got Donald Elliott who works for Cricket Australia trying to figure this out. So he works in IT at Cricket Australia, so surely he's going to be the one who can figure that one out.
I have to say, if the live scoring on the iPad has been left in charge of the Parkville ones, that is almost certainly the reason that there is an error. Parkville have been slow to adopt.
Ryan Hanna in earlier, so this is way earlier than when he normally comes on. So clearly a recognition of how important it is that South Yarra get a few early wickets here. So usually after Josh Dennett and Ashwin, he would go to someone like Aiden to bowl first change, but he's brought himself on early, looking for that wicket as he bowls that one outside off stump, and it goes to cover for no run.
So Ryan Hanna has come on here with his crafty leg spinners. He's got a deep long off, a deep long on, and I would say a deep mid-wicket to Terry Wong. 3 men on the boundary early on, and indicated that Terry is quite an aggressive batsman as he plays a drive to cover there. Fielder has a shy at the stumps. I think Chris Visser was back in time, but potentially a bit of a nervous moment there. Hannah comes in again. Oh, and that's a bit too short and a bit too leg side, and Terry Wong will hit those to the fence all day long. So first boundary of the Parkville innings to Terry Wong. Tuck that one over into the cars on the Bren's driveway. So that'll help ease a few nerves, I think, and I think Ryan Hannah wouldn't mind having that ball back if he could.
I think there was an attempted flipper or something to that effect, trying to get it to skid on a little bit, but all he did was just sat up and asked to be hit. Not his best ball, but I'm sure he'll come back. Bowls that outside off stump. Terry takes a big swing at it and it rolls away all along the ground, too long gone for a single. Brings Chris Visser on strike. So not the start Ryan would have wanted when he brought himself on. He's gone for a boundary already in this over. Might have better luck with the right-hander, with the ball turning away from the right-hander, but of course Ryan has a vicious googly as well.
No, one of the better bowlers in the MCA, Ryan Hannah, as indicated by the fact he's leading the league wicket table. I remember the one time I played him a few years ago, he trapped me in front with an absolutely beautiful slider that, as a fellow leg spinner, all I could do was stand and admire. Comes into Chris Visser now. Oh, and that's a beauty. Pitching on a length, spitting like an angry snake, and beating the bat of Chris Visser and into the gloves of the keeper. That's much more what he would have been hoping for when he got ball in hand. So interesting that the captain has resorted to spin so early on. I think you're right, Jazz, possibly an indication that the first few overs of this Parkville innings have not necessarily gone the way that Yarras would have wanted. Maybe a few runs flowing a bit more freely than they might have liked.
Yeah. We've got a change from the other end, have we? We do. Okay. This is interesting. So what South Yarra have done is changed ends for Josh Dennett so that he's running in with the wind, which I get. But I would have kept Ashwin on. Ashwin was bowling really well from that end. So I'm a little bit surprised with this change, to be honest. But here comes Josh Dennett. It's full outside off stump. Terry drives to Aiden at mid-off and gets a single. A bit of an odd change, this one, because of the two bowlers, Ashwin was actually bowling better. So I'm surprised that they've gone back to Josh.
I would have agreed. I really thought Ashwin was bowling a much more consistent line and length, and Josh was perhaps missing his marks a little bit. That might have been part of the calculus of shifting him to the other end, bowling with the wind. Be interesting to see if Ryan Hannah continues from the zoo end, from the camera end, as he comes into Chris Visser, and wide is signalled. I think that might be the first one of the day. There were a couple in the Parkville innings. There certainly haven't been very many. Possibly an indication that obviously these being A graders, they're very competent cricketers, but also that umpires are happy to let most balls go. So Josh Dennett coming into Chris Visser again. Again on the legs, and Visser's very, very comfortable there. So he clips that one through square leg. The batsman will come back for 2. They will think about 3, but Terry Wong holds his hand out and says no. So just the 2 runs there to Chris Visser. That's a shot he's very, very comfortable playing.
We discussed this in theory some time back, but that big red cold struck drove across right as Josh was running into bowl. It couldn't have made it easier for Visser to see the ball there.
It is a hazard of playing here at Bren's that you are sometimes at the mercy of the colour of the cars that are coming by, as the nice white van that would have been a nice sight screen just makes its way down on Elliott Avenue there. So it can be a complicating factor sometimes, but Chris Visser was good enough to hit that one away.
Parkville at the moment scoring a little too easily for South Yarra's liking. But the field is a little bit tighter for Chris Visser, who has been a little more sedate than Terry, as that length ball is left alone outside off stump. It definitely is a curious change coming back to the bowling change, we've seen in this over as well, Josh getting a wide, giving the single away to Terry. Ashwin has definitely been the more consistent of the two bowlers, so I wonder if maybe there was a 1 over or 2 over spell for Ryan early on to see if he can crack it, and then he's just swapping the pace bowlers around on their ends, perhaps. Good Yorker there from Josh. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid on, fine leg, and mid wicket. Mid on is a touch too deep again for my liking. Aiden's always seems to be a few steps too deep for my liking. It is possibly because he's got a calf injury and he has to make sure he can cover either way, but it's still too many easy singles as he goes for the drive, and it's just kicked away by Josh Deniet in his follow through. And that's the end of the over. So I think there were a couple of runs from that, so it should be 23 of 9 overs if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully the issue with the tablet is fixed and I can confirm the score thanks to my cricket. The score is 1 for 20 after no, that's not right. That's from the previous over. So we are still catching up with the scoring on the tablet, I think. Apologies to the scoreboard still being updated, but it is 23, we believe. Here's Ashwin running in, so it was definitely a change of ends. So maybe Terry goes for the big shot. It's a great effort by Sam Chapman to get there, but the catch, it seemed to curve away from him a little bit. It was a tough chance. Little bit unlucky, but a big that's the first big swing that we've seen from Terry that's gone in the air, and Sam Chapman nearly getting there, but it was a difficult chance.
Noticeable that there was a big gust of wind right as that ball from Terry was hit in the air, so that might it certainly wouldn't have made things easier for Sam Chapman down there at third man. So, yes, the confirmed theory that it was just to swap the pace bowlers' ends has come in. So Ryan Hanna hasn't come back on. So Ashwin Sridhar continuing, but from the zoo end now. Terry Wong bunts one into the offside there and calls Chris Visser through for a single. Visser a little slow to get going, but they both eventually make their ground safely.
Yeah, still too many easy singles. Yeah, it looks like it was just a change of ends, and I kind of get the reasoning. Josh Deniet a little bit more dependent on running in with the wind, whereas Ashwin with a shorter run up and more shoulder heavy kind of bowling action is happier. He's left it! He's left it and he's bowled! Beautiful ball from Ashwin, top of off. Chris Visser completely misjudging that one. Hit a length. Swung straightened a little bit and took the top off where Chris Visser thought it was going to miss. And not the way a batsman wants to go. Not offering a shot. And Ashwin gets himself another wicket. So the change of ends hasn't disturbed Ashwin's rhythm. He's still bowling well and he's picked up 2 wickets now.
Well, the classic saying is that there are 2 kinds of leaves, good ones and bad ones. And although we're happy that people are watching the stream along, I dare say one of the people who won't be watching it back will be Chris Visser. He'll be a bit disappointed by that one, to say the very least. So Parkville's captain Nathan Green striding to the wicket now. So resuming the left-handed combination. So both Nath and Terry are left-handers. Parkville probably the side in MCA A grade that has the most left-handers in the team. I think there are 5 in total. Normally it's much more common to only see 1 or 2. But given the bowling that Ashwin Sridhar has been sending down thus far, it could be quite a stern challenge for Nathan Green and Terry Wong. You can see Gideon Haig looking on approvingly from the sidelines.
That was a beauty from Ashwin, but a bit of a misjudgment there by Chris Visser. He probably thought it was going to swing away and miss his off stump, but it just didn't. I don't know if it seemed back in or if it just held its line a little bit. But beautiful bowling. Ashwin's been bowling really well. Definitely the better of the 2 pace bowlers so far. He does prefer to bowl to the right-handers, so his approach to Terry has been interesting to watch today. He did get Chris Thompson LBW from this angle around the wicket, and it does look to be his preferred angle. But again, with the field, I just feel that South Yarra are just giving that one single away too many. There's no reason for that fine leg to be as deep as he is, or the third man, because this outfield is so slow that it's very rare that a ball will just fly away to fine leg, needing that fielder that deep. And Ashwin isn't particularly that quick either, so probably an opportunity there to bring that fielder in. And mid-off is definitely too deep again, Aiden. But here comes Ashwin, running in around the wicket. Finds the length, Nathan steps across and pushes the ball down to backward square leg, where I would have preferred that fine leg fielder to be. So there we go, straight away.
If only Ryan Hanna had the access to the stream to hear some of your insights, Jazz. I'm sure he would be very happy to receive some feedback. So that will be 2 for 25. Oh, 26. Oh, yes, 26. They take a single off the last one. So Nathan Green off the mark, a man who has made 200s in MCA finals before, although those were both in the era pre-pandemic, where finals were played over 2 days rather than one. I think 2 for 29. There we go. So the advent of the post-pandemic cricketing world, although we've had to do away with afternoon tea, I think one of the things that has improved the game, especially at the park level, for the better, is one-day games all around now. It just makes it easier to call off a game for bad weather. It means that you don't walk into the office and have to awkwardly answer the question of did you win with, well, we're 3 for 20 chasing 175, so it's kind of hard to tell. Nathan Green on the back foot there, cutting down past Gully. It looks like that will be fielded. Ooh, slightly awkward fielding there by the man. The knee definitely dug into the turf, but like any good golfer, he's going back to repair his divot. Thankfully, he was all right. I initially had shades of Simon Jones at the Gabba wrecking his knee. So they come back for 2 runs.
Hamza's gone a little bit finer squarer at third man rather. Josh Daniel to Nathan Green. That ball cut him in half. That was a beauty, clearly swinging in between bat and pad. Nathan was a little bit lucky. There's some extra bounce on this wicket. It just kind of carried the ball over the stumps. But lovely bowling from Josh Daniel. He has been a little bit inconsistent today, but that was a beauty. He'll be looking to remember how he did that for this ball. Lands it full, wraps on the pads, but I think that was going down leg, so not a very half-hearted appeal, mainly from Gully, which is always a dead giveaway that he was nowhere near being out.
A sign that it's not going over the stumps, but not necessarily a sign that it's actually going to hit them.
Yeah, as a square leg fielder myself, I love a good appeal. Here comes JD. Short of length, and again an easy single, again to that fine leg fielder who I think should be in the circle. So just leaking away too many of these singles at the moment. It looks like, okay, for Terry Wong, basically Braden Younger, whose nickname is Boss, has to make the huge run away from second slip all the way to mid wicket. Seems a little bit harsh to do between balls, but there we go.
Run to the next suburb.
Here's George Daniel running into Terry Wong. It's a length ball. Oh, on the stumps. Terry looked a little bit uncomfortable playing that one, so it must have come in a fair bit. But he does get bat onto it and safely negotiates it. And that's the end of the over. I would say 31 would be my guess. Should probably just keep the scoreboard open in front of me. 2 for 32 it is.
32 off
11. 11. As Ashwin continues, Nathan Green on strike. I think this fine leg placement is going to annoy me into oblivion today. I really think that fielder needs to be in. But let's move on. Here's Ashwin Sridhar running into Nathan Green. He drives. He was a little excited, but clearly that was a bump ball. It did look upish, but clearly Nathan just hit it into the ground right in front of him, and it just popped up safely to Hamza at cover. As Ashwin runs again, Nathan is planting his foot across the stumps a little bit, and given Chris Thompson was out LBW in very similar fashion, Ashwin will be eyeing that. But for him to do that, I really think he needs to bring that fine leg in so that he's not giving away the single every time he gets two straight.
I think that is definitely going to be the strategy to Nathan Green, but I can say that he's a man who has rarely trapped leg before. For someone who plants his front foot so far down the wicket, he generally does a very good job of getting his bat on it. He comes in again. Nathan happy to leave that one alone. That was sufficiently wide that even after having seen Chris Viss's dismissal, he was happy to watch that one go by. So we've currently got Ashwin Sridhar and Josh Dennett's bowling. Obviously, Ryan Hanna, the spinner, will bring himself on lately. Who else are Yarra's likely to turn to in their bowling attack, Chaz? Oh, that one's a bit wide down the leg side. Umpire potentially thinks about offering a wide, but yeah, it doesn't in the end. But I think the word to the bowler might have been no wider than that one, son.
Yeah, that looked wide. I think he got away with it. Coming to the bowlers, we've seen Ashwin, Josh Dennett, we've seen Ryan Hanna bowl 1 over. He'll definitely bowl his entire quota. We've got Aiden Kenworthy, who's probably the quickest of all of our pace bowlers, and he's a very hit the deck kind of bowler, so he will particularly enjoy bowling on this track where there's that little bit of extra pop every now and then. I think he will be a challenging bowler to face compared to at Como last week, where he did go for a few runs, mainly because the ball was just coming on too quickly on that pitch for him. But I think he will enjoy bowling on this more than he did last week. And then we've got a whole bunch of medium pace options. Julian Black's bowled a lot of overs this season, generally more in a controlling kind of role from one end as Ryan attacks from the other end. You've got Tim Pope, who will fill in a few medium pace overs. We've had virtually everyone in the team actually can roll their arm over, to be honest. So don't be surprised if you see 6 or 7 bowlers if this game gets deep. But I think mainly it'll focus on Josh, Ashwin, Aiden, Ryan and Julian. I think those will be the main 5 bowlers, with everyone else basically chipping in a few overs.
Well, certainly these 2 pace bowlers, the 3 bowlers that we've seen so far from South Yarra, the 2 pacemen and Ryan Hanna, have looked to be on at least reasonable form. Ashwin Sridhar, I would say, is probably the pick of them. So it'll be interesting to see the options that they turn to. I've just spied over on the far side of the ground, Chris Visser's just going for a bit of a walk by himself, which I think after his dismissal might be warranted. Terry Wong, just a nice on drive there into the gap to mid-on, and they take a single. The shed next to where we are commentating from is next to the Parkville scoreboard, and in the days when we had a fully complete clubhouse, it was known as the sulk shed, where batsmen would often go after a disappointing result to maybe have some alone time, process their disappointment and their anger, and then eventually come back to the rest of the team. But with the renovations to the Parkville rooms, this is having to go a little further afield. Ostenietz comes in again to Nathan Green. Very comfortable defence outside the off stump. So I think the amount of swing that Ashwin Sridhar is generating from the other end is potentially troubling these 2 left-handed batsmen the most. He's coming from around the wicket, he's starting at a long way outside their off stump and then swinging the ball back in. The wind is also helping carry the ball in that direction. It's quite a stiff breeze now. It's quite gusty here. Nathan defends outside off stump again.
It does look like Josh has found his radar a little bit bowling from the other end, so I think the change of ends has actually worked in Josh's favour, and I think Ashwin still maintaining the same level of control means his rhythm hasn't been disturbed. So I think net probably the right decision to swap them around. So good choice there, but it'll be interesting to see how many runs are scored towards fine leg. Not to hop on it, but that fielder is way too deep. As Josh runs in and a bit of gets the inside half of the bat. on that one. Nathan getting across to the ball, and again that ball coming in. I know you said, Nathan, that's his strength, not getting out to those balls coming in, but it's a fairly risky way to bat when the ball's moving in like that.
That's true. I think particularly on this pitch and with these current weather conditions, that might well be the case. So Josh Jennings comes in again to Nathan Green, who thinks about playing at that one, but eventually lets it go. So that will be the end of the over. So that will be 12 overs gone now, as they're changing ends. Crowd still a good level, well in attendance. A mix of family, kids, friends, and former and current players from both clubs, which is really fantastic to see. I have to say the Parkville contingent are a little bit more spread out around the ground. Most of the Yarras are concentrated not too far from our commentary position. But fantastic to see that folks are coming down and enjoying. As Ashwin Sridhar comes into Terry Wong. Oh, a slightly awkward length ball outside off stump. Terry sort of thought about playing it, eventually dabbed the bat at it, and the end result was that it dribbled out to point and there's no run. Ashwin comes in again, and that's that ball I think that they're looking to use to trap the batsman in front, potentially getting them pivoting a bit too far on that front leg, maybe trapping them in front LBW, or possibly getting a leading edge and creating a chance for a catch. But you would have to say certainly at this point in the game, Parkville are probably ahead on run rate compared to where Yarras were at the same point in their innings. But the fact that there's 2 wickets down already, as Terry goes for a slash over first slip there, that may one down to the boundary. No, it's a slow outfield, but they will come back for a comfortable 2. So I think on the metric of success as to did that shot go where the batsman wanted to hit it, you'd have to say the answer was no. Terry was looking to hit that one probably lofted over cover more than anything else. Got it a fairly thick outside edge, and it flew away over first slip's head, so they were able to come back for a second.
I know it looks warm and sunny on the telecast, but it is really cold at the moment. Oh, and that kind of squared Terry up, but not quite, as Ashwin hits a good length. And there's no run. That was a big swing from Terry. Could have gone anywhere. Probably lucky that it went over Ryan's head. And unlucky at the same time, because that would have been 4 on any other ground. That's fuller from Ashwin. Terry drives to mid-off, and that'll be an easy single.
Yeah, just on the cold, Jazz. I didn't want to say anything earlier, but I noticed you were shivering a little bit halfway through some of your sentences. So it is a typical Melbourne day. It's quite cold in the shade, and if we were playing at some of the other finals today, they're being played at places like Faulkner Park down in South Yarra. I know that can get very, very cold when the wind is up. So I think we might move into the sun possibly after this over. Ashwin bowls one to Nathan. Fairly solid defence back down the pitch, and that will be the end of the over. So we'll just take a short break and swap things around with our commentary position so we can be a little bit further into the sun, and we'll pick things up next over.
Don't worry, it won't have to be a long break. We just have to move on to the other side, and we're good to go. So much better in the sun. Woo, it's cold. Josh Denny to continue. South Yarra sticking with their opening bowlers, other than the one over that Ryan Hanna bowled to enable the 2 medium pacers to swap ends. Terry Wong's just had a bit of a drink. It's been, compared to the first innings, the runs have definitely flowed, but still a steady scoring rate in this game at the moment. Josh Dennett running into Terry Wong. It's a length ball down the leg side. Ken is quick to get across to it. Does a good job of stopping the ball. The umpire doesn't think it's far down leg side enough to be a wide, and no one seems to be complaining, so everyone's happy with that. It's an interesting vehicle in the background. Some sort of an open truck situation there. Never seen a truck like that. Anyway. Back to the cricket. Josh Dennett running in Big swing, and he's got behind. Josh Daniel gets the wicket. Terry Wong with a big swing at the ball. And Kennan taking a safe catch behind the stumps. 3 wickets down. 3 wickets down. South Yarra still in this game. Very much alive. 3 down for 36. Chasing 112. Could be a big moment, because if Terry had gotten going there, this could have turned into a short chase. But game on. Game very much on as Arvind Raghunathan walks out to bat, joining Nathan Green.
Well, I must say that was a very inopportunely timed bathroom break for me. I missed that one entirely. But the game now very much in the balance. I think you would have said until about 2 balls ago, Parkville were probably ahead slightly in terms of the chase, but it just goes to show how quickly games of cricket can turn around on the back of something like that.
Alright, so the new batsman is Arvind Raghunathan. Josh Daniel getting a little bit of extra bounce. He is a tall bowler. Terry going for an angled back cut shot. Getting a nick, and Kennan's not going to drop those. He's a very safe wicketkeeper. There's no chance of him dropping that one. Now, it is still cold, even sitting in the sun.
We are in the sun, but the wind is blowing, and it is a chilly breeze here. So one man who is generally cool under pressure is the new batsman, Arvind Raghunathan. So Josh Daniel comes back into bowl to the new man, and Arvind in safely behind it and defending to short cover. So Arvind this year, despite the fact that he has played in the Parkville District A grade side, has been captaining the A reserve side, the Parkville 2s. He's had a very successful year with the bat, including 85 against South Yarra at Como just before Christmas. But with a couple of late outs for the Wombats, he's been drafted in to take up a slot in the middle order.
I would point out that an 85 at Como Park before Christmas is nothing compared to batting out there at the moment. It's really tough conditions right now. Whereas Como, especially before Christmas, I remember that period, the grass was so short that if the ball went past the infield, it was 4. And here the ball could be flying away down to the outfield and it still wouldn't be runs. There was an appeal down the leg side. I don't think it caught anything. I didn't hear any sound. But here, I think it's the exact opposite, this outfield. I think you can smash it to the boundary and it'll pull up like 3/4 of the way there.
I think you often don't hear about this in park cricket, but I think today would really reward good disciplined running between the wickets, running the first one hard and possibly trying to turn 1s into 2s or 2s into 3s. Josh Daniel comes back into Arvind Raghunathan. Oh, and that's a beauty outside off stump. A play and miss from the batsman there. A very, very good channel. If he keeps bowling them there, it will be very hard to score off indeed. So that's the end of the over.
Arvind's clearly batting out of his crease there because Kennan tried to take the stumps. If Arvind continues to bat outside the crease, I've definitely seen Kennan keep up to the stumps a fair bit. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that at some point. But for the moment, it's Ashwin running into bowl to Nathan Green. Still a 1 slip, given the angle he is bowling from. And down to 3 fielders on the leg side now. It's a bit of a soft push from Nathan. Catches the outside half of the bat and rolls to gully for no run. I'd say the game is in the balance at the moment. 3 for 36, chasing 112 in tough batting conditions. It's up pitch from Nathan on the bounce to Hamza. On the bounce. It is a bit of a tricky situation here for Parkville. Left alone outside off stump. A wicket here could put them under some serious pressure. A quick fire 10-20 here could put the pressure on South Yarra, so very much on the edge.
Would certainly agree, and I think it's also noticeable that the pitch hasn't stopped misbehaving. Normally, you get this late into the afternoon of a park cricket game, and the pitch generally evens out and becomes a little easier to bat on. But I think because it was doing so much early on, there are some nicks and divots that are making it hard. A bit of a half-hearted shout from the Yarras there as it hits Nathan on the pad, but I suspect with a decent stride forward, he was going to be fairly safe, given the angle that is currently being worked with by Ashwin. Nathan would need to be hit on the pad fairly full and fairly close to the stumps to have a chance of being given out.
Ashwin runs in, big drive. He's found the gap, Nathan Green, between point and gully, but third man in Josh Dennett runs around and he's got a big arm. That's a really good throw from the deep, and it'll be 2 runs to Nathan Green. On Thursday morning, obviously the whole city was caught by surprise by that massive thunderstorm that lasted 10 minutes, but dumped a huge amount of water across the city as it went past. Would I be right in that the pitch was probably uncovered at that point?
Yes, I would have thought so. There was certainly no instruction from the MCA for any grounds to be covered at that point, and I was actually talking to former Wombat and current MCA umpire Jeff Hansen. He was meant to be umpiring the D-grade final today down at Faulkner Park, and they went down. They went to start the first over of the game. The first ball was bowled, and it plugged straight into the pitch. Just a big explosion of dirt. So that game's been abandoned, and they'll try and play it again tomorrow. But definitely an indication that there was a lot of water falling out of the sky in a very short amount of time on Thursday. And I think you're right. That has contributed to the difficulty that batsmen have been encountering on this pitch. It's certainly not easy work in the middle.
Here's Josh Dennett running in. It is really windy today. Arvind on strike, pushes. The scoring rate has dropped a little bit ever since they swapped ends, and obviously it helps to have Terry Wong dismissed. But 3 for 38 after 16 overs, so it's still tough going. But singles not as readily available as they were before, with the field being brought in as Terry's been dismissed. This is Josh Dennett's 8th over. Ashwin's only got 1 over to go as well from the other end. So I suspect that they're going to just bowl their overs out over the next 2-3 overs. And then we'll probably have a double change at some point, which I assume will bring Aiden on from one end, and either Ryan or we might see Julian Black for at least a little while. But that's a good ball from Josh that's pushed back defensively by Arvind.
Yeah, I certainly would imagine there would be a double change coming, and I agree when there's a small total like this on the board, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to leave bowlers with overs in reserve at the end of their spell. Both Josh Dennett and Ashwin are bowling quite well at the moment, so it seems logical to leave them on as Josh comes in again. Arvind lets that one go outside the off stump.
They are very new ball bowlers as well. They rely a lot on that swing and shape. They're not very quick. Well, Ashwin certainly isn't very quick. Josh is a little bit quicker, but they're both very reliant on that outswinger to kind of generate chances. So you will generally, more often than not on our scorecards, always see that they both bowl most of their overs up front. Sometimes they bowl through like they are doing today. Oh, that's a beauty from Josh Dennett. Length ball outside off stump. Arvind fishing for it, and yeah, nearly got the nick. But unless you get an edge, it's still a dot ball on the scorecard.
Yeah, that's one of the best balls that's been bowled all day, and you've probably heard in the background there, the South Yarra cheer squad are quite close to us here at our commentary position, so they were obviously very enthusiastic about that last delivery. So interesting to see how the over unfolds from here. Josh Dennett's coming in again to Arvind Raghunathan. Another full ball. Arvind pushes this one out past short cover, just to the left of the man there, and I think they'll run a fairly comfortable 2. They come back, so I think that will ease a few of Arvind's nerves being able to get off the mark.
Score moves on to 40, 3 for 40. Josh Dennett's got one more over, but it'll be Ashwin finishing his spell this over, I would assume. Although, where's Ashwin? Oh, there he is, yeah. He'll finish up his spell. I do think Aiden Kenworthy is going to get a little bit out of this pitch today. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him at some point. But here's Ashwin Sridhar running into Nathan Green. It's a full outside off stump. Nathan pushes it into a gap and takes a quick single. That was very well run. Spotted the gap really well. Soft hands.
Well, and it's interesting to see those quick singles being run in the inside the circle. That was probably something that South Yarra were perhaps lacking a little bit in their innings. Just the ball bunted into a gap, and both batsmen being awake to the possibility and jogging through for a single, or they were probably going a bit faster than jogging for that one. Ashwin coming into Arvind Raghunathan. Outside off stump, an outswinger, and Arvind is happy enough to leave that one alone and let it carry through to the keeper. So he's got 4 balls left in what's been a very good and very productive spell. I think he'll be heading home this evening fairly happy with his bowling performance.
I don't think you're going to be going home from a grand final happy unless you won the game. Here's Ashwin Sridhar running into bowl. He pushes that towards mid-on, thinks about a single, but there's none available as Aiden's come in a few steps ever since the dismissal of Terry Wong. So a little bit of a tighter infield. I do think points a little bit too deep, but this is definitely a much better field than they had earlier on in the piece. As Ashwin runs into bowl to Arvind, it's a full ball, again driven to mid-on. Same result. So Ashwin homing in on the same spot, just trying to get Arvind playing across the line perhaps a little bit, with that mid-wicket in closer to mid-wicket, and there's a gap between mid-wicket and fine leg, so just trying to get him to play square, but so far Arvind's not meeting the ball with a straight face. That one's outside off stump, left alone. It's getting windier and windier, which there must be some really heavy bails on the stumps because we haven't seen them fly off just yet. I've seen a few bails fly around in conditions like this in my time. Is it normally this windy here at Brent's Oval, or is this a little bit extra?
It is. This is definitely out of the ordinary. I would say it is a windier than normal day today here at Brent's. You generally do get at least a light breeze, which on the hottest of days is definitely very welcome. But I would describe it currently as gusty here. So it is, certainly windier than normal. The direction of the wind is pretty normal. It's quite standard for the wind to be coming from the city and blowing towards the ground. Heading in a northerly direction.
Ashwin has bowled out his spell, so good spell there from Ashwin Sridhar with the new ball, doing his job, keeping it tight, getting a couple of wickets. That's what you want from your opening bowler. Josh Dennett now into his last over. Interesting field change here. Points drop back about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, just kind of giving away the single to Nathan Greenfield, but that's short of a length into the body, and it'll be no run. So we've seen Nathan, particularly against Ashwin, really pushing hard on that drive a couple of times, but he hasn't really done that against Josh Dennett. But Josh has kind of preempted it by dropping Lachlan Scott at point 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. I'm not sure if giving the single away is the great idea, or perhaps after the play and miss that Arvind had last over, maybe he's keen to have a crack at Arvind. That one's through cover. Ashwin, after bowling a long spell, a little slow to get down to that one. And it'll be 2 runs. Oh, could be an extra run here. Yes. Oh, an overthrow. Not the best effort backing up.
Yeah, I think that was the ball perhaps of a tiring bowler there, just a full toss on off stump, and no player of the calibre of Nathan Green is going to let that go unpunished. Again, I know we keep harping on the length of the boundary, but that was a fairly full-blooded cover drive that only would have gone 2/3 of the way to the fence. So an indication that boundaries are very, very difficult to come by on this ground. But Josh Steniak coming into Arvin Raghunathan. Oh, lofted in the air, but falls safe. Think that one might have stuck in the pitch a little bit more than Arvin was originally thinking. A couple of little hand gestures from him indicating that it sat up a bit more than he was anticipating. I think he thought that one might have come onto the bat a little quicker than it ended up doing, but it ended up falling safely. Josh Steniak coming into Arvin again. Ooh, almost squares him up there. Arvin does enough to keep it out and defend it back to the bowler.
I think that one Arvin tried to hit, he did try to hit it over mid-wicket, I think. I think it just kind of, it swung away a little bit and also held up a little bit, so it kind of got the outside half of the bat and just chipped it over the bowler. He's really lucky that cleared Josh Steniak, but not by enough to reach the mid-on fielder. As Josh runs, Arvin's looking to play a bit shots, he's cut him. Oh, that is an absolute corker from Josh Steniak. He's found a beautiful length on that one. It's just cut away and Arvin had no chance of playing that one. That was a beauty.
I think that one may also have kept a little bit low as the Brenz Oval pitch gets later and later in the day. It does tend to offer up the odd ball that does keep low and occasionally shoots through to take pad or stump. Oh, and an absolute corker there. I tell you what, this is Josh Steniak's. That was the last ball of Josh Steniak's spell, but what a ball to finish with. I think you'd have to be a very, very good player indeed to get anything on that one. So an excellent spell for him, and time for a double bowling change, I think.
Yeah, what a couple of balls to finish off your spell with. Wow. First one was a little bit fuller, the second one was back of a lane. Both same result. Batsman nowhere near the ball. Top quality bowling there to finish. Definitely the change of ends made a big difference to Josh Steniak's spell for sure. It was a lot better once they swapped ends. But we've got a bowling change now. It's Julian Black, the top scorer from the Yarra's innings. Hopefully some of that good luck can rub off onto his bowling now. He bowls right arm kind of mediums, off cutters, leg cutters, reasonably accurate. I think for now Kennan is starting back to Julian, but I have seen him keep up to the stumps a lot with Julian bowling, so we might see that at some point. It will be interesting to see what he does with his field. So he's got mid-on, mid-wicket and a backward square leg.
No, it's a deep point. And
yeah, I'm talking about this side. And then on the offside, he's got a third man. He's got two gullies, kind of. Or is it?
They're clearly trying to get Nathan to cut.
Yeah, two gullies, a third man, a sweeper, mid-on, mid-off, sorry, and an extra cover as Julian Black runs in for the first time today, and that's right on the money. Nathan pushes it, 2 extra cover. There's no run, even though that fielder is a touch deep.
Yeah, given the two gullies, the third man, and it was a deep point, but he's moving into a regulation now. They've clearly identified the cut shot as a potential method of dismissal for Nathan Green, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see balls primarily outside off stump. We've got a 6-3 field at the moment, 6 on the offside as Julian Black comes in again. Oh, a leading edge back down the track. I think Nathan, potentially has identified that there only being 3 men on the leg side. He'll be looking to possibly work one between mid-on and mid-wicket if he does get the chance. Julian comes in again. Nathan, shout for LBW. Umpire's finger stays down. He moved his left hand there, and I think there were several members of the crowd who were thinking that it might be raising the single digit, but I think the verdict was that that one might have pitched outside the leg stump.
I'll tell you what, Nathan does plant his foot outside across the stumps a little bit. That must have been really close. The only way that could have been not out is if, like you say, it pitched outside leg stump. which from the angle is entirely possible. But man, that must have been tight. Here's Julian running in. Left outside alone. As that Julian, I think, is tending to get the ball going away from the left-hander a little bit more than Ashwin and Josh, who are both bringing the ball back in. He also has a mean off-cutter, which...
I also think that might contribute to the fact that LBW was given not out as a right armour coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Nathan just defends that one into the gully, and there's no run. As a right armour coming over the wicket, he really does need to be swinging the ball or cutting it back into Nathan's pads in order to both have a ball that pitches in line with the stumps and will go on to hit the stumps. So I think if he was to continue on his current trajectory of going over the wicket and primarily swinging it away, he would almost need to hit Nathan on the toe with a Yorker to really get an LBW that the umpire wouldn't be able to refuse.
Big gust of wind goes by. It is cold here in Melbourne today. That was a very solid first over from Julian Black, testing both sides of the bat against Nathan Green. Interesting plan set as well for Nathan in that over. I'm curious to see if he continues down that path against Nathan. But here's Ryan Hanna coming into bowl. He has bowled one over already. He is bowling with the wind. It does mean batsmen will have to hit into the wind if they want to hit him. But also I think it helps him get a little more drift in. So I'm curious to see how he goes here as he bowls into Arvind Raghunathan, who I'm not sure how much he might have faced Ryan before. Punts it away down to mid-wicket for no run. Slip and gully for leg spinner, which is interesting. They've got a point cover mid-wicket, square leg, and a squarish kind of short fine leg. So everyone in the circle clearly not intending to give any runs. Oh, he spooned it! He has spooned the catch straight down short fine leg's throat. That was a terrible delivery, to be honest. It was a long hop that Arvind could have picked where to hit it, and he just kind of gave almost catching practice there to short fine leg. It just went straight down his throat. Loopy catch, and you forgot to say a bit of a freebie there for South Yarra.
I would have to agree. I think Arvind would be quite disappointed with that shot. I think you were right, Jazz. Probably Ryan Hanna would say that was not the finest ball he's ever bowled, but it's hard to convince the other 10 men out there that it wasn't a good one as Arvind walks off. So the man replacing him will be the other player who's been called up from the Wombat 2s into the ones for this grand final, the keeper, Cassius Hynam. So Cass has had an absolutely fantastic year with both bat and gloves. He's made a whole bunch of runs in the Wombat 2s and has played in a pretty crucial role in a grand final victory before, having made 80 in the grand final. I think it was about 3 years ago now. So he is a man who is happy on the big stage. I was actually going to say, thinking about the bowling of Ryan Hanna to Arvind Raghunathan, that Parkville doesn't really have a leg spinner in their first 11, and Arvind at the moment is probably the next best spinner at the second level in the second team. So he would almost be the most qualified to be a bowler facing that kind of batting. But then, of course, a shot like that possibly disproves that. So Cassius Hynam will be facing Ryan Hanna now. So Cass is in the white helmet. Cass, a man who runs very hard between the wickets, loves to use his feet. So could be very interesting to see how he chooses to play Ryan Hanna, especially early on.
With the game situation where it is, would you say that Nathan Green is the key for the rest of this innings to play the Julian Black kind of role for Parkville?
I would say so, yeah. Nathan Green, obviously the captain and top run scorer for Parkville this year, I think has now found himself in quite a similar position to that which Julian Black found himself in. Other wickets falling around him, and then he has the responsibility to try and anchor the innings from one end. Obviously, Julian Black was able to do that very well and ended up scoring just over 50 of the Yarra's 111 runs. So I think the pressure will be on Nathan to play that similar role. Ryan Hanna comes into Cass Hynam. Oh, a little dab off the offside from Cass. Safely along the ground, and that concludes Ryan Hanna's first over, of which you would have to say the worst ball he bowled. Oh, yeah, second over, first in this spell. Of which you'd have to say the worst ball he bowled was the one that got the wicket, but that's the way cricket goes sometimes.
The cricket adage, shit gets wickets. It's always the case. You bowl 5 beautiful deliveries and then you bowl a full toss and get a wicket on that one. 4 down for 40 odd. Parkville in definitely a spot of bother. We knew that if this was going to be a tight chase, it would need someone to play a quick cameo for it to become an easy chase, but that hasn't materialized. It did look like Terry Wong was just getting singles at will, but his dismissal has kind of almost stopped the scoring, really. Nathan is the only one who's been scoring runs from memory in the last few overs, as Julian Black runs in to bowl. Hits that spot, gets forward and blocks it. It is hard scoring on this ground. The outfield is really slow. The pitch has been challenging. Julian's just going to bowl stump to stump. Look to put pressure on the batsmen by just making them play the ball off the stumps as he runs in. This one's a little bit further back of the length, but there are those 2 gullies that we were talking about earlier, and Braden, who's the squarer of the 2 gullies, gets around to it and cuts that off for no run.
Both these batsmen are very quick between the wickets, but I think given the game situation being 4 for 44, I think this might be the situation where you potentially put the risky quick single away. Oh, and Julian Black beats Nathan Green outside his off stump. That was a lovely ball. I think that might have seamed away a little bit off the deck there.
I suspect it might be the off-cutter. He's got a mean off-cutter, Julian, that can, particularly to the left-hander, I can see how threatening that would be. Cutting across the batsman, that was beautifully bowled. Clearly had Nathan Green in trouble, and Nathan's a really good batsman, so for a ball to have him in that much trouble, it has to be a really good one as he pushes this one to mid-on. Good to see the intent from extra cover getting around as well, trying to cut it off and make sure that there's no quick single. I haven't seen Hynam play all that much. What's his style of batting? Is he more an attacking kind of batsman, or is he more an accumulator? How does he go?
I would say, we'll watch Julian Black bowl this one to Nathan Green. That one a little shorter of a length on the leg side. Nathan just defends to short square leg. Cass is definitely more of an accumulator of runs. He has added a couple of more attacking shots to his game recently, but he's definitely the sort of accumulator who punches balls into the gaps, runs hard for his 1s, 2s and 3s, and then he will punish the occasional bad ball for a 4 or 6. Oh, and outside off again. Nathan goes fishing. Julian Black stands there with the double teapot, both hands on hips, possibly wondering why Nathan wasn't able to maybe get an outside edge to that one and snick it through to the keeper.
I'm just noticing bit of a shuffle around as the players go off for drinks, but Josh Farrell, the 12th man, was actually on the field for Sam Chapman. Not sure if there's an issue there or if it's just Sam needing a bit of a breather, but yeah, just for that over, it looked like Faz was out there. So it's drinks. The score is, trying to figure out what the score is. It's 4 for 44. 4 for 44 at the end of 22 overs. So South Yarra have actually pulled the scoring rate back quite a bit. It's going to be a tight game, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Match situation 4 for 44, chasing 112. Wicket to pace, outfield slow. This has all the makings of being a low-scoring thriller. What do you think?
Have to say I agree with you, Jazz. It's shaping up to be a very, very close game indeed here. Certainly in the balance, I think Parkville are about 15 or 20 runs ahead of where South Yarra were at the same point in their innings. But crucially, they've lost 2 more wickets than the Yarras had. So definitely shaping up to potentially be a very close game. Just checking the scores from some of the other games in the MCA Grand Finals today. In the A Reserve Grand Final, Flemington Colts are playing Melbourne Falcons. So Colts made 9 for 165 off their 35 overs, and Falcons are 3 for 57 off 19 overs in pursuit. Then we'll just bring up the B grade score, which is being held between Melbourne City and Yulden Parkville. That one's not being live scored, which is a little bit annoying. The D grade final, as we mentioned earlier, is not being played today, or not being finished today, after the pitch was deemed unable to be played upon safely. So they will resume their game tomorrow.
Just a quick shout out from Sam Chapman's dad to Gary Chapman, who I believe is watching us from Ballarat. So hello there, Gary. Always good to know that someone's watching and we're not talking to ourselves. But here comes Ryan Hanna bowling into Hynam. Goes for the big cut shot. He finds the gap. It's running away down to the boundary. As always, it's not going to get there. And it's an easy couple of runs there for Hynam as Lockie Scott gets there chasing that one.
Well, I was going to say a couple of things, Jazz. First of all, that Ballarat might be about the only place in Victoria that's colder than colder than Brens Oval at the moment. Gets very, very chilly up there. But thanks very much, Gary Chapman, for watching in Ballarat. Also, Cassius Hynam very comfortable playing the cut shot there. So not surprising at all to see Ryan Hanna pitch that next ball up a little bit further and get Cass onto the front foot, because if you're pitching it wide outside off stump and short of a length, you're in Cass's territory, not the other way round.
Seeing a lot of people very keen to change the score today, which is unusual. Oh! Charlie Hynam went for the big sweep there, kind of got it on the pad, and it almost dribbled onto the stumps, I think. That could have gone very pear-shaped for Hynam there.
Yeah, I think that one might have caught a little bit of glove or possibly the inside of the arm, and I dare say that was not far away from trickling onto the stumps. Ryan Hanna bowls to Cass Hynam again. Shorter, wrong, yeah. He tried the different ball there, and I mentioned that Cass Hynam has pulled a couple of more aggressive shots into his repertoire this season. That pull shot is definitely one of them. So no hesitation from the man in the white helmet to dispatch that one out towards mid-wicket. So the first boundary in quite a little while for the Wombats.
And it brings up the 50 as well for Parkville. So 4 for 50 the score. You'd have to say it's a poor ball from Ryan Hanna. Very, very similar to the one that actually got him the wicket of Arvind Raghunathan. If only a little bit quicker, maybe this one.
Yeah, I think that might have been an attempted wrong-un or slider. I saw the back of Ryan Hanna's hand facing the batsman as he delivered that one there. Typically the giveaway that the bowler is trying to bowl the one that goes the other way, or possibly the one that skids on. But it doesn't help when you bounce it halfway down the pitch. Comes into Cass Hynam. The classic leg break. Back on a length again. Cass is forward defending into the offside, and there's no run.
Very tight ring of fielders here from Ryan Hanna. He's got a 5-4 field with a slip. Backward point cover mid-off. This is flicked towards Josh Farrell, who at mid-wicket, who is sub-fielding for Sam Chapman, who for some reason is walking around the field. Not exactly sure what the story is there. But that's the end of the over, and it is 4 for 50 at the end of 23 overs.
So definitely evenly poised here at Brens Oval. Julian Black to resume after the drinks break from the zoo end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Nathan Green, Parkville captain. Oh, he's pitched it on a good length, and Nath is happy to defend that one back down the track. Although it is a little bit warmer now, I suspect Jazz might be doing some jumping jacks in between deliveries to keep himself warm here. Julian Black coming into Nathan Green again. Tucked onto his hip, and Nath is very happy to put that one next to the square leg umpire and take a quick single. Definitely, like most decent left-handers, a ball on the hip is something they get a lot, both in the nets and in matches, and no surprise that Nath was good enough to tuck that away for a single.
That's not the way Ryan would have wanted to start after drinks. Long off being hit over mid-wicket for 4, and the short ball cut away for a couple of runs as well. He'll want to definitely pick his game up in the next over. Julian starting again, targeting Nathan's stumps, and here he is. Oh, kind of squared Hynam up a little bit. It looked like there was a little bit of movement, but Hynam just pushing that ball away to gully for no run.
Yeah, Cass was actually pushing that one a fair way away from... His hands were quite a fair way away from his body, which obviously you're taught not to do. It makes it harder to connect the bat to the ball. So I think that one might have even surprised him a little bit with its bounce as Black comes in again. Yeah. And Cass Hynam was keen to wind up for the big back foot drive there, but slightly mistimed it. So it didn't end up going that far at all. So another dot ball. So I think of the two, Cass is looking to be a little more aggressive early on, possibly with the understanding that Nathan Green would act as the anchor of the Wombat innings. It's a ball on leg stump, and Cass is happy to tuck that one down to fine leg for a single.
Interesting that South Yarra is following Parkville's lead, taking the pace off the ball a little bit. We haven't seen Aidan Kenworthy in, and instead South Yarra have gone straight to, well, it's expected that they'd go to Ryan Hanna, but they've also gone to Julian Black, who's definitely not as quick as Aidan. Julian running in, landing it on the stumps, appeal for LBW, but I think there was a little bit of bat on that one, I suspect. There were two noises. South Yarra might have been going up on the hope that it was paired first, but the umpire clearly thought it was not out. So that's the end of the over. It'll be Ryan Hanna brought back in.
Yeah, I think based on the enthusiasm of some of South Yarra's early appeals, that one might have been a bit more in hope than expectation. But certainly not going over the stumps, but the bowler in particular wasn't especially enthusiastic. So Ryan Hanna to continue to Cass Hynam. Cass is someone who plays spin very well, or at least eyeball spin in the nets, and he plays me very well. So this will be a very intriguing challenge between a bowler who thinks about his cricket a lot and is a very intelligent player, and a batsman who is equally up to the task.
Ryan Hanna sacrificed this gully now to have some protection on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket out there. So he's still got 4 fielders on the leg side. It initially looked like he might have a 5th, but he's elected to bring the mid-wicket across to a short cover where Josh Farrell, the 12th man, is usually his best at. Here's Ryan Hanna, and Hynam just pushes it into the gap that was just created by that fielder moving across. So single there brings Nathan Green on strike. I'm curious to see what Ryan's going to do with his field now.
Yeah, it was also interesting that I was surprised that the extra fielder was taken out of point in order to do that, because I would have thought that even that would have been where Cass was looking to score off Ryan Stockball. Ryan Stockball obviously turns away from Cass as a right-hander. That's where Cass, I think, would be primarily looking to score his runs, and I think the 4 off the last over was more a case of just putting a bad ball away anywhere that it will fit. And a different prospect now as Ryan Hanna's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Nathan Green. Slip in place. Nice and full, Nathan forward to defend. So we've got a fairly standard ring field. So slip, backward point, cover, long off, a deepish mid-on, Ryan comes in again. I think that one might have been the top spinner as Nathan pushes it out to cover. So a fairly deep mid-on, mid-wicket square leg and a short fine leg. Ooh, and another good delivery dug out by Nathan Green. So it's skipper on skipper action here. The Yarra's captain bowling to the Parkville captain. Nathan having only taken on the lead job at the Wombats this season for the A grade. It's a lovely back foot cut shot down towards the fence, fielded well, and they'll come back for 2 runs.
I think Ryan's got to be a little bit more patient here. He can be tempted into trying too many things. We've seen him drop a couple short, searching for the slider and the googly. I think at the moment he's just got to be tight because it is a tough pitch to score on. And off the pad, triples off for nothing. He does need to work on just building pressure here because I think every over there are a couple of balls that are just giving away a run or two, which I think South Yarra really need to tighten up if they're to win this game.
Yeah, I think I must say I agree with you, Jazz. The boundary that Cass Heiner was able to hit off Ryan Hanna's last over, not the one that's just been completed, the one before, was an attempted googly or slider that he just missed on, dug it into the wicket. And I think that's a case of getting to the 3rd or 4th ball in the over, having had a couple of runs scored off you and trying to make something happen. It's obviously hard to have that sort of patience when you are defending a small total. I think especially you're playing a one-day game, you're only defending 111. But I think I know it's a lesson that as a leg spinner that's taken me a long time to learn and I still frequently ignore, but it could be something to keep in mind. Julian Black to Cass Heinem. That one is down the leg side and the umpire signals wide. That's probably fair enough, I would say.
Yeah, that was well down the leg side. Julian just raising his left hand up as if to say that's where his front arm should be. As he walked back to his mark, as he runs back in. Julian Black, that's gone the other way. It's a wide on the other side, wide outside off stump. So a couple of wides to start this over. Julian's been reasonably accurate so far in this spell, so it's a bit unlike him to see him spray the ball around like this in the last couple of deliveries. But it can happen in the middle of a spell, of course. Julian Black running in. It's down the leg side. The umpire thinks about the wide again. This time he gets away with it. But just radar a little bit broken here for Julian Black. Just needs to reset and just focus on landing the ball on that off stump again.
I think that's the sort of ball that might have been given wide if it was on its own, but after following 2 other wides and being a little bit closer, maybe the umpire just decides to keep his hands in his pockets for that one. As Julian Black comes into Cass Heinem again. Ooh, a length ball, and Cass just defends that one out to point. No run.
Julian Black has bowled well, stump to stump for the most part in the spell. And he has actually... Oh, that's a good leave from Cassius. That was pretty close to off stump, but he was confident in leaving that well alone. I do think that Julian, while bowling really well and keeping things tight, I don't think he's threatening the batsman with a dismissal in the way that might give South Yarra a chance at getting a wicket. Oh, risky, sets off, but he's sent away back quickly by Nathan Green, so there's no damage done there for sure. Just coming back to that, I think it might be time to try someone like Aiden Kenworthy who can hit the pitch a little bit harder, see if he can produce something, a mistake by threatening the batsman. Oh, interesting change here. Kennan's coming up to the stumps, so maybe a recognition that Cassius is just roaming outside his crease.
So Julian Black coming in, keeper now up to the stumps and misses one. Julian's been a little wayward this over, and he holds his hand out to the side, but when you're a pace bowler and the keeper's up to the stumps, it really is on you to make sure that they have a ball that's as easy to take as possible, and bowling one a foot and a half down leg side is probably not the way to go about that. So he'll be a bit disappointed with his range on that one.
The bye is a little bit harsh on Kenan.
Yes, that's true. That's a very good point.
Signaled a bye. The umpire decided it was close enough to the leg stump to not give a wide, but definitely something that'll go against Kenan in the scorebooks that he'll probably feel aggrieved by. But that's the end of the over. Another over. Parkville just kind of chipping away at the target, getting ones here, twos there. South Yarra kind of letting the game slip a little bit. It feels like the momentum's just going away from them just a touch. I think South Yarra really need to look into how they're going to get a wicket.
Yeah, well, you mentioned earlier that Julian Black's role is mainly as someone who contains the opposition and tries to keep the ones and twos to a minimum, but bowling a couple of wides in that over and a couple of other wayward balls, I think would kind of indicate that if he's unable to contain, then I think you might be right that it might be time for a change of pace. I think ideally if Yarra's had a second spinner of the calibre of Ryan Hannah, this would be an excellent chance to bring them on, but my understanding is that when it comes to spin for the Yarras, Ryan Hannah's more or less it.
We did have a second spinner. He's away in India, unfortunately, with the unfortunate passing of his father-in-law. So, for sad reasons, he would have been in the side, but unfortunately, he's missed out. Josh Denier, quick on to that. Ooh, it was tight there at the end. I think Cassius made the mistake of going at Josh Denier there, because even though it went to his left, he's got these long legs that he can cover a lot of ground very quickly around, and he did get to that a lot quicker than I think Hynam expected him to. But ultimately, no damage done, and it's a single. So another run in Parkville's book. The score is 4 for 59. As Ryan Hannah bowls it full, Nathan drives it to mid-off. We're really approaching a situation now where South Yarra really need a wicket.
Yeah, as someone who's batted a lot with Cass Hynam this season, I can say that the whack straight to a fielder and the call for a quick single is not out of character for him. Thankfully, Nathan Green is a lot faster than I am, so was able to get through unscathed. Ooh, that one I think might have turned a little bit more. Ryan Hannah perhaps hoping that one would be able to catch the pad, but I think that was off the bat of Nathan Green and just trickled into the leg side there. No run.
You can't see me, obviously, but I've just had to pull my chair back into the sun a little bit because it's getting a little too cold again. As Ryan Hannah tosses that up, Nathan pushes it. Nathan has been seded, but I'm sure he understands that his job here is to bat till the 45th over and just take Parkville to a victory here. Can't afford to get out playing a silly shot at this stage. Here's Ryan Hannah. It's squeezed away into the offside, Nathan, and Nathan's probably played against Ryan Hannah a lot over the years, and he's well aware that Ryan Hannah poses a huge threat, wicket-taking threat, so I don't think he'll be taking too many risks against Ryan.
No, I certainly agree, and while you can't see us here on the stream viewer, I can say that we're like a couple of pensioners with a caravan because we're doing nothing but chase the sun. The breeze here is quite chilly, whereas previously it was coming from the city end towards the camera position. It's now going across from right to left, so it's more of a crosswind now, I would say, than a headwind for the bowler to bowl into. So Julian Black to continue to Cass Hynam, and a pull shot there gets it through the infield. That's running out towards the fence. It's a long old boundary out there, just pulled up inside. And I think they will come back for 3. So good shot there from Cass Hynam. Gets 3 for it. And I think Julian Black may potentially be starting to tire after making an excellent 50 in the Yarra's innings. In the last couple of overs, he's just missed his marks by a little bit more than I'm sure his skipper would have liked.
Yeah, it's 3 runs of that ball. They've got a sweeper out there now on the offside for Nathan. That's a foolish ball. Nathan pushes it to mid-wicket, sets off for a quick single and successfully does it. It does go to Josh, but that was a much safer single than the one Cassius set off for in the previous over. It'll be interesting to see if they do something different with their field after that last shot from Cassius Hynam. No. Yeah, the square leg asking the question, but he's been asked to stay in, albeit he's taken a few steps back from where he was. There's Julian Black running in. It's short again, and he's pulled it. That's much more convincing of a pull shot, and that's definitely gone for 4 runs. Couple of bounces, no doubt about that one. Julian's just lost his length a little bit in this over, and after losing his line a little bit in the previous over, so I think it is definitely getting to the stage where they need to try someone else.
Yeah, and that shot from Cass Hynam was potentially even more confident than the pull shot he played earlier in the over. A little bit shorter, but also wider outside the off stump. Absolutely no hesitation in going there. And Yarras have now put someone out at square leg for that shot in case the man in the white helmet dares to try that again. Julian Black comes into Cass Hynam, and that's a bit fuller. Nice exaggerated leave from Cass there. Obviously a fan of Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. I'm sure there was a nice loud call of no run that the camera failed to pick up.
Got a slip, gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg. Cassius sets off for a quick single, but I think that was a good, well-run single, and Ashwin's not backing up behind the keeper, but it doesn't matter because Parkville don't steal an extra run on that one. As the fielders run around trying to find their position. Not exactly sure why Lachlan Scott is running all the way from point to deep point when there is a fielder standing out there at deep square leg anyway, but here we are.
Do they throw with different hands?
They do, but there's no reason why that's left alone outside off stump, and that's the end of the over. So an expensive over given the match situation from Julian Black. I would suspect that we might see a change from this end. We might have to, but we'll see how it plays out as Ryan Hanna comes back on, I believe. 4 for 68, 111. Actually, we're going to see a change now, so maybe Ryan Hanna will come on from the other end, because I believe that's Aidan Kenworthy marking out his run-up. I think this is a critical moment in this game because with his extra pace, he's either going to go for runs or he's going to get a couple of wickets here. And this could be a match-defining phase where either Park will run away with it or South Yarra bring themselves back into the game, where I think Park will at the moment are slightly ahead of South Yarra. 4 for 68, chasing 112. You'd think South Yarra would need a couple of quick wickets here to bring this game back to par, and they're turning to Aidan Kenworthy, hoping that he's the man to do it.
Yeah, interesting that Ryan Hanna's chosen to take himself off. They're obviously, I think you're right, that with Julian Black missing his mark a little bit in that last over, that Ryan Hanna might bring himself on from the zoo end, closest to the camera position. Aidan Kenworthy will bowl his first over now from the city end. Late afternoon sun providing a lovely aesthetic glow to proceedings here. It's just a wonderful day to be outside watching a game of cricket.
I think if Andrew Green started the club, Aidan would be signing up to be a member of the I Don't Want to Bowl Into the Wind club. First ball from Aidan, short of a length into the body. Now this is going to be interesting because we've seen Cassius play a couple of really good pull shots and cut shots, but Aidan is a degree quicker than any of the other bowlers he's faced so far, and he loves banging it in, and he's very good at banging it in as well. So I'm going to be very curious to see how Cassius plays this, because he is going to get the opportunity to play a couple of pull and hooks in this innings.
So Aidan Kenworthy comes into Cass Hynam, and wide outside the off, and another exaggerated leave from the Parkville man. So just an update on the field position here. Yarras are clearly thinking that a ball from Cass's bat is going to go behind the wicket. So we've got a deep fine leg and a deep third man, but other than that, everyone else is in the ring. So we've got slip, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. So aside from your deep third man and your deep fine leg, a classic ring field here as Kenworthy comes into Hynham again. And then driving, doesn't quite get all of that one, bumps it into the ground and it goes to cover. There's no run. So we're just coming up on 5 o'clock in the evening here in Melbourne. If you're watching from anywhere around the world, obviously we thank you for tuning in. Crowd has grown nicely. I'd say there's probably around about 50 people watching here at the moment, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I can tell you for a park cricket game, that may as well be 100,000 at the MCG. Kenworthy to Hynham again. Defended off the back foot. Thought about calling Nathan Green through for a quick single, but I think Yarras are very much aware and alive to that possibility at the moment. So they will be reticent to let him have his way with that quick single, especially with the target getting closer and closer.
Change of the field, square legs dropping back into a deep square leg. I think I think it's safe to say the bouncer's around the corner. We've seen Aiden bump it in plenty of times in the past. Oop, he's gone too full. He's gone with the full toss. I think he was trying to sell the dummy there by pushing the fielder back and then bowling the Yorker, but didn't get that radar quite right on that one. But I do think the short ball's coming.
No, I have to agree. I think that was the classic two-card trick, played one card early there, sending the man back to deep square leg to indicate that the bouncer might be on the way before. I think that was meant to be a Yorker, was a bit off his length, but that's all right. So Kenworthy into Hynham again. Length ball. Defended. That one jumped up a little bit and took Cass Hynham on the gloves there. So that will be the end of the over here at Bren's. So Aiden Kenworthy finishes his first over. I think that could be quite an intriguing battle, and it looks like it is going to be Ryan Hanna coming on from the zoo end of the ground.
Yeah, I think I did have a look at how Parkville were bowling, and I thought Aiden would be a handful on this wicket. And judging by that last ball, I think he is going to be in play because there's a little bit of that pop of a length. And Aiden's the type of the bowler who hits the pitch so hard that he is bound to extract that extra little bit of bounce every now and then. Ryan Hanna coming on. Nathan Green on strike. We've got a mid-on. We've got a mid-wicket. We've got a backward square leg. No one on the boundary on the leg side just yet, except a long on is now going, well, not quite a long on, but like a 3/4 back mid-on. Aiden trying to figure out where he's about to field, and Josh Farrell is dropping back to be mid-wicket. So a lot of shuffling happening around the field as it settles, but ultimately we've ended up with a 5-4 field with 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg, or is it? Yeah.
So Ryan Hanna coming into Nathan Green. Oh no, hang on, he's turning around and having another go. So again, captain bowling to captain, coming around the wicket. Quite a full ball, Nathan on the drive, but comfortably fielded by mid-on. Now, I had a question, Jay. As someone who hasn't seen a lot of Aiden Kenworthy's bowling up to now, is he someone who normally gets the new ball?
He has bowled with the new ball in the past, not consistently. I think the last time we played a grand final here, he did bowl with the new ball. We've got a lot of... I think this year our bowling depth in the ones have been tested a little bit in the last few weeks. We've had a couple of injuries come in, which has kind of held us back a little bit. And what's happened is Josh Deniet has taken up the new ball mantle, and because he bowls best with the new ball, so they've kind of stuck to Ashwin. That's a shot! He's got him! Ryan Hanna breaks the partnership. Nathan Green goes. He decided to take Ryan on, got to the pitch, and then hit it straight to mid-on, and that's a huge wicket for South Yarra. 5 wickets down. We're still alive. Game's on. Nathan Green, probably the most experienced of the batsmen in this lineup. Can see Mohit Sharma walking into bat. Can Mohit and Cassius hold their nerve? That's going to be the key question here for Parkville. Because this is the kind of situation where teams can get in their own head in a grand final and cost themselves a win. So really, really bad timing there from Nathan Green to try that. Hit it straight to mid-on, and a huge, huge wicket for South Yarra. I was just saying that they desperately needed a wicket, and lo and behold, Ryan Hanna's produced one.
Yes, I think Nathan Green. Yeah, we've just heard his bat ricochet off some of the scenery here. He's definitely not happy with himself. So Mo Sharma coming in. Mo and Cass, between the two of them, are probably the two fastest men at Parkville, and the two most inclined to take quick singles. So that may well be their modus operandi here, but would also not be surprised to see Mo try and swing for the fences, especially given it as though it's... oh no, we are going to have one man go back to deep mid-wicket for Ryan Hanna to, again, another left-hander in Parkville's lineup. We're just absolutely reticent with left-handers here at Parkville, and I must say, as a left-hander myself, love that. Love that. So it'll be interesting to see how he bowls to another left-hander here. So Parkville needing 43 runs to take victory. South Yarra needing another 5 wickets. So Ryan Hanna coming into Mo Sharma to face his first ball. On the spot, Mo forward and defending into the leg side. A good ball to a new batsman.
So it sounded like Mohit's a kind of batsman who tends to be a little more aggressive from what you were saying. And how does he go against the spinners?
I haven't seen too much of him bat against the spinners, to be honest. Normally Mo is more of a player who comes in with about 10 overs to go, gets those last 15 or 20 quick runs. But he's certainly not afraid to have a bit of a flash with the bat if he sees a ball that he likes. Obviously, that's in a normal game situation. At 5 down in a grand final, obviously, the calculus might change a little bit. Ryan Hanna coming in to bowl to Mo Sharma now. Oh, a drive just bouncing short of cover there. I think that might have been the googly from Ryan Hanna there, but an excellent over from the South Yarra skipper. The big wicket of Nathan Green has been taken. So it'll be Cass Hynam and Mo Sharma to try and see Parkville over the line, and then 5 wickets to get for the Yarras, I guess.
It's an interesting... At any other time in this innings, I think it would have been fine for a batsman to walk out with a cap. But Aiden is probably one of the few bowlers in the NCA that I wouldn't want to face with just a cap on, just because of the unpredictability of his length sometimes and his ability to actually hit the bouncer and actually mean it. And also wearing a cap like that to a bowler like that could be like waving a red flag to a bull sometimes. That's short of a length, and Cassius Hynam just ducks that away to find leg for a single, and that brings Mohit on strike. So it's going to be interesting to see what length Aiden hits against him. I would assume that the sweeper fielder will come in. What was the deep backward square leg for Hynam will come in. And are they pushing a fielder back? No. So they're just sticking with the one.
So we're going to have a deep third man, a deep fine leg, and everyone else in the ring. I think also you make a good point about the willingness to bowl the bouncer to Mo Sharma wearing a cap. The other thing is that, unlike Nathan Green, Mo Sharma is probably 6 or 8 inches shorter than his captain, which could make quite a bit of difference. And Kenworth comes in, and that was on cue. That was the attempted bouncer. Didn't get up at all. The umpires signalled wide, which is interesting. I think certainly the fielder at first slip was a bit confused about that one. Anyway, the umpire's extended his arm, so we'll have 7 balls in this over instead of 6 if all goes to plan. It's certainly probably the closest of the wides that's been given so far today. Comes in again. Mo Sharma happy to let that one go through to the keeper. So things definitely very evenly poised here at Bren's Oval.
I actually think Parkville are marginally ahead, to be honest. 5 for 69. They need another 43 runs. But a big cut shot from Mohit. It's edged over the top and it goes to third man on the second bounce where Hamza returns fire. So the short ball there from Aiden, but it was a little, he gave a little too much room to Mohit there, allowing him to play that cut, and it was over the top. And it gets to Hamza on the second bounce, so not quite getting all of it, but that probably worked out in his favor. Aiden running in. That's short again. That definitely got Cassius leaping there. Hit the not quite back of a length, slightly shorter than that. Directed at the rib cage, and Cassius did well to get his bat behind it and get himself over it. But it definitely didn't look 100% comfortable. Just Aiden's clearly cranking it up a little bit, as he can do sometimes. It's all shoulder. As a bowler, his run-up is always deceptive. Oh, that's a Yorker following up that short delivery. So he's really testing Cassius here. Good pair of deliveries from Aiden. This is how he works out batsmen. This is his method of operation, if you will. Banging in a few short balls and then getting that full ball. But Cassius has been equal to the task so far.
Yeah, and while Cass was reasonably comfortable defending that last short ball, it's obviously not something that he's going to be able to get a lot of runs off. So that could even be a potential option to try and tie down the Parkville scoring rate. As he puts ball on a decent length on the leg side, Cass happy to defend that one to mid-wicket, and that will be the end of the over.
Just looking at the ground and the scoring rate today, I feel like a lawnmower would be a good investment for Parkville Cricket Club. Just to take things out of the hands of the curator. Drive around a lawnmower before a grand final. It's been very slow going, the outfield. The pitch has been up and down, but you know, it happens, especially there was a downpour on Thursday, so I understand why the pitch is up and down, but the outfield has just been miserably slow for a grand final. But it's the same for both teams, and Ryan Hanna's almost walking into bowl. Mohit on the, well, I want to say back foot, but didn't really move his feet all that much, just stayed where he was and just played it about at the height of about his thigh for no wrong, none to the offside. Ryan Hanna full, pushes it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. No run. Five wickets down. Oh, that's a very good ball by Ryan Hanna. He tossed that one up outside off stump. Mohit tried to get well forward, but there was a bit of turn. I think it got a little bit of inside edge, little bit of bat, but just dribbled away down to the short fine leg area for no run. Interesting passage of play here. That's a good ball again from Ryan Hanna, just testing him on those stumps. I'm just wondering, is Mohit the type of batsman who, when he feels under pressure, would play the big shot?
I think he would. I would like to think that he would generally be calm enough to put the big shot away. But being park cricket, anything can happen. Oh, a lovely drive down the ground, again for no run. But it was interesting, the ball before Ryan Hanna tossing it up, not only a little shorter but a little wider, really getting Mo Sharma, who's not the tallest of men, really stretching to try and cover the spin of the ball. Another length ball, Mo happy to defend that one back down the pitch, and that will be the end of the over.
Good over from Ryan. Didn't produce any edges or any half chances or anything, but he was definitely testing Mohit there, front foot and back foot on his footwork on his line and length. So 41 runs to get, 13 overs to go. The run rate is creeping up a little bit, and it's above 3 runs an over, which doesn't sound like much, but for this game, that you might as well be asking the batsman to score at 6 an over. 41 to get. Hynam's 18 of 34. Mohit Sharma's on 1 of 11. Aiden Kenworthy started his spell well. That is short again. Hynam tries to play the pull, but I think he gets a bottom edge and it's just a single. Aiden Kenworthy, 2.1 overs, one maiden, none for 4. Now we saw Aiden test Mohit with a couple of shorter deliveries, but they were a little too wide of off stump, and Mohit was able to get one of them away for a single, down to third man. But I definitely expect Aiden to continue. He's coming around the wicket now. I think that's a good idea because he's going to angle it into the body. So when he does land it short, he's not going to give Mohit the room to cut over third man. So we'll see how he goes with his accuracy in this over. But we will definitely see Mohit get a couple into the body in this over.
Yeah, and the square leg is a little bit further back than you would probably normally have it. So I think the idea might be that they will try and get Mo to possibly spoon a bouncer up for a catch. One wide outside off. He flashes at that one. That's running down towards the boundary, and that will be 4. So a cut shot for 4. First boundary in a little while for Parkville. Mo Sharma, I think, will get a little bit of confidence after having steered that one to the fence.
37 to get for Parkville. 5 wickets in hand. We're getting close to a situation where South Yarra need a couple of wickets in quick succession. They definitely need a wicket now. That was a very well played cut shot. The angle, the idea was good, but the execution, the ball was there was still too much room for Mohit on that one as he blocks that one away to gully for no run. Got an extra fielder who's dropped back now. Julian Black was at point, but he's kind of come into a deep backward point, which just allows Aiden to bowl that delivery, that short delivery, without worrying about him being too wide. That's a length ball, and Mohit is well forward, so the short ball hasn't dulled his front foot that much. He's still getting well forward. Aiden Kenworthy, 1 slip, 1 gully. A third man, a short, a deep backward point, a cover mid-off. That's full again. Mohit gets forward, pushes it to Braden at cover. And that'll be the end of the over. So 37 to get for Parkville still. 12 overs to go. Just a touch over 3 runs an over, which is higher than either team has been able to score over the course of their innings. But South Yarra did add a few runs, add 4 or 5 runs and over towards the innings. So you'd say that if Parkville were able to bat to the 45th over, they should expect to win this game, which is why South Yarra need a couple of wickets as soon as they can get them. And in Ryan Hanna, they've got the leading wicket taker in the MCA. So if you were to bet on one man being able to do it, it would be him. He's got a slip, he's got a point, he's got cover mid-off, mid-on. Hamza's just jogging across from short mid-wicket into kind of backward point. So now he's got an extra fielder there for that cut shot that Hynam loves to play. And then there's a, on the leg side, there's a short fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Ryan Hanna tosses it up. Cannon takes the bails. Cannon takes the bails off very quickly as he does. It's a beautiful delivery. Well done. Good take by Cannon. But it appears Hynam was well safe because there wasn't even an appeal on that one.
Yeah, as a keeper, Cass Hynam would be very reticent to be out-stumped, especially to a spinner. So he's confident watching that one. Just got a message from former Parkville Wombat Toby Warne, who is watching the game from Adelaide. G'day, Warnie. Have to say, probably the most famous living Warne at the moment, especially of the cricketing variety. Yeah, probably is too soon, but I said it anyway. Anyway, Warnie did win a B-grade premiership against the Yarras about a decade ago, and glad to see that folks are watching from home. Ryan Hanna digs that one in short. Cass Hynam very quick on the pull shot. It's a long old boundary out there, diving stop, and it looks like that has successfully been fielded. Cass Hynam will come back for 3, so an excellent fielding effort out there on the far fence has saved a run for South Yarra.
That was brilliant work by Lachlan Scott. That was a fantastic shot by Cassius. Poor delivery from Ryan, short of a length, and Cassius got right on it, hit it in front of square, away from the fielder, but he didn't factor in Lockie. Covering ground really quickly, of course helped by the slow outfield, obviously, that we've talked about all through this game, but that was really good work. And you never know, the one run that he saved could come back to benefit the Yarras later. Here's Ryan Hanna to Mohit, big appeal for LBW! It's huge! Oh, the umpire says that it's going down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire. That was a huge appeal from everyone around the bat, especially from the bowler. But the umpire turns him down.
Yeah, that was the full moonwalk with jazz hands from Ryan Hanna, trying to get the umpire to raise his finger there. And although the left hand did move a little, I think it was only to indicate that it might have missed leg stump. I think if the finger that Yarras are looking for is going to come up, it is going to be his right hand that is raised. Just a momentary pause here. I think Mo Sharma's just having a bit of trouble with his strides there, so we'll think he's got it all sorted now, which is probably for the best, given the number of young kids who are watching around the ground.
The mic might be picking it up, but the peanut gallery is getting louder and louder as the game goes on. And the drinks are disappearing, so apologies if there's some background noise, or maybe it's an enjoyable addition. As Ryan Hanna goes up again, this time it's just him going up. He seems absolutely gutted that it's not given out, but not many people around the bat went up for it, which is a bit of a giveaway sign.
Yeah, that was very much a case of the bowler being all on his own with that appeal. I think although Mo Sharma isn't the tallest guy in the world, the fact that was hitting him high on the pad flap above the knee roll and on the outside of the leg meant that would probably have missed leg stump. Yeah, so the run rate is precisely 3 and over now, 33 to get off 11 overs.
Ryan Hanna's got 1 over to go, so he knows how important every ball he's got left is. I think that importance is reflected in the way he's appealing for those. It's a full delivery from Aiden for no run. He's got 6 balls to go, Ryan Hanna, to make an impact on this game and try and steal a wicket. I believe Cassius is signaling. I think his bat is broken, the way he's signaling to the dressing room, asking for a different bat. He straight away raised his bat and pointed. That was a full delivery Yorker length, and it's the kind of ball that breaks the bottom of bats. So I'm assuming that's what's happened there.
Yeah, Cass's bat has seen a couple of campaigns, so I'm not particularly surprised that it's given up the ghost at this moment. So he's trading it in for one of his teammates' sticks instead. With Ryan Hanna only having 1 over left in his spell, who's liable to come on and bowl the remainder of the overs from the zoo end, if we're going to presume that Aidan Kenworthy continues from the city end as he's currently bowling?
It would either have to be Julian Black or Tim Pope, I think. Likely Julian, but we may see Tim roll his arm over as well. That's down the leg side. For a second I thought it got a feather on it, but it just sneaked past. I think Cassius Hynam will be more disappointed than the bowler with that one, that he didn't get any bat on it and get some runs. We are inching backwards into the sun, or maybe we should be inching forwards. As we try to get out of the shadow of this tree that's nearby. It is very cold in the shade today in Melbourne, very windy. I think Yas has got the right idea, sitting next to us with a leather jacket on. That's a full delivery, and Cassius pushes that towards mid-wicket. Aiden's bowl definitely a lot better than he did last week, but I think he's being aided by the conditions a little bit, because last week the pitch was an absolute road and his pace was just coming onto the bat too easily in the semi-final. But today he's in conditions that are very helpful towards his style of bowling. As he runs in, we've got a slip still at this stage. It's a full delivery appeal for LBW. Only the keeper's really going up with any conviction. I suspect it would have been going down leg side given where the ball hit him and where it went. But nevertheless, a shout there from South Yarra.
Yeah, I have to agree. I thought that one was probably missing the leg stump. But when you've got 10 overs to go in a grand final, I don't see why you wouldn't go up for just about everything. So Aidan Kenworthy coming in again to Cass Hynam. Oh, a lovely cover drive there. Doesn't beat the field, though. So straight to the man at extra cover there. No run. So game is very, very intriguingly poised. These two have stabilised a little bit. I think Parkville will be reasonably confident they could bat out the overs at this point in the game. The question, I think, will be about whether they are able to lift the run rate enough to get themselves over the line. So Aidan Kenworthy coming in again to Cass Hynam. Oh, chipped in the air. Is this going to be out? It is!
Huge wicket there for South Yarra. Aiden gets Cassius Hynam. That was the kind of ball that this pitch was going to help Aiden with. That little bit of extra pop. He was too early on that. Popped it up towards cover, and a simple catch there, and just like that, again the pendulum swings in this game. 33 runs to get, 4 wickets in hand. We're going all the way, folks. We're going all the way. If you're watching this game, wherever you're watching this game from, I suggest you stay on, because this is going to be a really, really tight finish here.
So, 6 for 79, 10 overs left. The batsman striding to the crease is Chris Edwards, as the dejected figure of Cass Hynam, who did bat well today but couldn't quite get the job done, strides off. So Cass, I think, possibly feeling a little uncomfortable without his own stick in his hand. Just not getting over the top of that one. It stuck in the pitch a little bit, and he chipped the catch up. And a fairly straightforward take there at as a mid-off.
Yeah, a bit of an extra cover. That's actually a really good point about the bat. I wonder if he just picked up the first bat he got handed to him, and I wonder if the weight...
They only ran him out once.
Yeah, and if the weight was a little bit different from his previous bat, I wonder if that played a role in him playing a little too early. It's entirely possible. Is he someone who bats with a heavier bat normally, or is he more of a light bat?
I would say he's probably more of a mid to lightweight batter. He's someone who... I think it might have been Arvind Raghunathan's bat. Ryan Hanna to Mo Sharma, who's defending. So the last over of the spell from the Yarra's skipper here. Crowd getting increasingly vocal. We've moved slightly away from the peanut gallery, but they're keen to ensure that they come through on the stream at the same level as before. So they're just being a little bit louder and making sure their voices get heard. So Ryan Hanna to Mo Sharma bangs that one in short. Mo unable to beat the field. Think Ryan Hanna will be happy to have gotten away with one there.
Yeah, Ryan will be a little unhappy about the way he bowled that ball, but I just wonder if the batsman might get in his own head a little bit, having missed out on that one. It's the kind of thing where you'd be berating yourself as a batsman about where you could have hit that one. It's tossed up by Ryan Hanna, and it's driven to the right of Josh Dennett at long off. It's definitely... there may have been an opportunity to push for a second, but they didn't really try on that one.
The new batsman is Chris Edwards.
It's Chris Edwards. We've seen him bowl his left armers early in the game. How does Chris go with the bat?
He actually has been going very well this year in this sort of role, kind of a lower order, late runs, rescue kind of a deal. And you could certainly argue that Parkville are in need of some of that at the moment, with 10 overs to go and just 4 wickets in hand. But first he has to survive the last few balls of the spell of Ryan Hanna, who lands one on the spot. Eddie very quick to knock that one into the onside and call for a quick single, so he's off the mark. Obviously helps settle the nerves, which I imagine would be pretty considerable this late into a grand final.
Yep, definitely. 31 runs to get. 4 wickets in hand. 9 overs to go. This is where names are made, even in park cricket, at least in the halls of the club rooms, as Mohit pushes that down to long on. This is the sort of situation where a big boundary hit or a big catch taken is spoken about for years and years and years in club circles as the story is retold, and with each retelling there's a little extra mustard added to the story.
I was going to say, it's the sort of thing that tends to come with a bit of embellishment. I remember the first grand final that I played in, one of the other players' dog eating my sandwich has now turned into a mythical event in Parkville club lore. So, and that will be the end of the over and the spell from Ryan Hanna, who has, despite being a little wayward at times, has bowled quite well.
He had a few memorable poor deliveries sprinkled through his spell, but one of them got a wicket, so I guess he walks away. He's done what he can this season. He's finishes the season as the top wicket taker in the competition. It's been a fantastic season. I think he's got upwards of 40 wickets, which is just insane to even think about. But he finishes today 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. Really good bowling. And we've got 9 overs to go. So Aiden's got 5 overs to go. He's not the kind of bowler who usually bowls 9 overs on the trot. But given the match situation, I think today might be the day for it, as he bowls full and it's pushed away to point. He has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8 to the stage, so he's been very tight. With 30 runs to get in 9 overs, so if he can keep going at 2 runs and over, it's going to put pressure on the batsman to score off the other end, whether that be Julian Black or whether we see Tim Pope get the ball at some stage. It does look like Julian's warming up at square leg, so I think they're going with the guy who's bowled so far today, just aiming for consistency as Aiden runs it short of a length, and Mohit steers that away to that deep backward point fielder that they've placed there for that cut shot, and it's a single. Every run probably being applauded by the few Parkville faithful here. At every dot ball I can hear the peanut gallery behind me from South Yarra getting loud and getting behind the bowler, so you can feel the sense of a grand final approaching its climax, and it promises to be a really good one as well.
Yeah, I think we're in for a very tight finish here at Bren's, Jazz. Between the two bowlers who have bowled so far with overs left, Aidan Kenworthy and Julian Black, there are precisely 9 overs. So if they were both to bowl out to the end, South Yarra would only use their minimum 5 bowlers for the 45 overs. I think one way or another, the game is probably unlikely to get all the way to 45. I think, obviously, Yarras would be hoping to take the 4 remaining wickets fairly quickly, and I, as a Parkville fan, would be hoping that the Wombats could get the runs before we get down to the final over. But obviously, with the tight bowling that's being sent down by the Yarra's bowlers at the moment, that could be easier said than done.
Hayden's kept it very tight today. This has been a much better bowling performance from him than in the semi-final, which, to be fair to him, is coming back from a 6-week injury layoff, and his pace wasn't suited for the conditions, but he's bowling really well today, keeping it really tight. That's a full delivery. Chris Edwards puts it, finds the gap between square leg and mid wicket. He should get a couple of runs here, a couple of important runs as Lachlan Scott gets the ball back. And the score moves on to 85. So 85 runs, which means 27 runs to get for Parkville. Aiden searching for that Yorker a little bit. Full delivery on the pads. And Chris Edwards equal to the task of putting it away between mid-wicket and square leg. That one's a little wider outside off stump and it's left alone. And that'll be the end of the over. So that's the end of 37 overs. We've got 8 overs to go. We've got 27 runs to get. Just a tick or just a tick under 3.5 runs an over. And Julian Black's going to come on this end. He kept South Yarra in the game with that 50 of his. And now he's being asked to win the game for South Yarra with the ball. From the zoo, what I've been calling the zoo end, but does it have a name?
Zoo end will work just fine, Jazz. We don't have a pavilion at the moment, so we don't really have named ends at Bren's Oval at the moment. You would have to say, given Julian Black's earlier efforts with the bat, if South Yarra were to get the victory today, he would be quite likely to take out the Player of the Match award.
He's been the top scorer on tough conditions already by far, so I reckon he might also be a shout for Player of the Match in losing cause at this stage, because if you look at the scoring across both teams, it's been very, very hard going. And while Julian did offer up a couple of chances early in his innings that were put down, he made the most of it, batted to almost the end to score 50 plus on a pitch where everyone's struggling to get to even a 20. And now he's being asked to win the game for South Yarra with the ball. Here's Julian Black to Mohit. Oh, he gets the edge. It went along the ground though. It wasn't really a chance for a catch. Now Ryan Hanna went diving to his left. He did have a shoulder fracture a couple of months ago that he's just recovered from. Well, when I say recovered, I mean he's taken some painkillers and he's braving it out there.
He's recovered in the way you recover from a Park Cricket Grand Final.
Yeah.
You dose yourself up on enough painkillers to get through it.
Yeah, he did this last game as well, diving to his left and then felt his shoulder a little bit. Change in the field now. Julian's decided to dispense with the slip, which means Ryan goes into a short cover position, or he's dropping back into regulation cover actually. Well, slightly short cover. We've got a deep mid wicket. We've got fine leg. I think the deep mid wicket's a little too deep, to be honest. Ooh, that's a good ball from Julian. That looked like it cut back a little bit. Might be that off cutter that he slips in sometimes, back of the length. So there's a mid wicket, a deep square leg, a fine leg, third man. I really don't think they need a fine leg at this stage. Julian is not a particularly quick bowler. As you can see, I don't like fine legs in general.
No, I have to say I agree. Like a short fine leg would allow them to police the single in that area, and because the outfield is so slow, you don't have the normal worry about the fine leg being beaten and another run being able to be taken in the time it takes him to run backwards to the ball, collect it and throw. So Julian Black coming into Chris Edwards. Oh, and a good length ball that was well defended. Obviously, we were talking about Julian Black as a potential player of the match. I think if the Wombats were to get up, it would be one of the two men who are currently in the middle. Mo Sharma taking 3 wickets with the ball and a running out Julian Black, and Chris Edwards also contributing 2 wickets off his 8 overs. So if the Wombats were to get the victory, I think that might be where the Player of the Match award might be headed.
I think we overuse fine leg in park cricket, to be honest, because I think it stems from us watching a lot of cricket on the telly, and most of the quick bowlers that we watch in those games bowl at like 130, 140 plus, and for them, if you get a ball on the hips and it guides towards fine leg, then it is going to run away and you need a fielder there to block the boundary. But there are very few bowlers in A grade who you would need that fine leg for. Like Aiden is probably one of them, for example. Andrew Green is probably another. Nathan Green. But there are very few bowlers around in A grade, and I feel like half the time fine legs just sitting there doing nothing for most of the game. You probably get 1 or 2 balls down there where you're probably better off using that fielder somewhere else more productively. But especially on grounds like this where the outfield is so slow, I almost always fail to see the utility of a fine leg. You almost want to use that fielder somewhere more meaningful. There's my rant.
Okay, so as co-commentator captain, where would you be moving the field? If someone was going to come out of fine leg, where would you be moving them?
That's a good question. For Aiden, I'd have the fine leg, for sure. I think with Julian, because he gets that off-cutter going in, I might try a catching position in short on the leg side or short mid-wicket kind of fielder. Just for when the batsman tries to play the flick and it just holds up in the pitch or something like that, I'd always have a short cover and short mid-wicket for Julian's way of bowling on this pitch in particular. So I think if taking out the fine leg afforded me that opportunity of having that fielder there, that's what I would go for. But again, I'm a bowling captain. I'm a bowler and a captain, so when I'm thinking about setting fields, I'm usually thinking wicket first. I'm not thinking where do I block the runs. Whereas, there are other captains who think about, how do I build pressure by stopping the runs and so on. So I understand it, but I think the fine leg is a bit of a useless position in that situation, particularly for Julian. I think it's mandated for Aiden because of how he bowls. But I think for the manner in which Julian bowls, I think that fine leg is not going to add any value.
Yeah. So Chris Edwards just clipping that one into the mid-wicket region and taking a single. So that will bring Mo Sharma on strike. Score is 6 for 88. So the required run rate gradually ticking up, but still 4 wickets in hand for the Wombats. And no one started running any suicidal singles to try and eke out those last few runs just yet. But if the scoring rate doesn't pick up, I suspect we will start to see that fairly shortly. So Aidan Kenworthy coming around the wicket to Mo Sharma. Delivers a full ball on the stumps. Mo clips that off his legs and sends back Chris Edwards. Quite surprising that Mo was not interested in running 2 there. Potentially he's not feeling as sharp as he might have done at the start of the day. It was also interesting earlier in the over that he also refused a second run, though Chris Edwards probably didn't help the situation by turning blind when he was running to the danger end. 23 to get for Parkville off 38 balls. As Boise is kindly reminding us. Aidan Kenworthy, that was a lovely ball. Able to extract just a little bit of extra bounce. A little bit of extra bounce from the deck through to the keeper, and the South Yarra supporters applauding that one enthusiastically.
Yep, that's where Aiden's at his best. That back of a length, just getting that bit of extra bite because of how he hits the pitch. Even with this compressed seam on the Duke ball, he still gets a little bit of bite because of how hard he hits the deck. All shoulder Aiden as he tries to win the game here for South Yarra. It's driven by Edwards to mid-off for no run. We're getting to the stage of the day where every dot's being applauded by the South Yarra faithful and every single's being applauded by the Parkville faithful. So we're in tight. 23 runs to get. Everything to play for. That's back of a length again and cramps Chris Edwards up. He can't get it away. That's the end of the over. Park will need 23 of 6 overs, so 23 of 36. The equation just slowly starting to narrow a bit. Park will have been chipping away at a total and would feel like they're 1 or 2 good overs from getting over the line, but in this situation, a wicket here could really set the cat among the pigeons.
Certainly have to agree, and both Julian Black and Aidan Kenworthy have been bowling such tight lines that a short ball or one that's an easy boundary. Doesn't seem like it will be forthcoming. So could be very soon that we might have some players trying to swing through the line and connect on length balls to try and conjure a boundary out of thin air.
It has been slow going today, but another game to be written into the chapters of this great rivalry between two great park cricket clubs here in Melbourne. Parkville district, based here at the Brens Oval in Parkville, right next to Melbourne Zoo, versus South Yarra, homed at Como Park, what many at the Yarras consider the home of cricket. Oh, that's a beautiful ball outside the off stump. Mohit Sharma went chasing after that one a little bit, and the ball kept leaving him, and he's lucky not to have got a feather on that. All to play for here. 35 balls to go. 23 runs to get. The gap's narrowed to 12 between runs and balls. The light's starting to fade. The sun's going down. And we've got an interesting change here. Julian's pushed his mid-off back to the fence. Wonder if he's planning to slip in a slow one here, wide off. Nope, that's very much a normal one on the pads. And Mohit could have probably tried to play that a little bit squarer and steal a run there. There is no mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's on the boundary, but he can only get it to mid-on. And now it's interesting because Kenan Alive has just signaled to Tim Pope to drop back as well. So we've got a long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, fine leg. They're keen to get... trying to get him the single, and taking the single he does. So bit of an odd one because Mohit was... It's not like either batsman has set themselves apart as one is the run scorer and one is, struggling to score a little bit, but it feels like South Yarra maybe felt that they had more of a chance at Chris Edwards here, which is interesting. But they still have a long on and a deep mid-wicket for him, but the offside fields come in.
I think it might also be they're trying to give Mo Sharma the strike for next over, possibly identifying that Chris Edwards is the player perhaps more likely to strike a boundary that would swing the game in Parkville's favour significantly. Oh, and a diving effort from the keeper just evades the glove. They'll come back for two, but I think my initial instinct may have been correct that Chris Edwards is going to try and swing at a few balls now, and that only just avoided being a wicket.
What an effort there from Kenan Alive. Chris Edwards launching down the wicket. To his credit, he threw the bat at it, and when he got the edge, it was travelling. Kenan made a superb diving effort to his right, almost like a football goalkeeper, trying to catch that one just out of his reach. What a moment. What a moment in this game. 20 runs to get. I'm still trying to... having seen that, I get why they spread the field out. Maybe they were expecting Mohit to have a crack as well at Julian. But he's hit back of a length. Chris plays that to short third man, and they steal a single. The score required target goes under 20 for the first time. Park will need 19 runs to get.
And for the first time, we're really starting to hear the Parkville supporters, who are a little further away from the camera, getting right behind their team. It's a smaller crowd probably than the Yarras, but equally enthusiastic, and definitely people sitting on the edge of their seats, because we're going to have an absolute classic of a finish here, I suspect.
Yeah, this has been a really good game. Initially, it's been if a little slow-paced maybe at times. That's full from Julian. Mohit pushes it into the gap and steals another single. With every run, the cheers get louder from the Parkville supporters. The target whittles down to 18. 18 to get of 30. You'd say an important over coming up, where you'd feel like South Yarra, it looks like the batsmen are a little more comfortable against Julian than they are against Aiden. And Aiden needs to capitalize it capitalize on that with a wicket, because otherwise South Yarra might find this game slipping away from them.
I think also with Julian Black's deliveries being a little slower through the air, there's more time for Chris Edwards and Mo Sharma to move themselves around the crease in such a way that they can manipulate the ball into gaps. Aidan Kenworthy not only being a faster bowler but also bowling with a pretty substantial tailwind, I think might be carrying it through a bit too quickly for them to be able to dance around and place where they please.
Here's an important over coming up. Aidan Kenworthy from the far end with fading light as well, which can't be helping, especially when he drops that one shot every now and then. He's bowling from the end where the cars are travelling behind as well. So it's not easy going at the best of times on this ground, and it can't be very easy facing Aidan right now. He's found the good length there. He gets an outside edge and it rolls away to gully. Parkville would have been hoping that that one found the gap between the two. They're not quite gullies, they're a little bit too deep to call them gullies, but there are two fielders square on the offside, and Mohit found one of them, Ryan Hanna, straight away. It is getting really cold now. Aidan Mohit plays a big shot. That's gone over to cow corner. And it's gone all the way. That's a 6. Huge hit from Mohit Sharma. And a big moment in this game. He picked up the length well and he went after it and he went all the way.
That wasn't even that bad a ball from Aidan Kenworthy. He just got under it really nicely and obviously made very, very sweet contact with the bat. The Wombat crowd going absolutely berserk for that one. Really the first expansive lofted shot we've seen Mo Sharma play all day. How will Aidan Kenworthy respond now? Comes in. Ooh, just misses his spot down the leg side. Umpire doesn't seem interested in giving a wide, so the score is now 6 for 100, just 12 to get. It just shows what one big swing can, what a difference it can make in a game with margins this tight.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big moment in this game, as well as taking on Aidan, who's got to be tiring at this point. 7th over of his spell. He's not usually the one bowling these big long 9-over spells, but he's had to today. He's found the length. Oh, that almost rolled onto the stumps. Nearly another twist. Nearly another twist there in the tail. That was short of a length, banged in a little bit. Mohit tried to just flick it towards the leg side, but ended up getting a under edge on that, and it nearly just trickled down to the stumps. Just takes his guard just to reset. There's a helicopter flying in somewhere. I can't see it, but I can hear it.
Yeah, we're quite close to the Royal Melbourne Hospital here, so it's not an uncommon thing to hear around the ground. Fuller ball, Mo Sharma can't quite get that one away. Defends to short cover. Yes, after that ball narrowly missed the stumps, there were plenty of spectators with hands on heads and eyes rolled back, and definitely people feeling the full gamut of emotions that Park Cricket has to offer here this afternoon. Aidan Kenworthy to Mo Sharma. Man back on the fence for that lofted shot that Mo played earlier in the over. Wide outside off stump and left alone. So things getting really tight. 4 overs left. 12 runs to get. So 3 and over required. But when it's only 12 runs, that required run rate can change very rapidly indeed.
And Julian Black to continue. The big 6 of the last over from Mohit Sharma. I don't think that's going to change the way Charlie was looking to face Julian last over. He did take a couple of chances, and I expect that he will again, which will present South Yarra with an opportunity, or it might end up getting Parkville that bit closer to victory here. South Yarra really considering their field here. They've got a fine leg, a deep mid wicket, long on, long off. 4 men on the fence with 12 runs to get of 24. South Yarra also really need to find a way to dot these batsmen up. That's a length ball on the leg side, and that's what they can't afford. An easy single on the leg side to square leg. Braden's quick on it, but not quick enough.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a bad ball from Julian Black. It did square Chris Edwards up and he wasn't able to get it away cleanly, but because the field is spread and they are a little bit further back, it does mean there are large gaps that, especially when you've got someone as quick as Mo Sharma at the other end, it's fairly easy to find a single.
Yeah, if I'm Parkville, I'm not looking for boundaries at the moment. There's so many singles available that I just look to push into those gaps and take them. Here's Julian Black. It's short of a length. They do look to steal a single, but it is close to the fielders on the offside. Yeah, Julian's spotted the issue. He's brought in that deep mid wicket. I think this is a good move. Mohit Sharma did hit a 6 over cow corner from the other end. But I think Julian's idea is let's see him do that again, because you've got to get a wicket here. You can't contain. That was in the air. That was about a meter away from Julian Black. It felt like it almost went under his arms a little bit. But not even a half chance, like a quarter chance there.
Yeah, no, I think he would have had to stick a boot out and try and kick it up to himself to have that one end up in his hands. A good shot from Mo Sharma, and Parkville edge 1 run closer. Just 10 to get now as Black bowls to Edwards. That one, another length ball on a good spot. No run.
Yep, we're still very much in the position where Parkville just bat the 45 overs. They're going to get the target. So South Yarra need wickets. They need wickets. The problem is the current field. Getting a wicket relies on the batsman playing a bad shot rather than being able to take a wicket. He's put that through to long on for an easy single, and the target moves into single digits. 9 runs to get.
It's almost a catch-22 for the Yarras. They would love to be able to keep it tight to prevent the singles, but when the total is so small, they also have to defend against the boundaries, and by defending against the boundaries, they leave themselves susceptible to the singles. So it is very hard to defend a total this small, especially with batsmen who seem equally capable of both nudging it in the infield and lofting the occasional ball over the top as well.
Julian's brought his offside in, so he's at least trying to make sure that there are no easy singles on the offside for Mohit here. That's the end of the over, so that's 3 overs to go. They needed 3 runs and over at the start of the over. They still need the same 3 runs and over now. So you'd say Parkville making it, inching their way towards another flag. 3 overs to go, 9 runs to get, and 4 wickets to get for South Yarra. Nine runs to get in 3 overs. It's all tight. Aiden Kenworthy. A lot of discussion on the field at the moment. They've got, let's see what they've got. They've got a third man. They've got Braden Younger going into a backward point. There's a point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 5 leg, and a deep mid-wicket. Aiden hits a good length outside the off stump, and it's a dot ball. Chris Edwards happy to watch that sail past way outside the off stump. Still 9 runs to get. 9 runs to get of 17 balls. Parkville won't be too bothered about leaving a few balls here and there, as long as they keep their wickets in hand, because at this stage you'd have to say if they bat all 17 overs, Parkville are winning this game. Aiden Kenworthy, Chris Edwards, he looked like he was setting himself up a little bit, trying to get in a good position for a big shot, but the ball was a good one on the back of the length, and Chris safely negotiates that one.
Yeah, he sort of made a gesture with his hand after the ball had rolled away that indicated he was probably looking to scoop that one over the leg side. There is a man out there at deep mid-wicket, but he's the only man forward of square on the leg side out deep. So another full one. Chris Edwards again tries to get that away. Can't get full contact on it. Rolls away to cover. So 3 dot balls to start this over. I think if Yarras are going to win this game, they do need wickets, and dot ball pressure is the best way to try and bring that about.
Yep. And just a reminder for anyone watching, if it is a tie, I believe Park will win the flag. So, having finished on top of the table. So, really, it's 8 to win for Parkville. Ooh. A little bit of finals jitters there between the batsman and the non-striker. A bit of yes, no, maybe. But ultimately, no damage done. And that's 4 dot balls in a row. So 9 to get of 14. A tight over here. Could put pressure on Chris Edwards here. Will he look for a big release shot here? The game is in the balance. It's a short ball. He's gone for the big shot. It's in the air and he's got to be the one. 4 dot balls. Build the pressure. And just as I said, he went for the release shot and he went at the wrong ball. And there's a late twist to this game. A late twist, 9 to get of 13 as Andrew Green walks in. He's been in many situations like this one. But the game is still alive, folks. 9 to win of 13.
Yeah, Chris Edwards had been looking to play that big pull shot for most of this over. I think Aidan Kenworthy potentially alive to that possibility. Banged one in a little short. Balls have been sitting up on this pitch all afternoon. Made contact with the bat right up near the splice, and it looped up for a fairly straightforward catch. So Andrew Green striding to the wicket. A Parkville legend, has played in all 8 of the Wombats' 8 consecutive A-grade grand finals. He's won a few of them with the ball. He's rarely been asked to do the job with the bat, though he would be the first one to tell you that he does have an MCA 100 to his name in B grade on a postage stamp about 10 years ago. So I will say this for Andrew's batting style. He'll be looking to end it quickly.
100 is 100, mate. It doesn't matter what the ground is. It doesn't matter what the other bowling attack is. Having scored an 80 myself in my last innings against a pretty pedestrian bowling attack, I can tell you that it doesn't matter. Runs are runs. Everything to play for. How good is cricket? 9 runs to get, 13 balls to go. Aidan Kenworthy has bowled superbly today in conditions that have frankly helped him quite a bit because of that spongy bounce in the pitch. The game is still alive, folks. The game is still alive. And given where we are, given this over, it's going to go down to the last over. The South Yarra faithful behind me getting a little bit excited. The field is spread out in anticipation of what they think Andrew Green is going to do or look to do. And here comes Andrew Green. Sorry, Aidan bowling to Andrew Green. It's a full ball on the stumps and I hope you guys can hear the noise behind me. It's getting a little loud. Andrew found the one fielder on the offside inside the circle. Everyone else was on the boundary.
I think even he has is willing to give himself one ball as a sighter with this late into a grand final. You would have to think that a lot of the responsibility for handling the situation is going to be on Mo Sharma here. Obviously, Andrew is capable of hitting 2 big shots and ending this game very quickly, but getting him in a position where he can do that without also risking a wicket that the Wombats can ill afford to lose is a lot easier said than done.
I'm not sure I agree with the tactics here. They've spread the field out, maybe looking to give Mohit the single. Yeah. 9 runs to get, 12 balls to go. Mohit plays the drive into cover. Goes straight to Braden, but he is a little bit deep and he gives away the single. Looks like that was the plan to get Andrew on strike, and perhaps that was the plan at the end of last over as well, to try and give Andrew the single. I'm not sure in such a tight game you want to be giving those singles away.
Well, it did work for South Yarra in their semi-final against Emerald Hill last week, bowling to a tail-ender late on. That being said, if Andrew makes contact with one, it is liable to end up in the seal pit at the zoo. He's a very powerful man who hits a hard ball. So it looks like they've decided that a ring field is going to be the best option here. Andrew may potentially look to go over the top. Julian Black comes into Andrew Green, delivers. Andrew Green belts one down the ground, does not beat mid-off. Raucous applause from the Yarra's faithful. And all of a sudden, there's only 10 balls left. 8 to get.
8 to get, but really it's 7 to get because a tie wins the game for Parkville. So 8 runs to get. Andrew goes for the big swing. It's over extra cover. That's gone all the way. That's a big hit from Andrew Green. A big hit in a big moment. Little bit of room from Julian Black, and Andrew Green taking full advantage of that and depositing that over extra cover, and you'd have to say that's probably the game.
Well, I think Andrew Green is liable to be talking about that one for the rest of his natural-born life. That was a fantastic shot, and about the only thing that he hit harder than that ball was Mo Sharma's glove as he went up to give him a glove punch at the other end. So just 2 to win now for Parkville.
So they are keeping the field in. Andrew throws his bat at it. It runs away. They're running hard to get the second, and Parkville District Cricket Club win another flag. Congratulations to Parkville, who have done it yet again. They've done it yet again. They're waiting for the books, but come on, man, we know it's done. Well played to Parkville Cricket Club. Yet another flag to add to their armory. It's been a fantastic close final, but in the end, the better team has won. And congratulations to Andrew Green for coming out there and finishing the job.
Yeah, no, a very, very tight final. I thought it was really going to come down to the last over, but a fantastic game. Again, as is often the case between these two clubs, played in a great spirit, a very close, narrow game. But the Parkville District Cricket Club Wombats coming out on top by 3 wickets. So some late hitting from Andrew Green, getting the boys from Parkville over the line. I'm sure there will be some moments from both sides that they'll look back on without too much fondness, but in the end, Parkville just doing enough to get over the line. And I tell you what, if anyone manages to shut Andrew Green up between now and 2030, they'll be the first.
Another final at Brenzol, another loss for South Yarra to Parkville, but credit to Parkville for consistently putting on a great performance in a grand final on this ground. South Yarra played really well. There was fought tooth and nail every single ball. Julian in the first innings scoring the 50, anchoring the South Yarra effort despite the 2 drop chances of his bat. Really gave a good fight to set up a competitive total as the crowd, both Parkville and South Yarra, applaud the South Yarra players as they walk off. We saw some runs from Kenan. We saw a little bit of late chipping from Aiden Ashwin to get them to 111. And South Yarra started off with a bang with wickets from Ashwin and Josh early on. But as they kept chipping away the wickets, Parkville were consistently 5 to 10 runs ahead of the game. And then when it mattered most, Andrew Green walked in and smoked one over extra cover for 6. Probably one of the biggest sixes, not in terms of size, although this is a fairly big ground.
It is a big enough crowd.
It is one of the biggest sixes in terms of the moments he might have hit a 6 in his life, and that's the kind of moment that goes into folklore when we talk about grand finals years and years on. So congratulations to Parkville, great performance again. Won another flag and consistently remain the flag bearers for the MCA competition and the standard which all other clubs are looking to seek. So congratulations again.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure coming down and commentating this game, watching a fantastic grand final of park cricket, a really close game. Obviously very well fought as the Parkville players come off. Mo Sharma, I think, quite fittingly leading the team off, possibly Parkville's best man on the day. possibly possibly the man of the match. So the presentations will be held fairly shortly. Once everyone's gotten some warm clothes on, because it is still quite chilly here, and then I think the celebrations and commiserations will begin. I'm sure the Wombats will throw the bar open, and everyone will be able to have a drink and talk over the highs and lows of the game. One of the best parts about this rivalry between the Yarras and Parkville is that it's certainly the sort of competition where players are able to have a social beer after the game, and it is very important for all of these players to have played in this grand final, but to be able to have a game that is still ultimately social and is played in a friendly and competitive spirit is really fantastic. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and might have to invest in one of these frog boxes for Parkville.
Thanks everyone of you who've joined us over the course of today. It's been a great game, obviously played in great spirit, and we thank you for joining. Congratulations to Parkville again for yet another premiership. An incredible run of success over the last few years continues. South Yarra continue to challenge them, and will continue to challenge them hopefully over the next few years. But for the time being, it's time for celebrations for Parkville. Well done, congratulations, and thank you everyone for joining us today.